16. Disease and Healing. Dr. Quimby is so greatly interested in calling attention to the power of human beliefs in relation to all man's troubles that he does not give much space to a description of the natural world, does not state his idea of matter very definitely, and often leaves the reader wondering how he distinguishes between matter and spiritual matter, or the mind of opinions. He is especially interested to point out that matter can be condensed into a solid by mind action, that it undergoes a chemical change as a result of mental changes. He sometimes speaks of it as an error or shadow, as an idea seen or not, just as it is called out. Whatever its objective reality in the divine purpose, matter in itself is inanimate, there is no intelligence in it. His view of matter is idealistic, therefore, and in considering his theory of disease and its cure we need to bear in mind that matter for him is plastic to thought. The ordinary or external mind, which is spiritual matter, is the intermediate term. Above this mind is the real man with his spiritual senses, his clairvoyant and intuitive powers. The final term is wisdom, making known its truths in so far as there is responsiveness and intelligence on man's part. This is said to possess a real identity. To find himself as an identity in every truth, man should know himself as the scientific man, able through wisdom's help to banish all errors from the world. The reception of this great truth. I believe now that the time has nearly arrived when the people will be prepared to receive a great truth that will give an impulse and set them investigating a subject which will open to their minds new and enlarged ideas of themselves and show man what he is and how he makes himself what he is. It has been said that to know himself is the greatest study of man, but I say that for man to know his error is greater than to know himself. For every person is to himself just what he think he is, but to know his error 66 is what ought to be his greatest study. For the last 25 years 67 I have been trying to find out what man is and at last have come to know what he is not. To know that you exist is nothing, but to know what disturbs you is of great value to every person. The world has been developing itself, and we look on and never think it is ourselves. Through ignorance of wisdom we have made a man of straw and given him life, intellect and a head in the image of our own creation. To this image we have given the idea man with certain capacities such as life and death, and have made him subject to evils such as disease. To the man of straw the words I have quoted are applied. This man of straw has been trying to find himself out and in doing this has nearly destroyed or blotted out his real existence. So in looking for man I found it was like the old lady looking for her comb and finding it in her hair. I found I was the very idea I was looking for. Then I knew myself and found that what we call man is not man but a shadow of error. Wisdom is the true man and error the counterfeit. When wisdom governs matter all goes well, but when error directs all goes wrong. So I shall assume the old mode of calling man as he is called and make myself a principle outside of man, just as man makes all laws of God, as he calls them outside of himself. So man admits he is not with God or a part of him. Therefore he belongs to this world and expects to die and go to his God. So he lives all his life in bondage through fear of death. Now, this keeps him sick, and to avoid all these fears and troubles that disturb his mind and make him sick he invents all sorts of false ideas and never thinks they are the cause of his misery. He invents all sorts of disease to torment himself. Standing outside of these ideas I know that they are the works of man, that God or wisdom has never made anything to torment mankind. Error has created its own misery. Having had 25 years of practice I have seen the working of this evil on mankind, how it has grown till it is increasing and at the present time there is more misery from disease than all other evils put together. And every effort to arrest this evil only makes it worse. Within the last 7 years I have sat with more than 12,000 different persons and have taken their feelings and know what they believe their diseases were and how each person was affected, but I knew the causes. Therefore I know what I say is true, that if there had never been a physician in the world there would not have been 1/10 of the suffering. It is also true that religious creeds have made a very large class of persons miserable, but religion like all creeds based on superstition must give way to science. So superstition in regard to religion will die out as men grow wise, for wisdom is all the religion that can stand, and this is to know ourselves not as man but as a part of wisdom. But disease is making havoc among all classes, and it seems as though there would never be an end of it unless someone should step in and check this greatest of evils. I have been in the habit of sitting with patients separately and explaining the disease and the cure till I have come to the conclusion that I can cure persons that are sick if I am in their company, and the number only helps to hasten the cure. I have no doubt that I can go to an audience of 1,000 persons and cure more persons in one lecture than can be cured by all the doctors in the state of Maine in the same time. For I know that one half my patients I do not see as long as to explain what I should make clear in one lecture of 2 hours. There are a great number of sick who are not able to be cured, for man's life and happiness in this enlightened world, made so by the profession, has made dollars and cents the test, so if a man has not these he must suffer. So my object is to relieve man of some of his sufferings. I am sent for to go to different parts of the country and have always found a large class of poor sick persons not ready to be cured. I want to relieve those who are not able to be cured, and also give directions to mind so that this wisdom shall govern man. It is necessary to say that I have no religious belief. My religion is my life, and my life is the light of any wisdom that I have. So that my light is my eye, and if my eye is the eye of truth my body is light, but if my eye or wisdom is an opinion my body is full of darkness. Concerning beliefs. It may be necessary to explain what calls out my arguments. All that I write is intended to destroy some belief of the patient. A belief is what I call a disease, for that embraces the cause and it sets the people to reasoning until their systems are prepared like the earth to receive the idea, and when the phenomenon is brought forth the doctors call that disease. Belief in an idea that cannot be seen by the natural eye is as real as belief in the natural world. Everything that does not come within the natural senses is a belief. Disease is of this class. The phenomenon is admitted, and to make man believe it involves a notion that it exists. It does not follow that he is diseased any more than it follows that a man is in the war because he believes there is one. Yet he may be liable to be caught. War, like some diseases, has its exempts. For instance, smallpox. A man can procure a certificate from a physician that he has had it or has been vaccinated. So the belief makes the thing to the person believing it, and as the belief becomes general every person is affected more or less. Children are not exempts, they suffer if they are in the vicinity of the disease, for their parents' sins. Their diseases are the effect of the community. These results come from the older inhabitants who embody the superstitions of the world, and they are as tenacious of their beliefs. See how the South fights for slavery under the belief that it is a living institution. 68 The people believe the same of disease, and each one will fight for his peculiar disease till truth exterminates both. One is as dangerous as the other, and each has its sympathizers and traitors. Take a person sick under the law of disease which he knows will kill him if the law is put in force. People are as anxious to condemn themselves by insisting that they have a certain disease as a rebel is to swear that a Yankee is an abolitionist. Each is working to have the victim condemned. Both may be summed up as the effect of man's belief. Religious sects fight for their various beliefs which contain not a word of truth, and the world has to suffer the consequences. The medical faculty, spiritualists, and every class who have wit enough to have a belief, keep up a warfare to keep their beliefs alive that they may obtain a living. But when these are cut by truth they wither and die out, and from the ashes comes freedom or science. War is always engendered by beliefs. Slavery is the only name for all evils that have affected man, of which disease is one. They all have to pass through a sea of blood before their heads can be crushed and they can be handled by reason. Religious opinions waded through blood before reason could control the mind, and then the warfare was carried on by words. Universal freedom has not yet gone through the sea of blood, but it is now in the storm, and God only knows how it will come out. The belief which makes man bind his fellow man is very strong, for it appeals to religious prejudices, and these are really at the bottom of many evils. The natural man believes slavery is right, and he is religious in this belief, although in everything else he is governed by party interest. Every sick person is suffering either directly or indirectly from the effect of some belief, therefore my arguments are to show the absurdity of the beliefs whatever they are, for beliefs are catching. The child is affected by its parents' belief, which is as real an enemy to health as slavery is to freedom. Science is the true man, belief is the enemy of happiness, for every one knows that a man will die before he will give up his belief. So when a person has a belief in any particular disease, he will not give it up until it destroys the body, although he knows that fighting is his own destruction. When I sit by the sick I find them either like a child or a person in a belief. If they have no ideas that come within their senses they are like one affected by surrounding circumstances, as a child whose parents are fighting is frightened and perhaps killed by the parents' evil acts. When I have a patient who is frightened by some feeling in the system which has not been named, the patient is like a spectator in a riot who finds himself attacked and violently abused when he has been quiet all the time. I have to reason with such persons and convince them of their error, and as they learn the truth they are safe. I take the same course with such as I should with a stranger who has been attacked by a mob. I enter the crowd, take the man by the shoulders, lead him out and befriend him till he is safe. A belief in a disease is like a belief in any other evil, but there are those who putting entire confidence in the leaders accept certain beliefs. Such are honest and are the hardest patients to cure, for they attach a religious respect to their beliefs which are their very life. They often say they would rather die than lose their belief. A belief going to establish any religion is held on to as a child holds to its mother when afraid of strangers. I frequently have a hard battle with such where their beliefs make them sick before they will relax. They will sometimes weep and lament as though I were really going to take their life. As I have no belief to give them I try to show the absurdity of their errors. It will be seen that in all I write my reasoning is to destroy some belief that my patient has. Rheumatism or the state of mind affecting people in that way is caused by various beliefs. Their minds, as I have said, are deceived into bad company and they have to suffer the consequences of their acts, although their intentions may have been good. I will state a case. A man uses tobacco freely, both chews and smokes. His wife, being of a sympathetic nature, enters into his error to try to reform him. This brings her into the same company that he is in. She is regarded as bad as her husband, she is beaten until blood starts out on her elbows, shoulders, and limbs, and her hands become swollen and sore so that she cannot work. Meantime her husband appears as well as ever. This is taking a disease from sympathy, and it shows that such evils are catching in the world. To such I stand in this way. I take the symptoms and know who is the devil. I expose him, and when I make the patient know him, the devil leaves, the error is cast out, the belief leaves and the patient is cured. This is a process of reasoning from cause to effect, not from effect to effect. The world reasons to make one disease in order to cure another. I destroy the disease by showing the error and showing how the error affects the patients. This was what Jesus tried to prove, so all his acts and talk went to prove the truth of what I have said. Make man responsible for his beliefs and he will be as cautious what he believes as he is in what he sees or does, for he will see that just as he measures out to another so it will be measured out to him. But does the clergy follow out this rule? Do they not dictate to their audience what to believe and what not to believe, without the least regard to their health? Now, to suppose a man can believe one thing and still have a contrary effect is not true. If you make a person believe that he is in danger of any trouble he will be affected according to his belief. So all beliefs are to be analyzed like food or drink to see what it contains and see how it acts upon the body, for the belief being in the mind it shows itself on the body. So when Jesus talked he had some object to obtain for the happiness of man. But to suppose Jesus came from heaven to destroy one error and establish another is to suppose that our beliefs alter the wisdom of God or make a man believe what he cannot understand to ensure his happiness in a world that is based on belief. Now, I understand Jesus, I understand him to condemn all beliefs and show that man is better off without a belief than with one. What good is it to me whether I believe one thing or another if my belief does not affect my life? If my belief affects my life, I get the benefit or misery of my belief, but it does not alter the wisdom of God or alter any of his plans. So if there is a world beyond this, my belief cannot change it, my belief may change me. So if Jesus had no higher motive than merely introducing a belief, he was like all others who wanted to establish peculiar views. But Jesus never meant to speak of what we call death. His death was the end of sin or error. To lose opinions and find his truth was life, not death. The wisdom that taught this did not embrace the words life and death. Works the fruit of our belief. What proof can be brought to show that a man is just what he thinks he is? My answer is, his works. Man is known by his works, for they are the fruit of belief, and where there is no fruit there is no belief. In that case man is either perfectly ignorant or perfectly wise, and stops work because he is God and God has finished his work. Now man is not supposed to be either of the two, God or an idiot. So he must be a being between both. That makes him a man of opinions and beliefs. To show whether the works are of God or error is the great aim of man. Both cannot be of God, for one reasons from what he believes and the other from what he knows. I will introduce a man of error who bases his knowledge on others' belief, still thinking he has an opinion of his own. The effect of his wisdom or belief is seen by its fruits. The younger son is he who listens to the wisdom of his brother and sees him contradict himself and shows him his absurdity. This is the scientific man, and he is not known, for when the man of opinions is destroyed by the scientific man he is not seen at all. Take two persons talking about mesmerism. One never heard anything, the other is posted in all things pertaining to the law of mesmerism. Let A, he the wise man, and B, the ignorant man. A sits down and expounds the principles of mesmerism. He reads from those who have written on the subject, how a man sits down, takes hold of another's hand, looks him in the eye, and at length the man is affected, his eyes close and he goes to sleep. Then B asks how this is done. Here comes the mystery or science of A. Finally it enters the head of A, to go to the world of spirits. Here is a large field for operation. C finds the dead and explains about them to A and B. By this time they have become so wise that their light has lit up the whole world of spirits, so that everything is perfectly plain. This is as far as they can go. The whole world stops here, and here ends mesmerism according to the world's belief. At last there comes a report that spirits made their appearance at Rochester, and raps and table tipping take place. Then B asks A how he explains these things. A, it is by the presence of electricity. B, I cannot believe that, I want to see something of it. So they go to a medium, and everything goes to prove the belief of the medium that it is spirits. One rap means yes, and two means no, and these prove the spirits. B asks A what he thinks of that. A says, it is a development of animal magnetism. B says, no, I believe it must be spirits. Here is a difference of opinion. B is as well posted as A. The medium agrees with C. B believed A till A showed his ignorance, then B embraced the opinion of the medium. So it goes on. One opinion is believed till some other opinion comes up that cannot be explained, then some one states an opinion and the multitude follow. Like the rest of the world I began with no belief or opinion. Like a child I wanted to see. As B did, I asked A's explanation and took it, then I went to work to prove it and did prove beyond a doubt according to my belief that it was governed by electricity. At last I ran against a stumbling block which upset all my theory and left me without anything but the bare experiments. I then went to work to prove my belief, and the experiments proved anything I believed, and I concluded that man is just what he thinks he is to himself. I have waded through the mire of ignorance, crossed the ruin of superstition, have walked on the water of my belief, and at last landed on the shores of wisdom, where I have found the other branch of truth that tells me that the water or error had dried up, so that the dry land of reason is ready to receive the seed of wisdom into the earth, or mind of man. As I have passed through the fire of superstition and been baptized in the water of error and belief. I have come up out of the water, and the heavens or wisdom are open to me, and I see wisdom in the form of a dove or sympathy saying to every one, Behold, the truth hath prevailed to open the book of superstition. It hath broken the seal and introduced a new form of reasoning. I have no belief in regard to religion of any kind, neither have I any belief in another world of any kind. 69 I have no belief in what is called death. In fact, I am a total disbeliever in any wisdom that ever taught any religion outside of man's belief. Then you may ask, what kind of a man are you without a belief? I have a belief like all men, but it does not apply to what I have been talking about. I have a belief on all subjects that are agitating the country. I believe there was one person who had these same ideas, and to that person I give all the credit of introducing this truth into the world, and that was Jesus. I have no doubt of his being the only true prophet that ever lived who had ideas entirely superior to the rest of the world. Not that he as a man was any better, but he was the embodiment of a higher wisdom, more so than any man who has ever lived. Perhaps you do not understand my meaning. Take the discovery of electricity. There were men who had conceived some of the ideas of Franklin, not that Franklin was of himself the discoverer or the person who reduced it to a science, but his mind was the medium that brought the wisdom of the wise into focus. So that an experiment might be made to prove the principle. The wisdom of the world is not confined to any person, but when it begins to condense into a truth it must exhibit itself through some medium. This great truth called Christ was exhibited through the man Jesus, the same as a great truth was exhibited through the man Franklin and called electricity. There was a belief at the time of destruction or overthrow of this great truth at the crucifixion of Jesus that it should rise again. Since then there has been a constant development of facts showing that there was some wisdom or power superior to man, and the superstition of the world has kept it down, as the superstition of slavery has kept freedom in chains. Now, I as a man claim no preeminence or superiority over other men, but admit my superiority to the learned and wise. I have none of these sins to answer for. I am free from all that false religion. But I had to contend with the devil or error for more than 20 years before I was free. Now, 1864, I stand as one that has risen from the dead or error into the light of truth, not that the dead or my error has risen with me. I have shaken off the old man or my religious garment, and put on the new man that is Christ or science. And I fight these errors and show that they are all the makings of our own mind. As I stand outside of all religious belief, how do I stand alongside of my followers? I know that I, through this wisdom, can go and impress a person at a distance. The world may not believe it, but to the world it is just such a belief as the belief in spirits. To me it is a fact, and this is what I shall show. The relation of this truth to the sick. What course of argument must be used to make the masses understand this truth by which I correct the errors that make man sick? What relation has this truth to any one, and how does it stand to the sick? It is the sick man's friend, and those who can understand it are related to those who do not understand, as a teacher who wishes to make his pupil understand the principles of mathematics. He is not to teach mathematics but to explain what the rules mean, so the pupil is not to copy a mathematical work because that gives him no wisdom in regard to the truth. The disciple is not to be above the science, nor the teacher above the truth, but the latter is to explain the science by the words of the truth. To illustrate, I stand to this science as the teacher or expounder of it, not as the truth itself. So when the truth says through me that all disease is in the mind, you want me to explain what it means. You ask the question because you do not understand what is meant by the mind. It is this, all opinion, belief, reason, everything that can be changed. Thought is a seed or an effect of this great ocean of mind. The word mind covers all man's reasoning as the word wood covers all vegetable substances. A chair is made of wood, but it is an idea made out of wood. In the same way mind is the material, and disease is manufactured out of the material, but the wisdom that forms the idea is called something else. Here you see that mind embraces every part of man but his wisdom, and here is the distinction which the world makes only in a different sense. The world calls the parts mind and matter. I call them wisdom and matter. Therefore when I use mind, I use it as matter containing no intelligence, but it is like sound connected with something to which we attach intelligence. Parable. When sitting by a sick person who had a pain in the left side which I felt and described, I said, "You think you have consumption." The patient acknowledged it, saying that her physician had examined her lungs and found the left one very much affected. This she believed, and when I told her that her disease was in her mind, it was as much as to say she imagined what was not the case. I told her she did not understand what I meant by the word mind. Then taking up a glass of water I said, "Suppose you should be told that this water contained a poisonous substance that works in the system and sometimes produces consumption. If you really believe it, every time you drink the idea of poison enters your mind. Presently you begin to hack and cough a little. Would your fears then grow less that the water was poison? I think not. Finally you are given over by your doctor or friends and call on me. I sit down by you and tell you that you are nervous and have been deceived by your doctor and friends. You ask how? You have been told what is false, that the water you drink contains a slow poison, and now your cure hangs on the testimony in the case. If I show that there is no poison in the water, then the water did not poison you. What did? It was the doctor's opinion put in the water by your mind. As the mind can receive an impression, it can be changed. This change was wrought by the doctor's opinion. So calling mind something, it is easy to show that it can be changed by a wisdom superior to an opinion. This wisdom that acts upon the mind is something that never has been described by language, but it is looked upon as a superior power. This power gives rise to all religious opinions. Man has tried to condense it into a being called God, and he worships it. My theory is based on this something that man is ignorant of, and develops from it a language as comprehensible as any language. It contains no words but speaks from impressions which cannot be mistaken if man knows himself. This language is the feelings of the sick, and to convey these feelings to the well so that they may have some idea of the misery of the sick and its causes has been my study for 20 years. 70 I feel now that my labors have not been in vain. Arranging words to convey this truth to the well is a task very few would like to go through. But I think now that I have succeeded so that any person of ordinary talent can see that it is the key to unlock the mysteries of the spiritual world. Answer to a question. Why do you not rub your head when sick? Because I have nothing to rub out. Now here are the two modes of reasoning. The natural man does not see that the misery follows his acts, so the natural man is courageous at first, for he does not see his real enemy, or the natural result of his acts, which is reaction. The true wisdom that will always measure to action its own measure. The wise man sees the nature of thought before it takes effect and destroys it. When the patient asked the question, he had the answer in the question, for his ignorance was what I was rubbing out, so if he had known that he would not want any rubbing. Cures. I am often asked what I call my cures. I answer, the effect of a science, because I know how I do them. If I did not know, they would be a mystery to the world and myself. Science is wisdom put into practice. To the natural man it is a power or mystery. All wisdom that has not been acknowledged by the natural man is called a gift or spiritual demonstration, not a science. The curing of disease has never been acknowledged to be under any wisdom superior to the medical faculty, so people have kept the world in darkness till now, and how much longer they will do so I cannot tell. If I succeed in changing the minds of men enough to investigate, they will see that disease is what follows an opinion, and that wisdom that will destroy the opinion and make the cure. Then the cure will be attributed to a superior wisdom, not a power. I am accused of interfering with the religion of my patients. This is not the case, but if a particular passage in the Bible or some religious belief affects the patient, I attack it. For instance, a person gets nervous from his belief that he has committed the unpardonable sin. His thought is then attached to the sin of his belief, and his belief is someone's opinion about a passage in the Bible that he believes applies to his case. I know this is all false, so of course I have to destroy his opinion, and this destroys the effect, which is disease. His senses are attached to a disease, mine are attached to the wisdom that shows the absurdity of the opinion. His wisdom is of man, mine is of God or science. All disease is the punishment of our belief either directly or indirectly, and our senses are in our punishments. My senses are attached to the wisdom that sees through the opinion, so that my love or wisdom casteth out their disease or fear, for their fear hath torment, and perfect wisdom casteth out all opinions. I am often accused of opposing the medical faculty and the religious creeds. In answer to this I plead guilty, but you must not gather from this that I oppose goodness or virtue. I oppose all religion based on the opinions of men, and as God never gave an opinion I am not bound to believe that man's opinions are from God. The difference between man's opinions and God's wisdom is more than one would naturally suppose, but the former is taken for a truth. This makes the trouble with which the wise have to contend. If a man knew himself he would not be misled by the opinions of others, and as disease is the result of our opinions it is the duty of all to know themselves, that they may correct their own errors. Now if error is something to correct it must require more wisdom than the knowledge which invented it. When I find a person diseased I know his trouble must have a father or beginning. If it is ignorant of its father, it is not to be supposed that it is not without a father or mother. So to destroy your earthly father is to destroy your opinions, and to be with your heavenly Father is to be wise. So that every one that loses his opinions and arrives at the truth is dead to the natural world, but alive to wisdom or Christ. When I sit down by a sick person and he or she wants to tell me what the doctor says, to me it is nonsense, for I have not the least regard for their knowledge. Their opinions are what I try to destroy, and if I succeed their opinions have no power to create disease. Man's profession, not his wisdom, is the standard of his popularity. I stand in direct opposition to all others in this respect, and here is the conflict, whether man's opinion is to rule or his wisdom. If the medical profession is based on wisdom, then it will stand the test, and disease must have its origin outside of the profession, either this must be true or the opposite. I assert that disease is the offspring of opinion. Ignorance produces the phenomenon or effect, as in the brute creation, but the wild animal differs from that of the domesticated animal. So it is with man, the perfect fool knows no aches or pains, where there is no fear there is no torment. Fear is error, wisdom casts out fear, for it knows no fear. You often hear persons attempt to explain my cures by their own opinions. Thus they make themselves out wise by their own ignorance, since they deny the very power of wisdom which they acknowledge by admitting it as a mystery to them. So they admit a power outside of their knowledge and worship that of which they are completely ignorant. Now I know that this something which is a mystery to them is wisdom to me, and that my wisdom sees through their opinions. And also that the explanation is the conversion from an opinion to truth or health. The two characters, wisdom and opinion, stand before each other, and the people choose the one they will obey, just as they do in national affairs. Disease is the offspring of error, and as long as the people worship men's opinions, just so long will they be sick. To me it is perfectly plain that if the people could see themselves they would discard all the priests' and doctors' opinions and become a law unto themselves. All I do is to put the world into possession of a wisdom that will keep them clear from these two classes of opinions. You may think I have some feeling against the character of the physicians, but this is not so. Neither do I think that they who know me have anything against me as a man, but they scout the idea that I know any more about how I cure disease than anyone else. They think they have the wisdom and I have the power. I stand to the medical faculty in the light of a harmless humbug perfectly ignorant of what I profess to know, and all my talk being to amuse the patients and make them believe that disease is in their imagination. If I succeed in doing this it is all well, but so far as wisdom goes, that is folly. I am aware that this is my position with the faculty, and their opinions have such a strong hold on the people that most of them look upon me in the same light. And if by chance someone chooses to see that I am not the person these blind guides call me, they in time are looked upon in the same light. I acknowledge that all this is true with regard to my position in society, and how do I feel in regard to it? I know that it is all false, although my word does not prove it so. But I suppose I have the same right to give my opinion with regard to these two classes as they have to give their opinions about me, and I will now give it and let the masses judge for themselves. The principles which I am trying to establish are something new. All established theories purporting to help mankind are merely the effect of the effort which one set of demagogues make to gain the ascendancy over another. The people are no better off, but worse. Disease of a person is like that of a nation. Each is governed by arbitrary laws, and the governing of both is alike. Disease is acknowledged to have an identity independent of man, and man makes laws to govern it, attaches penalties to their disobedience, and calls these laws the laws of God. I stand alone, as one arisen from the dead, or the old theories, having passed through all the old ideas and risen again, that I may lead you into this light that will open your eyes to the truth of him who spake as never man spake. And who spake the truth. This truth condemns all man's opinions, it settles all creeds and priestcraft and upsets the medical profession and brings peace and goodwill to man. It teaches that man, in order to break off from his wickedness or opinions and learn to speak the truth, must not try to deceive his fellow man by pretending to know what is merely an opinion. Show me the doctor that really thinks his medicine has any curative qualities or any intelligence except as it is associated with his opinion, and I will show you a fool. For no intelligent physician would dare risk his reputation on a homeopathic pill to cure a cough, supposing the patient took the medicine in his food and did not know it. This shows that they believe they work on the imagination of the patient. There are certain drugs that will act as an emetic or cathartic, but if the patient should take an emetic by accident, it would make him vomit. Now when the patient vomits, if a wrong direction is given, another effect might be produced, so it all goes to show that the mind must be guided by some wisdom superior to itself. If error directs, nothing certain is known of the effect. If wisdom is at the helm, no medicine is wanted, for wisdom can break opinions in pieces. Ignorance, not knowing how the mind can be affected by a direction outside of itself, identifies wisdom with error or matter, so that truth is a stranger, and it is all the time fighting against itself to get rid of an enemy of its own creation. Now teach men this simple fact, that in all action the wisdom of reaction is in the act, though the act knows it not, and their happiness will be the result. Is there any curative quality in medicine? Common opinion would answer that there is, and according to my opinion there is, but it is all owing to the patient's belief, and to perfect wisdom there is no curative virtue in medicine. I will relate one case out of 100 to show medicine proves itself according to the patient's belief or the direction of some other person. I was attending a gentleman who was sick, and he thought he had consumption, but was not fully settled in his own mind, so of course he was very nervous. Under this nervousness the glands around the throat were excited and kept him hacking and raising, and also kept him heated, which heat would be thrown off in a perspiration. After I had told him the cause of his trouble, the explanation so far as he understood relieved him, he breathed more easily and was improving. One day he read in a paper an advertisement of a medicine which would cure the catarrh and prevent the discharges from the head. Thinking it might cure him, he bought a bottle and commenced taking it, but instead of lessening the secretion it grew worse and he ran down very rapidly. My theory explains this fact in this way. His belief admitted that his head was diseased and in the condition of a sore, and that the medicine would cure it. Under this belief the glands of the nose were excited, and the medicine then proved his belief that the matter was in his head, for it was taken to make the head discharge. His belief did this by exciting the glands, and the medicine was taken to throw it off, so when the matter and even blood commenced running it showed that the medicine was doing what it agreed to do. But another belief came up that I had given him, for I had exposed the absurdity of medicine, and after he saw the effect he remembered what I had told him. And abandoning his medicine he returned to me again, and in a few days recovered what he had lost. This is how the disease worked. His own belief produced the phenomenon, his knowledge gave the medicine the praise or blame, just as people give God the praise for their own acts while the devil has to take the blame for their troubles. I have observed the effect of medicine and have found that there is more virtue or misery in the advertisement than in the medicine. Everyone knows how the mouth will water by a desire for something that the person wants, and how the mouth and throat will become parched by fear of detection in crime. This was known by the ancients and magicians, and from the fact that the mind could be changed by fear, so that criminals could be detected. Those who understood it took advantage of it to detect a thief. The magicians made a paste that would dissolve when laid on the tongue of a person in a perfectly calm state of mind, but in case of unusual warmth or feverish thirst it would not dissolve. So when a theft was committed by the servants, all the people were collected in one room and the magician was sent for. Believing in his power, their minds of course were controlled by their knowledge, and if the thief were present he knew it, and being sure of detection grew nervous. This would prevent the glands from acting and thus bring out his guilt. The others, feeling innocent, were safe, for if they were nervous it did not produce the state of mind to prevent the paste from dissolving. So the mind was the medium to detect the thief, and out of his own mouth he was condemned. People put extravagant confidence in medicine, supposing that it contains curative qualities. Frequently Indian doctors appear who have discovered an herb or root to cure some disease that man is afflicted with, as though God had made both the disease and the cure. The same class of people say that God has made a remedy for every disease, showing that their superstition is woven into a belief that God made all diseases and made medicines to cure them. This is the belief of mankind, and it is not strange that man has gone out of the way. Now I disbelieve in diseases and remedies as understood by the world and as I once understood and believed. The opinion that God has provided a remedy for every disease gives rise to a belief that there are certain roots and herbs intended by the Creator to cure all diseases. Absurd as it seems, it is the belief of 99 out of 100, and this being the case, a door is open to quackery, for new discoveries will come up every day. Dar. Herrick's pills, Ayer's sarsaparilla, and countless others are advertised as the cure-all. Then follow certificates of cures and of recommendations from some MD, and these give the medicines a run. Next a man comes who exhibits the effect of laughing gas and also states that it will cure neuralgia and rheumatism, and the sick rush to him for a time. After he goes a learned MD. Arrives with flaring advertisements announcing free lectures on anatomy and the digestive organs. He explains the action of these organs and dwells upon the danger of getting sick by overeating and drinking, receives some $50 from the poor sick and leaves. Among the throng of humbugs, where all seems dark and despairing, an announcement is whispered in the ear of the sick that God has opened a way for their recovery and sent an angel of mercy who has discovered a flower that will cure everything that can be cured. So here is introduced an impostor who will give lobelia emetics till they cease to affect the patient, pretending that all diseases must yield to it. This has its day, and another comes up. All this goes to show that the mind of man is like an old fiddle played on by every kind of quackery relating to roots and herbs. With my wisdom I understand them all, as Job said to Zophar, what ye know the same do I also, I am not inferior unto you. I use nothing, yet I could easily use all kinds of drugs. I have seen the working of popular belief and know that diseases and remedies are the invention of man, and the very proof which is brought to establish their wisdom goes to substantiate what I say. For instance, an emetic. When people have eaten too much they can take a lobelia emetic, also if they think their lungs are diseased take a lobelia emetic, and if they have dropsy take the same. Now I will call your attention to what this belief amounts to carried out toward God. What kind of a God is it that made the earth to bring forth trees, herbs, and everything that hath life? All this was before man was created, therefore did he make these medicines and the codfish with a liver to cure consumption before the disease was made? This belief would certainly suppose that God made the remedies before the disease, and if he made all the remedies these quacks say he did, he certainly is the greatest enemy to mankind. Absurd as this sounds, we believe it and are affected by our beliefs, and this makes man the most dependent of all God's creatures. He is merely a target to be fired at by every person's opinion. I can show by facts that every person will admit that no kind of medicine has any more effect of itself than almost any kind of food or drink that we use daily. But our ignorance places some kind of virtue in the medicines as we place wisdom in someone's opinion. The truth which places all disease in the mind can explain the operation of remedies. God is wisdom and man is opinion, therefore man cannot live in wisdom and be diseased. To show that there are diseases according to the belief of man is to show that they are made by circumstances which cannot be controlled except by correcting the error that brought them about. While ignorance would prescribe some medicine that God had made from the foundation of the world. Outlines of a new theory for curing disease. All medical practice claims that their mode of treatment is the best. Yet no one has even hinted or dares to risk his reputation on the ground that disease is an invention of man and ought to be treated as an error or deception forced upon mankind by ignorance and superstition as slavery has been forced upon this country. And with all the attendant evils. My theory is that all phenomena called disease are the result of false beliefs originating in the darkness of Egyptian superstition. African slavery is a disease of ignorance and superstition and is the cause of the present misery in this country, but it is merely the figure of white slavery which has riveted its fetters on the minds of men. While the world of mind lies crushed and humbled by the tyranny of superstitious belief. Disease is what follows a belief, and a belief is like an atmosphere so universal that every one is liable to be affected by it as by chilly winds. God never made the wind to injure any person, nor has he put any intelligence into it so man should be afraid of it, but man does not see it in this light. How often we hear this remark, "Don't expose yourself to the damp, cold air." This belief that God made the air an enemy to man is a part of the clouds that rise in the mind of every person, and when this cloud is seen and felt all persons, old and young, are affected, for the fear is the punishment of the belief. And it is no excuse that the ignorant have no belief, as they must suffer for the sins of their parents. Science is the sun that burns up the clouds or changes the beliefs of man, and a little ray of intelligence springs up and the cloud of superstition vanishes, as the true God appears. The people will hail the truth, as the peak of Tenerife hails the rising sun long before it is seen by the horizon of the common minds. I will bring some cases to show that phenomena that once took place can never be produced again. This fact holds good in the vegetable as well as in the mental world. Take a primeval forest, cut down the old growth and another will spring up, not like the first, but a more solid, thicker growth. So it is with error. Like an old growth, error is tall and porous with a great show. Science is denser and more substantial. Error is the natural growth of man. It is a wilderness filled with all kinds of superstition and every one is liable to be caught by a native of this land. It is inhabited by every variety of creature such as consumption and liver complaint. Science is the axe in the hands of wisdom to hew down the wilderness and destroy its inhabitants and introduce a better state of society. Like all superstition, error is very religious. Religion and slavery always go hand in hand. Freedom and science also go together and are the same. Science in religion has not made much progress except as an indirect result of some other development. Astronomy has destroyed some of the hideous features of religion and introduced a happier state of society, but it was not the design of astronomy to destroy religion. Still, it is the natural result of science to destroy error and prejudice. It sometimes comes in contact with the most enlightened state of intelligence, for that is cursed with the shackles of religion of dark ages. You will see religion in its purest state under the most despotic form of government, and you will always find disease under some despotic power of religion, and those who undertake to rid the world of this evil are like demagogues in a despotism. Such is the essence of hypocrisy intended to keep the masses weak so they can be ruled. Starve the masses and you destroy their energy and make them desperate, then the more enlightened will submit to the leaders for their own safety. This keeps in power those demagogues. So it is with disease. Religion is despotism, and in politics and disease the misery of the sick is the torment of their belief. Religion makes no compromise, it is rule or ruin. It sometimes takes to itself the name of reform, giving every man the liberty of speech, and then it subjects everyone to its laws. Just so with the poor slave, or sick, for the sick are merely slaves of superstition, made so by the sins of our parents. Disease 71. What is disease? It is false reasoning. True scientific wisdom is health and happiness. False reasoning is sickness and death, and on these two modes of reasoning hang all of our happiness and misery. The question is, how can we know how to separate the one from the other? The truth cannot be changed, the false is always changing. The one is science, and the other is error, and our senses are attached to the one or the other. One is the natural development of matter or mind, and disease is one of the natural inventions of error. To show how disease is not what it is supposed to be, by those who use the word, I must show the absurdity of error's reasoning, for error is the father of disease. We are all taught by this error to call disease something that is independent of man. To make it more plain and show where the two modes of reasoning act, I will suppose a case and take that of a young man who, feeling a little disturbed, calls on a physician. The physician sounds his lungs, examines his heart, and tells the patient he is very liable to have the heart disease. The patient asks him how he got it, and is told that he is liable to catch disease and have it, and to catch it is to admit that it exists independent of himself. Though the patient were dead it would exist the same and others would be liable to get it. At last the patient really has the heart disease, which his physician described to him. And has he created it himself, or has the doctor created it for him? Now I propose to show that he has made what the world calls heart disease without anyone's help. To show how a building is raised is to frame one and then take it down again, so I will take down this building heart disease which this man has raised, and then you can see how ideas are made or raised. I will say to the patient, you have built the disease yourself, in your sleep of ignorance. This he cannot understand. So I will tell him how he has worked in his sleep and made this very edifice, heart disease. So I begin to tell his dream by telling how he feels, in which he admits I am correct. Now when he was asleep, or ignorant of the feelings that disturbed him, behold a spirit in the form of a doctor sat by him. And behold, he called up from the dead a person with the heart disease, as he calls it. And he handled you, and your sleep departed from you, and your limbs became cold and clammy, and your pulse quickened. This excited your brain, and at last a figure of a person arose like unto the one you saw in your dream, and then you were afraid, and you awoke in a fright. At last the image became more terrible, till at length it overshadowed you and became a part of yourself, so that when you awoke you looked, and lo! And behold the dream had become a reality, and you had the heart disease. Now whose dream was it, the doctor's or yours? Did you catch the doctor's or did you create it yourself, by your own reasoning in your sleep or ignorance, according to the pattern set you by the doctor? I say you made it yourself. Now to cure you, or take down the building, is to show you that all the feeling you had at the commencement arose from a trifling cause, and that when I can make you understand it I have performed the cure. Instead of giving medicines or going to work by guess to destroy the building, I commence by showing the patient how he framed it by his own hand. So I reason in this way, you listen to the doctor to try and understand what caused heart disease. He explained every variety of feeling or symptom, and you listened until you understood it. Now without knowing it you created in your mind the disease, as much as you would if an artist or mechanic had taught you how to draft a building, and you should carry in your mind the building and in your sleep create it. The only difference would be that one would please you, for it would contain wisdom, while the other would hind you, for it would contain fear and would threaten to destroy your life. Your trouble is the material with which to build the building. A chemical change in the fluids of your system takes place, governed by your belief, and you condense the changes into a phenomenon corresponding with your plan. Your ingenuity in manufacturing the disease has been the destruction of your happiness. To destroy the disease I convince you that what the doctor said was an idea gotten up by error, not knowing how to account for some little disturbance, which in itself amounted to nothing, but by the doctor's mode of reasoning about what he knew nothing, you were led astray into the darkness of heathen superstition where all kinds of evil spirits and disease dwell in the brain of man. Superstition always shows itself through the ignorance of man's reasoning, assuming as many names and forms as the father of all lies, the devil or the error of mankind. Disease, love, courage. The question is often asked, what is disease? It could be very easily answered by a physician of the old school by simply pointing out a person coughing and saying that person has consumption. Now instead of calling that phenomenon by a name, explain how it came. This the doctor does not do, except by another phenomenon as much in the dark as the former. So you may chase him from one lie to another until you are tired and only find out at last that it is a mystery. Where do I stand as far as disease goes? I know that the bottom of these phenomena is a lie in the beginning and started by a liar till it was received as true, then the phenomenon is called disease. Every idea is the embodiment of an opinion resolved into an idea. This idea has life or a chemical change, for it is the offspring of a man's wisdom and his senses are attached to it. For instance, you see something you would like. You attach your senses to the idea and then the value is in the idea in the shape of love or worth. If it is love, it is not in the idea but in the essence or author of the idea. I will try to make it plain. You see a person, at first sight you are affected, and you attach your senses to the idea in the form of love. You may, or may not be deceived. Passion or excitement is matter governed by error subject to love. Love is wisdom, passion is error acting upon ignorance. Science is to keep the two separate or in subjection to wisdom. When two persons meet we think that the first impression comes from the idea or person, but this is not the case. The atmosphere around the idea is what is affected and this is not known to us, so we reason from a false basis, not knowing ourselves. To give you a clearer idea of what I wish to convey, I must take myself as one person and my patient as another. When I sit down I am one person, that is, I am quiet, perfectly at ease, not afraid of any impression from my patient. My wisdom is my strength. My opponent's wisdom is in his error, for if he knew the truth he would not want me. So there are two persons in one body, or two mentalities acting through one medium, and as error is a coward it assumes a sort of courage. I do not know how to describe true courage, for wisdom needs no such word. I never knew that God showed any courage. It seems to be a sort of braggadocio element. If a dog shows courage it is based on the assumption that he is not afraid, for when overpowered his courage fails, so it shows that what is called courage in us is an element not perfectly understood. Take away the fear of danger, then man has courage. Some men see danger where others do not and so no two men reason alike, so no two men's courage is alike. I know no way of giving you a test of courage as well as to take myself. When I first commenced my practice I thought I had courage as much as my neighbors, but as I found I was liable to be affected by another's feelings my courage failed. So I used some sort of stratagem to get the advantage of my patients and being rather reckless I ran risks which the world would call courageous. For instance, I was not afraid of an insane man if I could get his eye. To the world this looked like courage, but to me it was wisdom. I had no fear for I saw no harm. I have been trying to get wisdom in regard to the disease of mankind, for disease is like all other evils that come within our senses. When I first took the feelings of patience, it took courage to keep from taking the disease. I knew this kind of courage, it was fear lest I should be called a coward, so I would assume courage. But if I had known what I know now I should not have been in any more danger than a person would be in a boat where the water was not over 3 feet deep. But my courage admitted water 20 feet deep, rough at that, and myself in a leaky craft. As I began to touch bottom or get wisdom, I found that the depth of the water or the danger was in my patient's mind and I believed his story without looking for myself, and the patient seemed two men to me. Thus I found out the trouble his fears were one man and his ignorance another. To make courage out of fear was to make him believe there was no danger, then his courage would come, and to destroy both was to let him know the truth. I know that disease is the invention of man, therefore it requires no courage to say so, for there is no danger. Danger is that which calls out fear and courage is the element to face it, so just as a man loses fear he gains courage. Some men never see danger, so their courage is not courage, but a sort of artificial pride which makes them wish to be praised for what they know not, for their ignorance destroys their fear. This was the case with myself. My ignorance made me bold, for I knew no danger, but as soon as I found I was liable to be affected by the sick my fears came. Then just as I saw danger my fears increased and my courage failed. But I would feel the same reckless propensity to kill disease, so I would be more cautious and more careful till I found my enemy had the same fears that I had. At last it became a sort of warfare between myself and a patient. I found that my courage was my protection and that error was an element or odor, while ignorance and fear was what arose from that. So I came to the conclusion that ignorance begets error, error begets fear, fear begets courage, and wisdom destroys them all. So as man grows wise he grows strong and his wisdom makes him happy and good, for goodness is wisdom, and wisdom is the religion of Jesus. The conventional religion is the opposite of that. One is the invention of man, the other is the wisdom of God which Jesus illustrated by taking a little child. I will do the same, to show that goodness is a science and also that all religion based on man's opinions must fall. One can be proved, the other cannot. I will illustrate the two by the child. Every one will acknowledge that the child's character somewhat depends upon its bringing up. If this is admitted, it shows that if the parents could see what was best for the child's happiness, much of its misery might be avoided. This fact is evident to all. It is a fact like all others in science. Sometimes it works well, sometimes ill, but when it works ill we see how it might be avoided, showing that if we had more knowledge we might do better. This shows that science wisdom reduced to practice, so as goodness is the result of our training, it is certain that to be good is a science, and as goodness is religion, that is a science. It is all summed up in this, that the world is made of ignorance, disease, religion and error, hypocrisy and all sorts of evil. And to be a follower of Jesus and believe in the Christ is to separate yourself from the world and stand alone in your wisdom. Thus you will learn that man without wisdom is of all things the most miserable. He is liable to get into trouble by every act of his life. What do I impart to my patients? The question is often asked me, do you impart anything to your patients when you talk? I answer, I do, and I will try to make you understand how. To do this I must give you an illustration in language applied to something that you wish to know which gives you trouble. Suppose you are purchasing goods, and in your hurry you lose your wallet containing all your money. You do not miss it till you go to pay your bills, and then you find you have lost your cash. Now the shock excites your system or mind according to the amount you are disturbed. You become excited and very nervous. This is accompanied by a feverish state of mind or body, for the bodily condition is only the reflection of the state of the mind. At last you let your trouble be known to some person and begin to look for the money. You can't find it, and borrow money to pay the person for assisting you. This adds to the trouble, and at last you take your bed and send for a physician. He feels of the pulse, says your head is affected, and orders your head shaved and a blister applied. This only aggravates the nervous excitement. So you keep on till you finally give up and dismiss all the doctors, and come to the conclusion that your money is gone and you must make the best of it. The next day you feel more reconciled, and your doctor calls a friend and finds you better and says the medicine you took has had a good effect on you. Now the question arises, who gave the medicine? Not the doctor, but wisdom took possession of you and you began to reason and send for me. I know nothing of the trouble, but have found a pocketbook, containing $10,000 and am going to advertise it. At the sight of the pocketbook you start and say, that is mine. The shock changes the mind and the cure is made. Now who imparted the cure? The $10,000 I gave you. So this is the way I cure. The person has lost something that he cannot find or has got into some trouble he cannot get rid of. He wants something to satisfy his desires, and whatever that is, it is the same as the money, and the one who can impart it gives him the remedy. Suppose a person receives a shock from falling into a river, and returns home excited with a state like a cold. This produces a cough. Now, as there are many ghosts in the form of disease, he fears some of them may get hold of him. So he goes to a doctor and lays his case before him. The doctor says you are very liable to have consumption. Now of course you are troubled, and are all the time like the man who was looking for his lost money. So he inquires of every person what is good for a cough, or if they can tell where his money is. So every person gives his opinion, and there is just as much in one opinion as another. At last in despair he gives it up, and I am sent for. I first tell him what he is afraid of by telling him how he is affected. Here is something he can't get from the doctor. This makes him feel more comfortable, and then I go on to show him how he has been living on husks or opinions about an idea that never had an existence, only in the superstition of the people. As he is full of these opinions, I have to give him something in the form of truth that will dissolve the error and satisfy him. Experience of a patient with Dr. Quimby. For many years I was very sick, and finding no benefit resulting from the various modes of cure that I had employed, I thought of visiting Dr. Quimby. So I inquired of some friends in regard to his treatment. Some said he was a spiritualist, and others that he was a mesmerizer, and others said he made war on all religious beliefs, and as I could not see what my belief had to do with my disease, I gave up the idea of going to see him. But finally I was brought to the subject again through utter hopelessness and despair of recovery, so I went to see him. In my first interview I asked him if he could cure the spinal disease. He answered that he never wished a patient to tell him his feelings. Very well, said I, what do you want me to do? Nothing, said he, but listen to what I say. I then asked him if he gave medicine. No. Do you employ any agent from the world of spirits? No, said he. Then, said I, it must be mesmerism. He replied, that may be your opinion, but it is not the truth. Then will you please tell me what you call your way of curing? He said he had no name. 72. Well, said I, is it original with you? He said he never knew anyone who cured as he did. Can you give me some idea how you cure? He said, it would be very hard to convince a person how he felt unless I feel myself. Yes, I said, it would be hard for you to tell my feelings. Well, said he, if I tell you how you feel, will you admit it? Certainly, but how do you cure? He answered, I will illustrate one thing. Do you believe the Bible? Certainly, I said. When Jesus said to his disciples, a little while I am with you, then I go my way and you shall seek me. Where I go you cannot come, what did he mean by the passage? I suppose he spoke of the crucifixion. Then you think, said he, that Jesus alluded to another world when he said, if you loved me you would rejoice that I go to the Father. In another place he says, if I do not go away the Comforter will not come, but if I go away I will send the Comforter who will guide you to all truth. Now I suppose you think all this refers to another world. I said, yes. Well, said he, now I will sit down and see if I can tell your feelings. He then sat down and took my hand and soon passed his hand on one of the vertebrae of my spine and said, you have a very sharp pain in this vertebra at this time. I said I had. Then he placed his hand on the left temple and said, you have a very bad pain here and it affects the sight of your left eye. I then told him he was right. Now, said he, I will explain how I cure. Will you admit that Jesus took upon himself our infirmities? I said yes. Have I not taken your pain in the spine, also in the temples and eyes? Yes, I said. I will now explain those passages which I have mentioned. My theory is that disease is the invention of man, a burden bound on the people, laid on their shoulders, grievous to be borne, that man has been deceived and led away and is unable to get back to health and happiness. That Jesus' mission was to break the bands that bound the sick and restore them to health and happiness. In order to do this he had to find them, for they had wandered away like sheep without a shepherd. So he took their aches and pains to show them he was with them and knew how they felt and said, come unto me all you who are heavy laden and I will give you rest. I said, you seem to talk a great deal about the Bible. I came here to be cured and not to have my religion destroyed. He answered, have I said anything about religion? No, but I cannot see why you quote the Bible. I will tell you, said he, you admit I took your feelings. Yes. Well, I want to give you to understand that when I take your feelings I am with you, not myself as a man but this great truth which I call Christ or God. What do you mean by that? That you are equal with Christ? What do you mean by Christ? He asked. I mean Jesus. Then Jesus and Christ are one. Yes. Then, said he, how is Jesus God? God manifest in the flesh, I replied. He asked, what do you mean by God manifest in the flesh? That God took upon himself flesh and blood to convince man of his power and save man from an endless eternity of misery. Can God exist outside of matter? He asked. I answered, yes. Is there anything of man that exists when God is out of him? Yes, said I, flesh and blood. Then flesh and blood is something of itself? Yes. What do you call that, the natural man? Yes, this Jesus would be the natural man of flesh and blood and Christ the God manifested in the man Jesus? I said, yes, I think so. Well, said he, that is just what I want to prove to you, that the Christ is the God in us all. Do you deny that you have a particle of God in you? No, I believe it, I said. Then we do not disagree in this. I want to make you understand that this Christ or God in us is the same that is in Jesus, only in a greater degree in him like this. You teach music? Yes, I said. Do your pupils know as much about the science of music as you do? No, if they did I could not teach them. Then you have the science more than they? Yes. They have some? Yes. What they know is science. Is it not equal to the same amount in you? Yes, I said. Then if one of your pupils should say I understand the science of music, it is to be understood that he is equal to you? No. Well, so it is with me, said he. When I say that by this great truth I cast out error, or in other words correct your opinion and free you from that curse of all evils, disease, I do not mean to say that P. Quimby is equal to the man Jesus or equal to his wisdom or Christ, but merely admit that I recognize the great principle in man, of God as a distinct being. While I am explaining this Christ I will give you the Trinity that I believe in, that is Quimby's Trinity, not that Q is the Trinity but that Q believes it. He believes in one living and true wisdom called God, in Jesus, flesh and blood, a medium of this truth, and in the Holy Ghost or explanation of God to man. Here is my Trinity, and the Holy Ghost is the science that will lead you into all truth. It will break the band of error and triumph over the opinion of the world. This Holy Ghost is what is with your Christ that your fleshly man knows not of. This is the Christ in you that has been cast into prison since you were first sick. It is the Christ that Jesus speaks of that preached to the prisoners long before the flood. This same Christ was crucified at the death of Jesus and laid in the tomb of Joseph's new doctrines, not with the body of Jesus. The Jews crucified Christ by their false religion and the masses crucified the man Jesus, so Christ in the tomb of every true disciple had the Christ lying in his breast crucified by the world of opinions. This Christ is the one that Jesus Christ spake of, not of the flesh and blood that the people saw by their natural eyes. So all the truth that came through the man Jesus was Christ, and it was the garment of Jesus. So Jesus was clothed with the gospel or wisdom of God. When the error murdered the man, they stole the body of Christ and parted his garments or wisdom among them, while the people believed that the flesh and blood that was laid in the tomb was the one that they heard. When it was nothing but the medium of the one whom they never saw, only in a mystery. This same Christ rose again and is still in the world of matter, reconciling the world of error to the science of God. I will now commence anew to preach Christ to you to cure you of your errors or disease and bring you into this living truth that will set you free from the evils of man's opinions that binds burdens upon you in the form of a disease. So when I say I am with you I mean this Christ or truth, not Quimby as a man. I have acknowledged it as my leader and master. So when I speak of it as a wisdom superior to Q's, and you have the same Christ in you confined by the errors of this world. So I will now sit down by you again and listen to your groans, for I feel the pain of the bands that bind you across the chest. Now this that feels is not Quimby, but the Christ, and that which complains is not Mrs. P. but the Christ in Mrs. P., struggling to roll the stone from the sepulchre of her tomb, to rise from the dead or error, into the living God or wisdom. You see that, that is, this wisdom, makes a sick man too, a man beside himself and the servant above his master. When the master is acknowledged, the servant is not known, no more than an error is known when the truth comes. I will show my meaning by an illustration. If you believe your lungs are diseased, the servant or belief is the master, and wisdom, the true master, becomes the servant. But when the Lord of the vineyard comes, then the wicked servant is cast out and another is put in his place that will render to his Lord his dues. So when I, this truth, shall convince the error of its wrong, it cannot stand the fire of truth, so it will submit to wisdom, then truth will resume its sway and health and happiness will be the result. Your disease is the result of your belief, and to change your belief is to convince you of an error that binds you, and the pains and depleted state of mind are the natural results of your punishment. Truth never binds or separates one truth from another, and all belief that has a tendency to separate us is error and makes unhappiness. Error always tries to separate one from another. I will illustrate. Suppose you are my child and you become sick as you are now. According to the religious belief we must separate, and perhaps at some future time we shall meet again in that world whence no traveler ever returned. The chances according to your own and your friend's belief are that you are bound for that world of spirits. Suppose I believe as you and the rest of the religious world, what must be my feelings when I see you hastening to that world whence no traveler returns? How must you feel, knowing that you are about to be snatched from the bosom of your friends to enter that dark and dismal grave, with only the hope of a resurrection from the dead, and that based on a belief? Is not that enough to rock the very foundation of your building and make the walls of your belief tremble even to the foundation? To me this is a horrid belief. Now this is your true state, standing trembling between hope and fear, holding back through fear and clinging to your friends, while the nearest and dearest of them are trying to drive you off through their blind faith. Suppose you are a parent and your only son should be pressed into the army, and your neighbors who have sons should come round and console you by saying he would be better off for going even if he should die fighting for his country. Would you feel happy to part with him? Must not the separation be almost enough to break your heart? Then your husband is called upon, and now your cup is filled to overflowing. Can all this happen without a sunken eye, a pale and hollow cheek, with hectic flush, a purple lip, and nervous cough? In all this the chances are not 1 out of 50 that they will not both return to cheer you up in your last moments when your life is almost run out. In all this your spirits mingle as though you were only separated like other friends, but when they die, according to our belief, the thread that binds us is severed by the knife that cuts our life, and our souls launch into the world of our belief. Which is worse? To go through either is bad enough, but I believe the religious belief is worse. The religious belief prepares the mind for the medical belief. One is based on old superstitions. This gets the mind worked up like mortar, then the potter or doctor molds the mind into disease. I have no sympathy with either. Science knows no such beliefs. Science never separates, it is from everlasting to everlasting, it has no beginning nor end. I will now return to you again as my child to convince you that although your eyes are sunken and your cheek hectic, your pains and trouble are all in your false ideas of yourself. We are all a part and parcel of each other, that is, in our wisdom or that life eternal which cannot be severed, but our beliefs may hold it in bondage. Now as you sit and listen, suppose you grow quiet and pass into that happy state of mind where you meet your husband and son, talk with them about the war and learn from them that they find it rather a hard life. But they will not return till the rebellion is crushed. On the whole you are satisfied that they are better off so far as their situation is concerned than you thought for. Would you not feel relieved? I know you would. While you are in this state, suppose you believed you were dying and your friends were weeping around you for the last time and you could not speak. Which do you think would have the most reviving effect on you when you awoke? You need not answer. Now, my belief is this. Wisdom never separates you from me but makes us a part of each other in wisdom, for what I feel I know and what I do not know I cannot feel. To believe my child is separate and apart from me is a horrid belief to us both, but to know that God cannot be divided is to know that we cannot be separated from our Heavenly Father. The error is only held together by opinions that can deceive, but science is eternal life. This is in all mankind and is progress, it knows no death or separation. To know this is more than the religious world ever had. This was the doctrine of Jesus. Christ is the child of this wisdom, and this is what I am trying to get into your mind, like the little leaven that leaveneth the whole lump. If this is infidel doctrine, then P. Quimby is an infidel. But I would rather part with everything on earth than part with this truth, which is my shepherd that leadeth me through the dark valley of the shadow of death, and lodges me where no belief or opinion can give me one drop of water to cool my tongue when tormented by religious belief. The silent method. It is noticeable that Quimby does not spend time analyzing the process of healing, does not write about concentration, meditation, or the silence. Possessing exceptional powers of concentration, he immediately turned to the patient to make his intuitive diagnosis, then gave his thought to the realization of the divine ideal of health and happiness. The nearest he comes to a description of the process is in the following illustration, drawn from his experience as a daguerreotypist in his early years. A patient comes to see Dr. Q. He renders himself absent to everything but the impression of the patient's feelings. These are quickly daguerreotyped on him. They contain no intelligence, but shadow forth a reflection of themselves which he looks at. This contains the disease as it appears to the patient. Being confident that it is the shadow of a false idea, he is not afraid of it, but laughs at it. Then his feelings in regard to the disease, which are health and strength, are daguerreotyped on the receptive plate of the patient, which also throws forth a shadow. The patient, seeing this shadow of the disease in a new light, gains confidence. This change of feeling is daguerreotyped on the doctor again, and this new impression also throws forth a shadow, and he sees the change and continues to treat it in the same way. So the patient's feelings sympathize with his, the shadow grows dim, and finally the light takes its place, and there is nothing left of the disease. This description refers to the successive intuitions concerning the whole individual, the error to be banished, the fears to be overcome, the haunting mental pictures to be blotted out, and the picturing of the divine image of health, made concrete by Quimby's great power of focusing the attention, as well as his insight into the causes on which he based the explanation following the silent treatment. The receptive plate of the patient includes part of what we now call the subconscious. When actual changes were wrought, the patient began to feel the benefit. Then the process of re-education could be begun. Quimby judged by the ideal or scientific man, in contrast with which the patient's own idea of himself as a sick person was a mere shadow. Treatment of a child. To show the effect of the will upon the mind of a child, I will state the case of one about 2 years old who was brought to me to be treated for lameness. The mother held the child in her lap and informed me that it was lame in its knee. This was the information I received from its mother, but when I sat by the child I experienced a queer feeling in the hip and groin, but no bad feelings in the knee. I told the mother that the lameness was in the hip, and that I would show her how the child walked, and how it would walk were it lame in the knee. I then imitated the walk of the child, and also showed how it would walk were the lameness in the knee. After I explained the difference to her, the mother admitted I was right. I then informed her that to cure the child's lameness I must cure her, the mother, of the disease which was in her senses, mind, while the phenomenon was exhibited in the child. She said the doctor told her the disease was in the knee, and ordered it splintered. To splinter up the knee and keep it from bending would be to encourage the evil in the hip, and make a cripple of the child. I was obliged to explain away the doctor's opinion. When I succeeded in doing that, it changed the mother's mind so much that when she put the child down she could see that her will guided its motion. This was so apparent to her that she could in some measure counteract the wrong motion of the child. With my own wisdom attached to the child's will I soon changed the mind so that the child walked much better. The healing principle. It is an undisputed fact that Dr. Quimby cures disease, and that without any medicine or outward applications. How does he do it? Is the question that agitates and interests the people. If he has any new way different from the mysterious and superstitious mode acknowledged by others who have appeared to cure disease by personal virtue alone, what is it? Where does he get his power? He denies that he has any power or gift superior to other men. He contends that he operates intelligently under the direction of a principle which is always his guide while with the sick. He follows this principle in practice and theory, and under it he learns facts of real life that he could never get in any other way. He has found the way by which all errors can be corrected. It might be called the principle of goodness. It is the highest intelligence that operates in the affairs of man, always producing harmony, and making man feel that he has more to learn and is a progressive being. It has been his aim to develop this principle in relation to human misery and make life a science. The cause of all misery is in ignorance of ourselves, and in proportion as he develops this higher, happier portion of mankind, which he calls science, he sees through the miseries and the ills. And just in proportion as he sees through them he can correct them. With a knowledge that all trouble is a false alarm, he proceeds to undermine the foundations, and the structure gives way. However well established are the facts of any disease, he believes the basis all wrong, dependent on the opinions of men for an existence. To destroy the belief identified with a patient's feelings, changes the mind, and that is the cure. The mind is something and embraces a much larger compass of our being than we are taught to consider it. It includes all opinions and, conventional, religion, and everything about us which can change. Not that part which is seen by the natural eye, but that which acts upon the natural man. It embraces all excitement and agitation, and all the variations of humanity. It is not matter that comes to our bodily senses. It is another kind which is just as sensible to him as that which he touches with his hands. Around every one is an atmosphere of intelligence which contains our whole identity, and he has become so sensitive to that atmosphere that its existence is a fact, and with that he operates. If this seems to imply a sixth sense, the answer is that Dr. Quimby has not found any one faculty that would answer to a sense, but he has refined and spiritualized those faculties which mankind exercise toward each other till he has arrived at the true way of communicating with and influencing minds. For instance, his sympathy for his patients is pure from any feeling like blame or contempt, or discouragement, and is a transparency to reflect their feelings just as they come to him, with light from a higher source. To account for and explain them to the patient, and his explanation illumines the patient's mind. How does he know he has got hold of a true method? How does he know he is not mistaken? There are many reasons which confirm his method as a science. One is that he constantly improves it. He finds he can cure more quickly, and harder cases. Then as he explains his method to others and they understand it confirms him. Admitting that there is a first cause or God, it is not so hard to demonstrate that Dr. Quimby knows more about his wisdom in regard to health. And unto him he gives all the glory. He knows that while treating disease he is purely under the influence of the highest truth. He knows that his peculiar belief is not an invention of his own, for it is contrary to what as a natural man he has been taught, it rests on the facts of his own experience with the sick. Health and disease. Disease is that part of the mind that can be compared to a wilderness. It is full of erroneous opinions and false ideas of all kinds, and it opens a field for speculators to explore. When I sit by a sick person he tells me the story of his travels, and his experience of the evils that beset him in this wilderness. The scientific character is like the prodigal son, it desires to enter this land of mystery to see what it can gain. As health is the thing most desired, to find out how to keep it and when lost how to restore it, is the object of our journey into this territory. The question may be asked, what is health? I know of no better answer than this, it is perfect wisdom, and just as a man is wise is his health, but as no man is perfectly wise no man has perfect health. Ignorance is disease, although not accompanied by pain. Pain is not disease itself, but is what follows disease. According to my theory, disease is a belief, and where there is no fear there can be no pain, for pain is not the act but the reaction of something which creates pain. But, says someone, I never thought of pain till it came. But if it came something must have started it. Therefore it must be an effect, whether it came from some place or from ourselves. I take the ground that it is generated in ourselves, and that it must have a cause. Every one knows that in his natural state a person is sensitive to what is called pain, and if his sensitiveness is destroyed he shows no signs of pain. But to suppose his senses are destroyed because he feels no pain is not correct. His senses, or consciousness, may be detached from his body and attached to another idea. So that he is not sensitive to any effect upon the body which in his natural state would give him pain. This shows that pain is in the mind, like all trouble, though the cause may be in the belief or body. For instance, suppose a tumor appears on the body, the person feeling no sensation or trouble from it. He consults a physician who, after examining it, asks the man if he has shooting pains and hot flashes. The man says, "No, why do you ask the question?" The doctor replies that it looks like a cancer, and then explains the nature and symptoms of the disease. In the course of an hour the man feels shooting pains. Now where is the pain, in the tumor, or in the belief in a cancer? I answer, in the belief. Error gives direction to the mind, and a cancer is formed just as far as the belief is received by the patient. Every thought is a part of a person's identity, and if it contains a belief he must suffer the penalty of his acts, for to believe is to act. Learning to heal. How can a person learn to cure the sick? As a pupil in mathematics learns to work out a problem. Every word is supposed to have a meaning. Now words are like nuts, some are full, some partially full, some are empty. The food or wisdom is in the word, and if the word contains no wisdom, then it is like husks or froth, it fails to satisfy the desire of the person who seeks the substance. Natural food is to satisfy the natural man and spiritual food or wisdom is to satisfy the inner or scientific man. The child before it begins to know is fed by natural food, while its spiritual food is opinions expressed in words. Therefore, as I said, words contain more or less truth, all are not full and some are empty. But when a person speaks a word that contains the real substance and applies it to the thing spoken of, that is what is called the bread of life, and he neither hungers nor thirsts for wisdom in regard to that. The sick have been deceived by false words and have fed on food that contains no wisdom. Hungry and thirsty they apply to strangers for food. They ask for health or the bread of life, and the natural man, taking bread as a natural substance, brings bread to them, but their state of mind does not hunger for natural food, therefore to them it is a stone. There is a bread, which if a man eat, he is filled, and this bread is Christ or science. It is the body of Christ. Jesus says, "Whoso eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood hath eternal life. For my flesh is meat indeed and my blood is drink." The Jews of his days were like the scholars of the present day. Bread is bread, and blood is blood, and they say, "How can this man give us his flesh to eat?" They do not understand that wisdom is a body and opinion a shadow. The natural man's belief is his body, and to eat and drink the world's wisdom is to eat condemnation or disease. Now I will illustrate a cure. I sit down by a sick person and you also sit down, I feel her trouble and the state of her mind, and find her faint and weary for the want of wisdom. I tell her what she calls this feeling that troubles her, and knowing her trouble my words contain food that you know not of. My words are words of wisdom and they strengthen her, while if you should speak the same words and the sound should fall on the natural ear precisely as mine, they would be only empty sounds and the sick would derive no nourishment from them. I will describe this food that you may taste it and be wiser for your meal. In order to prove that food satisfies a person's hunger, I must find a person who is hungry, and in order to prove that my words satisfy the sick, I must take one who hungers and thirsts for the bread of life or health. Being weak and faint from exhaustion, she applied to a physician for food to satisfy her desire, for she was famished for the want of wisdom in regard to her trouble. Instead of giving her wisdom which would have satisfied her, he in his ignorance gave her these words full of poison. "Your trouble is a cancer in the breast." As she received these words she became more faint and exhausted till she became sick at her stomach. She ate of this poisonous food till seeds of misery began to agitate the matter, the idea began to form and a bunch appeared in the breast. As she attached the name cancer to the bunch and the bunch became one body. The physician's words contained the poison produced the bunch, their ignorance associated the name with the bunch and called it cancer. I was called to see the lady, and being perfectly ignorant of her trouble, I felt the faint and hungry feeling, and as I felt the effect of the doctor's food or opinions on her, I said, "The food you eat does not nourish you. It gives you a pain in the breast." This I said in reference to the way she reasoned in regard to her trouble. "How do you know?" said she. I then told her that she thought her trouble was a cancer, and she admitted that it was so. I then told her she had no cancer except what she made herself. "I will admit the swelling," said I, "but it is of your own make. You received the seed from the doctor, and he prepared the mind or matter for its growth, but the fruit is the work of the medical faculty. Let us see how much the idea cancer exists in truth. The name exists before the bunch, then the bunch before it appeared must have been in the mind, for it was not in sight when the word was first applied to it, or when you were first told that you had one. You know that you can be affected by another mind. Now I wish to show you that every phenomenon that takes form in the human body is first conceived in the mind. Some sensation is felt which we cannot account for, we then conjure up some idea which we create into a belief, and soon it is condensed into a form and a name given to it. Then every phenomenon taking the name of disease, is a pattern of some false idea started without the least foundation in truth. Now, this bunch I call a phenomenon, for I cannot call it a cancer, because if I do I admit a thing outside of the mind. The senses are the man independent of flesh, that is one thing, the word cancer is another. Now, I want to find the matter that the word is applied to. To say a thing exists and to prove its existence are two different things. If any doctor will tell where that cancer was before it was in sight, I will ask him how he knows. Let him say it was in the blood, that the state of the blood indicates the presence of cancerous humor. Now, do you deny that I told your feelings? Certainly not. Then have I a cancerous humor? By no means. Then there is no wisdom in that argument. Again, he never knew you had an ill feeling till you told him. Then where did he get his knowledge? Not from you, for you never thought of a cancer. It must have been from what you said about your pain. Suppose I had said that I felt these same pains and you had kept your peace, then according to his theory I must have a cancerous humor. Now, I know that I have no humor, nor had I an idea or pain till I sat by you, therefore his story of a cancer is a lie made out of whole cloth, without the least shadow of truth. It is like the stories of Sinbad the sailor, or some witch fables that have no existence in truth. Then you will ask, what is this bunch? It is a bunch of solid matter, not a ghost or any invisible thing, but it was made by yourself, and no one else. I will tell you how you made it. You remember I spoke of your having a heat. This heat contained no good or ill, but it was a mere decomposition of your body brought about by some little excitement. It troubled you, then your superstitious fear of disease began to haunt you in your sleep, creating an action in the part of your breast where the error had made a stand. You commenced then to foster the idea till at last you have excited the muscles to such an extent that the bunch has appeared. If now I have proved the cure, I have effected it, and the bunch will disappear. Do you wish to know why? Yes. Can the effect remain when the cause is removed? I presume not. How do you feel? I feel easy. How do you feel in regard to your trouble, and in regard to what I have said? I think you are right, and it looks more reasonable than the doctor's story. Then your senses have left his opinion and have come to my wisdom. This is the new birth, you have risen from the dead and you are free from the doctor's ideas. This truth has destroyed death, and brought life and health through science. Now, I say unto you, take up your bed or this truth and go your way, and when the night of error comes spread out the garment of wisdom that enfolded Jesus, and wrap yourself in its folds or truth, till the sun of life shall shine upon your body. And you rise free from the evils of the old belief. 73. Strength. What is strength? This question sounds as though it might be easily answered, but on consideration it is not so easy. Words are so misused that it is impossible to get at the original meaning, feeling or state when the word was introduced. If you choose to apply the word strength to machinery, then I have no fault to find with the definition, but if it is applied to man also the definition is wrong. For man's strength is in his will, and that is independent of the thing you call strong. If you say, that is a strong lever, then it does not include the force that is applied to it. If the person who first used the word applied it to his wisdom as a powerful intellect, then it will only apply where there is intellect, the quality of which is taken into account. This confusion of meaning makes a great deal of trouble, for we put intelligence into everything that has resistance instead of in the intelligence having the strength. A man's legs are a combined lever, and if you mean that they have strength you might as well say that a lever has strength, for one is as much alive as the other and neither of itself can do anything. The word strength does not convey the author's feelings when he made the expression. He either meant to apply it to wisdom or to matter. If the author meant to give a name to the phenomenon called will, then it makes a vast difference in reasoning about strength. For instance, a person is weak in the back or limbs. Now the medical faculty prescribes strengthening lineaments, as though there were intelligence in the medicine and it imparted strength to the weak part. This absurd idea is carried out through all our lives, and it deprives man of the true wisdom that might make him happy and intelligent. My theory disproves the assertion, for I have seen that the word strength is a mere word with no more meaning than to lead man astray. The cornerstone of the medical science is based on this word strength. This or that thing is said to give a person strength. In the case of a fever the whole invention of the medical faculty is brought to play to discover some medicine that will give strength. The chemist is employed to discover the chemical properties which such and such things contain, and numberless articles are said to contain strengthening virtue. The food is strengthening, the air is strengthening, and you can find no end to the strengthening things given to the sick, and all the while they are growing weaker. Every one knows that a horse is stronger than a man. It cannot be the food, for a man fed on grass would die according to our belief, while the animal will live, and so he will live on the same food as man and still grow no stronger. Man puts the construction on the word to suit himself. If the power applied to man's will is called strength, the thing that will is applied to is not called strong. You may ask what this has to do with the curing of disease. I will tell you, for it is the very thing to correct. There is such a term as resistance, and this is opposed to strength. For instance, you wish to raise a stone, the wish that wants to raise a stone is one thing, and the stone is another. If wisdom chooses to apply its strength through the arms, its motive or will is applied according to the idea of resistance. If a horse is attached to a dead weight it applies its will or strength, and if it fails it makes another effort to overcome the resistance. Strength is intelligence. It embraces all man's wisdom, and if his wisdom is of God or science his strength is not in himself, and to be wise is to be strong. I will illustrate my idea of strength as I apply it to the sick. When I use the word I couple it with skill. These two are governed either by natural wisdom or scientific wisdom. I will state a case of my own experience. I treated a man who had lost the use of his lower limbs. He could not move them when he was sitting in his chair. The doctor called it spinal affection. When he attempted to rise he had not strength enough in his spine to keep his body erect. He would give out at the pit of the stomach, and this took all the power from his legs. This was the doctor's theory, and the man believed it and applied his will or strength according to his wisdom. His hope was cut off. He believed the spine was diseased, and so did all his friends and physicians. According to my theory his body was like the weight to be moved, his will or strength was applied to his body just as it would be to a lever which you believed would break if you applied too much power to it. His reason directed the power, and being deceived he could do nothing. To cure him, or make his legs strong and his spine well, was to first convince him that there never was any strength in the idea body, that strength came from some other source. Every one knows that, the will being put into action, an effect is produced called strength. For instance, a person by the power of his will can hold another. What is the grasp? Strength, or is it the will applied to the hand? No one supposes that the hand would catch hold and grasp unless directed by another power. This power is the will governed by the wisdom, and the effect is called strength. Strength is the name of the act, so will without an act or motive is no will or strength, and availeth nothing. So to sit till his legs grew strong would be as absurd as to make a steam engine and after it was ready to work sit and wait till the wood made its own fire, its steam, and let it steam on to the piston head. For a man that has lost his strength to sit still and wait for it to come is just as absurd as to prepare a clay bin and then wait for it to make a vessel. Such an idea of strength is so absurd that it takes away a man's reasoning faculties. Let man know that this darkness is the want of right direction to his ambition, then his strength is in putting his will into action, both are the result of his wisdom. Destroy a man's prospects and happiness, and you destroy his strength. So as you rouse his ambition and will, his strength comes. The course taken by the medical faculty in their mode of reasoning destroys man's natural powers and makes him a mere tool in the hands of a quack. Every man who reasons that strength can be made by food, air, or rubbing, or any liniment, is a fool, although he may be honest. I have tried the experiment and know. I do not guess at it when I say that there is not one particle of virtue in any sort of medicine that people take to give them strength. Neither is there any kind of strength in one kind of food more than another, but it may be all summed up in this: the gratification of man's desires embraces all there is of him, and these vary according to circumstances. All men have a desire for happiness, and this desire creates an appetite, and the desire wants to be gratified. This brings up this feeling, activity, called will, and then it is forced on by wisdom to accomplish a desire. The wants of the animal are limited, therefore it is lively and happy, for it acts according to its will. It is often said that the beasts are sick. Granted, but man takes their freedom from them as well as from the human species. Let both be wild and you see a bold race. Look at the uncultivated savage and you will not see him creeping around as though he had done some mean, dirty act, like the civilized man. Of all mean-looking things a human being completely under the medical faculty is the lowest. He is as much a slave as the Negro at the South, and in fact more so. Look at a sick woman suffering from some opinion that the doctors have made her believe, see the mind completely under the doctor, she is not allowed to eat or drink or even walk or think except as the family physician gives direction. The sick have given their souls to the priests and their bodies to the physicians. They then tell about the good doctor, how much he has done for them, showing that he has deprived them of all noble manly feelings, left them sick, feeble in mind and body, while the doctor struts around like a slave driver. And the sick curl under the lash of their tongue, as the Negroes under the lash of their masters. This may seem strange, but it is God's truth, that the sick are a mere tool in the hands of the medical faculty, to be treated just as they please. It never will be any better till the sick rise in their wisdom and declare their independence. You may say I am making war for my own gain, but I think I can convince anyone who is out from under these slave drivers, that I could make $10 where I now make $1. My object is to raise my fellow man to his original state. I am a white abolitionist. The blacks, it is true, are slaves, but their slavery is a blessing compared with that of the sick. I have seen many a white slave that would change places with the black. The only difference is that white slavery is sanctioned by public opinion. But make the slave know that he is one, and you will see a difference in the result. It is hard for me to keep myself in bounds when I think of the groans of the sick, knowing that it is all the effect of a superstitious ignorance. Does not the South quote the Bible to prove that slavery is of divine origin? Do not the priests and doctors quote the old heathen superstition to bolster up a weak and feeble edifice just ready to crumble and crush the leaders? Is not science raising her voice and crying aloud to the people, saying, how long shall it be till the old heathen idolatry shall come to an end and man shall learn wisdom and be his own master and not a slave? 74. Mind and disease. Men create ideas which are matter. These ideas have a real existence in the spiritual world, and their power is according to the nature that is attributed to them, and the fear that men have of them. Fear of an idea thus created, on the part of its creator, condenses its matter so that it might be seen even by the natural eye, a creation composed of the loathsome characteristics conceived of by the person's own belief. An offspring of an excited and degraded mind. Such an idea is disease, the child of the devil. This disease was first one simple, uncompounded idea. But when that finally was pushed into an identity, when men were once afraid of it, then it grew rapidly, like a poisonous weed, and derived its sustenance from the very life-blood to which it owed its existence. All its horrible characteristics it draws from the mind of men, who, could they only understand what they are doing, would plant a good seed in their soil or mind, which could bear no fruit fit for disease to live on. And thus it would starve to death. As mind is matter, its form can be annihilated. The basis of Dr. Quimby's theory is that there is no intelligence, no power or action in matter of itself, that the spiritual world to which our eyes are closed by ignorance or unbelief is the real world. That in it lie all the causes for every effect visible in the natural world, and that if this spiritual life can be revealed to us, in other words if we can understand ourselves, we shall then have our happiness or misery in our own hands. And of course much of the suffering of the world will be done away with. He does not deny that cures, as many and great as you please to claim, have taken place under the old belief, but that they were brought about by the inherent efficacy of the medicine itself he does deny. He admits the possibility of a derangement of the bodily organs, but it is in regard to the cause of this effect that he differs from all others. Doctors consider the cause of disease to lie in the body, while he does not. The doctors have set up a standard of right and wrong with regard to health, and have made the people accept and believe it, and now disease comes from the belief in this. When our belief embraces disease, we must be liable to it. Consumption will be in the world as long as people are under their present rulers. But when they come to understand that matter is nothing of itself except it be used by mind, and everything that is embraced in this, then consumption will no longer be in existence. It is hard to talk about it before the science is admitted. It is nothing more than or less than the Christian religion rendered intelligible by being revealed as a science. Happiness is not dependent on externals, but lies within us, and is the consciousness of keeping our loftier impulses free from contamination, and revealing in our acts a strength which arises from uncorrupted motives. Disease is the effect of a wrong direction given to the mind. Unhappiness is its handmaid. By spiritual matter, Dr. Quimby does not mean the matter which is visible to the natural eye, but a matter which can be changed into any form which a person chooses. This mind or matter surrounds every person, and contains an expression of character. You know how often in sitting down by a person we have different impressions. For instance, we say such a person is disagreeable, another is gentle, a third selfish. And these impressions we have without being able to account for them in any way to ourselves or others. We should have had the same if we had been blind. Now that which we perceive without the aid of the natural senses is the mind or spiritual matter, or atmosphere or vapor, or whatever you choose to call it, that surrounds every one and is an index of character. This is what we come in contact with in our intercourse with men, and through this medium we influence others and are influenced ourselves. It contains opinions, thoughts, and everything in us which can be changed. What we know we have no opinion about. That is eternal and never can be changed. What we do not know, if we have ever been excited on the subject, we have some opinion or belief about, and that opinion or belief may be the cause of unhappiness. In order that a disease shall be created, a shock must first be produced. You cannot move anything unless you first start it. There must be a shock, be it ever so slight, a little excitement, fright, pleasure, anything which would produce a disturbance in the system. When thus disturbed, the natural heat of the body always either increases or diminishes. Suppose you turn red. A stranger meets you and says you look flushed. That would not be likely to take down your color but would increase it. After 2 or 3 remarks of that kind you would begin to feel uncomfortable, your head would feel hot, and the heat might be so great that you would have pain, and presently you would be informed that you look feverish. That would keep up the excitement, and when you went out of doors you would be likely to cough from the irritation caused by the upward tendency of the heat. That would frighten you a little, though you might not own it or know it. But the disturbance would keep up till some kind friend should inform you that you had taken cold, for your face was flushed and you coughed. That, mind you, is an opinion, for a person may flush and cough from excitement without any cold at all. Now you only need a little help from mistaken friends and a finishing touch from a doctor to put you into a lung, brain, or any other kind of fever they please. That, to use a very simple case, is the way a disease is made. The countless opinions we are brought up with, and believe as much as we do in our existence, of course affect us, and we have a body according to our belief. The belief comes first, then the system changes accordingly. Even before the child is born, it is affected by the mother, and receives its mental and physical constitution from her. After it has taken up existence on its own account, it is still affected by her, whether she speaks or not. The greater number of influences which act upon us do not come through the natural senses, and are all the more dangerous of course because unknown. One object of Dr. Quimby's theory is to bring our spiritual existence to our senses, or rather to prove that our senses are not located in the body as we think they are. Thus we shall be able to protect ourselves. By thoughts we are all affected, and even by the settled opinions of people, whether they trouble themselves to apply them to our case or not. Dr. Quimby never accuses anyone of imagining that they are sick. He admits every sensation that a person may claim. Indeed, he takes their feelings himself, so he has positive proof that they exist independently of what the patient says. You tell me I look sick. I say I do not feel sick, in fact I don't know what you mean by the word, so you have to invent some story to tell me or explain by some intelligent sign. I lay my hand on my left side, you ask me what I feel. Now if I had never heard of sickness or disease, I should not know what to say, neither would I be frightened, so it would pass off without anything of any account. But you tell me that people often die with just such a feeling as I have. This starts me, although I have no idea what you mean, my feelings not containing danger or trouble, but your opinions trouble me exceedingly. I begin now to twist and turn, not knowing what to do. This convinces you that I have disease of the heart and you try to explain to me what I have and how it affects a person. By mesmerizing me into your belief you disturb my mind and create the very idea you have invented, and at last I die just as you foretold. All this is disease and you made it. If I had never seen you nor anyone wiser than myself I should not have died. 17. God and Man. What is disease? This question involves much speculative reasoning. Some suppose that disease is independent of man, some think it is a punishment from God for the wrongs of our first parents. Others that it comes from disobeying the laws of God. Now let us analyze the above and see if there is any truth in these statements. If there were not a living creature on earth then there could not be any disease. Otherwise disease must have had an existence before man was created, and, if so, God created it for some purpose. According to man's reasoning disease is his enemy, and if God created an enemy to destroy man, God cannot be man's friend as is thought. Thus the idea that a benevolent God had anything to do with disease is a superstition. Then the question comes up again, where does it come from? I answer, it does not come, it is created, not by God, but by man. We have not a true idea of God. God is not a man any more than man is a principle. When we speak of God we are taught to believe in a person, so we attach our ideas to a person called God and then talk about his laws, and a violation of them is said to be our trouble. How often we hear these words, if a man would obey all the laws of God he would never be sick. But the acknowledgement of the error is the cause of 9/10 of our sickness. When God's law is deemed so severe that man is liable to be put into prison for committing an act or even thinking a thought not in accord with the law, it is no wonder people murmur and complain. The Christian's God is a tyrant of the worst kind. God is the name of a man's belief and our senses are attached to our opinions about our belief or God. The God of the savages is their belief, the God of the Mohammedans is their belief, and so on to the Christian's God. The Christian's God, like themselves, is like a house divided against itself. The God of the north and the God of the south are as much at war as the Christian worshippers, each prays to God for help and each condemns the other. Thus it is plain that gods of this kind are a farce, and all our worship of such is from a superstitious fear of a tyrant whose name we dare not take in vain. The time will come when the true God will be worshipped in spirit and truth, for God is a spirit and not a man. Wisdom is the sower and God the vineyard, and as man is made in the image of God, his inner mind is spirit and receives the seed of wisdom. Wisdom has no laws, it is the true light. The law of man is the invention of evil thoughts. In proportion as wisdom is in us, the law is dead. So to be wise is to be dead to the law, for law is man's belief and wisdom is of God or science. Now if we could understand the true idea of causes and effects, we could learn where the true cause of disease originated. Man has invented a God according to his belief, so that God is the embodiment of man's belief. As man's belief changes, so his God changes, but the true God never changes. So the wisdom of man condensed into a being called God is set up for the ignorant to worship, and as all men have been made to acknowledge what they have no proof of, the idea of a personal God is received. So that no one questions the identity of such a being. This God was made up for the wisdom of the heathen world, and we have revered and worshipped it not from love, but from fear. Its only opponent is science, so as science enters, this God gives way, but not without a struggle. The true God is not acknowledged by this man's God, but it is in the hearts of the people, working like leaven till it leavens the whole lump. It is called by the children of this world of opinions infidelity. So to be an infidel is to question the God of man's opinions. Jesus saw through all this hypocrisy, that the God of the heathen was not the God of peace, but of war, and this same God is worshipped now as then. He is called on now, 1861, more than he has been since the American Revolution. He is the most convenient God I know of. He listens to the North and the South and leads their men on to battle, and from the prayers of his followers is as much interested in the victory as the winning party. All this sort of cant is kept up with a certain solemnity of form, as though there were real truth in it. But the time will come when all this must give way to a higher worship, for it is a vain worship that shows itself in every church in Christendom. They worship they know not what. This false idea is the foundation on which the Christian world stands, and the waters that flow from this fountain are corrupt, for where the foundation is corrupt the stream is also. When the angel of truth disturbs the waters, they throw forth every kind of corruption. This poisons the minds of the multitudes and makes them sick. The true wisdom, like science, explains away this earthly God and brings man into a more happy state where opinions give way to facts. 1. In the preceding article I asked the question, what is disease? And in that I gave the cause. Now I will describe how it is brought about and the cure. I said that God was the embodiment of man's belief or opinions. These opinions have been forced on man like burdens, till the people have had to yield to their weight and make the best of it. Yet they murmur and complain, but dare not raise their voice in support of the God of wisdom. Opinions of themselves have no element of adhesion, therefore their life depends on coercion. So laws are established and penalties attached, and if the people grumble, laws and penalties are applied, sanctioned by God, and you are told of the laws of God, while this same God is only the embodiment of their opinions reduced to a law. Disease is the result of disobeying these laws, so man is made to believe a lie that he may be condemned to disease. For instance, we are often told that if we go out and expose ourselves to God's cold or law we shall be sick. Here man makes God the author of his own act that he sometimes cannot help, and then punishes him for disobeying it. If he exposes himself he dare not find fault with the punishment, so he lives all his life subject to a tyrant that will take advantage of his ignorance to torment him. This belief makes him a servant to sin and to man's opinion. So his life is in the hands of priests and doctors to be handled to suit their convenience. Thus man is a mere lump of clay in the hands of blind guides, and whatever they say to the people they believe. Their beliefs disturb their minds, and the doctors sow the seed of disease which they nurse till it grows to a belief. Then comes the misery. Now the God I worship has no fellowship with man's opinions, so to cure the disease is to break in pieces his opinions. This places man on his own wisdom, independent of man's God or opinions. Then he sees the one living and true God who rewards everyone according to his acts, not his beliefs. To believe in this God is to know ourselves, and that is the religion of Christ. It is Christ in us, not opinions that we are in. Just as we know this truth we are of and a part of God, then we become joint heirs of God and will be guided by the wisdom of the Father of all truth. This purifies and cleanses our minds from all opinions and leads us into the world of science where opinions never come. There one man shall not lead us by his opinions, but if one says, "Here is the truth," let him prove it. This raises man to a higher self-respect, and if man does not respect himself he cannot complain if others do not respect him. All nations have a God according to their belief. A belief contains no wisdom but is a shadow of something that cannot be seen, worshipped by man who knows not what it is. This something is what the world of opinions reasons about. The Jews prophesied about it, looking for its coming as for a man of great power who would free them from the Roman yoke. Heathen nations had a vague idea of this something. They incorporated it into their beliefs as a monarch or king. So it has always been in the world or in man's belief, but man knows it not. Even to the wise it is a stranger. It has no place in their hearts or in the religious world except as an unexplained mystery. It comes to man's senses but man knows it not. It stands knocking at the door but it is not recognized as having an identity, so it is mocked at, spit upon, hated and despised by all men. Yet it is always the same, calm and unmoved, sympathizing with its friends, who are bound down by the opinions of this world's belief. Now, what is it? It is an invisible wisdom which never can be seen by the eye of opinion, any more than truth can be seen by error, for when the truth comes the opinion or matter is seen to be the shadow of this light or substance that I call something. Again, what is it? If I should tell you what it is you would ask for proof, so I will give the proof of it from your own opinion. Still, what is it? It is what never has been acknowledged to have an identity. Then what is it that has been admitted but cannot be seen and yet is not acknowledged to have an identity? Can the reader answer? Yes, it is God. I ask, is God without an identity? You say no. Then it is not God. What then is it? I will try and tell you and bring the opinions of the world to prove my answer. It is the key that unlocks the innermost secrets of the heart in the prison of man's belief, and it leads the prisoner who has been bound a captive to health. Opinions are like a shadow, the substance is God. True wisdom is attached to the substance, false wisdom to the shadow. Language is attached to the shadow, which is attached to the substance. Language is not in harmony with wisdom. And the discord lies in opinion. If the senses are attached to opinion, when the opinion is lost man loses his opinion but not his senses or life, for his life is his wisdom or self-existence. This something is a knowledge of this wisdom which puts man in possession of a truth that he can explain to another. It does not come to the man of opinions. This shows that every man has two selves, one acknowledged by the natural man, the other by the spiritual man. Here is the proof. The sick will admit that I can tell them how they feel better than they themselves can do. This shows that I know more than they do and also that this wisdom by which I tell these things is not known by the natural man. To give the proof I must make the reader detach his senses from a God of man's belief and attach them to this invisible wisdom which fills all space, and whose attributes are all light, all wisdom, all goodness and love. Which is free from all selfishness and hypocrisy, which makes or breaks no laws, but lets man work out his own salvation. Which has no laws, and restrictions and sanctions men's acts according to their belief, and holds them responsible for their belief, right or wrong, without respect to persons. For the natural man is only a shadow of man's wisdom, and if the shadow is from this world of opinions it will be destroyed when the light of the wisdom comes. But the life will be saved, and when the senses shall be attached to this wisdom, then shall be brought to pass that saying, O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? Death is robbed of its victim, the grave gives up its idea of death. Then life rises to that happy state where death, hell, and disease and the torments of existence find no place, from whence no traveler ever returns but where man knows himself. This wisdom teaches him that when our senses are attached to opinions of any kind we become the subject of that opinion and suffer according to the penalty attached to it, unless forgiven or the debt paid by the truth. This is the new truth spoken of by Jesus. To know this is to have eternal life, and the life is the wisdom that can enter the dark prisons of man's mind and find his life imprisoned by the opinions of this world and there hear his groans, feel his sorrows and break the prison walls of his belief and set him free. When a person professes this wisdom and attaches his life to it, his life is to him a blessing, for it is of use to man. Then he is happiest when relieving those who have fallen into trouble or into the hands of thieves, who have been robbed of their substance and imprisoned in a creed. There to languish from the wounds of the priests and doctors till the angel of wisdom or the tide of progress, forced along by popular opinions, shall beat against the walls of this superstition and break down the medical opinions. Lay priestcraft low and overflow the superstitious world with science and good order. Then all men will be judged by what they know and all can prove themselves by this standard. 2. Every science has its standard, based on actual knowledge, not on opinion. I say nothing about such, for they prove their wisdom by their works. But it is of false standards with no evidence of truth except the misery they produce that I shall speak. The two most dangerous to the happiness of man are those of medical science and the priests. These two classes are the foundation of more misery than all other evils, for they have such a strong hold on the minds of the people by their deception and cant. They claim all the virtue and wisdom of the nation, and have so deceived the people that their claims are acknowledged in war and peace. Let us analyze the beliefs of these guides. Take the medical man. What is his science except that of killing human beings? Is the world wiser by their opinions? Do not the very medical men themselves recommend to the people not to read medical books? Does the mathematician warn the people to keep clear of mathematical books? Is not the world wiser, better and more enlightened by them? Is the world made wiser or better by quack medicine or opinions of the faculty? Are not their opinions like the locusts of Egypt in everything you eat and drink? Science and progress have had to fight both theories ever since the world began to think and act. It is a common saying that the religious and Christian souls are the foundation of God's moral government, but let us see if it is not the reverse. Take the North and South of this American Republic as specimens of mankind. According to religious statistics, the South is more religious than the North, for all religion is confined to sectarian creeds. For instance, how long is it since the Unitarians were admitted as Christians? Even now the Universalists are scarcely admitted within the pale of Christianity. The religion of which I speak and with which science and revelation has had to contend includes more of the liberal classes. Show me where the people are called the most intelligent. It is in New England. This mixing up of religion and science is like establishing honor among thieves. Religion and politics always went together, but science, progress and good order never had anything to do with either. Religion was what crucified Christ. Pilate's wisdom found no fault with him, but the religion of the priests said, "Crucify him." Paul had this idea of religion when he said to the Athenians, "I perceive you are altogether too religious or superstitious." Then he goes on to show them how their religion led them to worship this something of which I am talking, so he said, "This something that you so ignorantly worship, I declare unto you." Here you see that Paul was not a religious man, but was converted from a man of religious and superstitious opinions to a man of science and progress, and he showed that this something was not far off, though the religious world did not know it. And the world will never know it till wisdom separates religion and politics from the scientific world. All science is spiritual and is not known by the priests and demagogues or doctors. The theories of these three classes are not based on wisdom but on opinions. Wisdom is the solid or substance. Matter or mind is the shadow of the spirit of real wisdom. Now put man in possession of this wisdom so that he can make an application of it for the benefit of the suffering community, then this wisdom will soon separate the chaff from the wheat. 3. All the parables were intended to illustrate the two principles, truth and error. Truth is the wisdom of God, error is the god of opinions, and the two have no dealing with each other. Each has his disciples, the god of opinion and the god of science or love, but their acts are so different that their characters can be easily explained. I will give you the religious or political god. He is represented as watching the movements of the armies and dictating to the heads of the nation. No one approaches him except the ordained priest. He takes particular care of the president and the heads of departments, in fact he is ruler and dictator of all things. But he must be approached with as much reverence as a king. The South have another god, not so great, according to the account of Jeff Davis, he seems to be of a lower intellect for he sanctions this low guerrilla warfare and a kind of cruelty which is only practiced by the Indians. These are the gods of the religious world. Now where is the God in whose wisdom I believe? He is in the hearts of the people. He is not a man, neither has he form, he is neither male nor female. I will give you an illustration of his wisdom. If you see a man in trouble you are or you are not bound to help him. If you have admitted it right to help a man in distress then he will put you in mind of your agreement. If you neglect your duty, punishment must follow, for that action and reaction are equal is a truth which never varies. This embraces the law and the gospel, and on this hangs all man's happiness and misery. If man is governed by this truth, it develops his higher wisdom and enables him to prove all things by a standard based not on opinions but on truth. All man's happiness or misery is in keeping or breaking this agreement. Now if a man is in trouble, although you may bind yourself to help him to the best of your ability, if you do not know it you cannot be punished. This higher law is not known as having any responsibilities, but it is the most perfect of all laws. It is very little understood, and not at all intelligently. To understand it intelligently is to make it your rule of action with the sick, or those in trouble, for the well are not bound by it. I will show how a well person is not bound by this higher wisdom. Suppose a person is sick or in great distress. A well person sees the sick one but cannot feel his aches and pains. Then he is not bound to relieve him. In order that a person in trouble may be bound so that he is responsible for his acts, he must be born again as it is said of Christ so that he can feel another's feelings. Then he knows what the world of opinions is ignorant of. Here he stands in relation to the sick as one man stands to another of the natural world who is in trouble. I will take myself as one risen from these dead ideas or opinions into that higher kingdom of wisdom where my acts have as much restriction over my life as they have over the well. I will here say a word or two which the well must take as an opinion but which the sick will admit as a truth. The sick are imprisoned for their belief, the imprisonment is what they suffer. When I come in contact with them they affect me not in the way one man of opinion affects another. Their language is different. The well speak in my own tongue, but the sick cannot do that for the language of the well cannot describe the feeling of the sick. Thus they are prisoners in their own land, among strangers and not understood. 4. I will illustrate the manner in which the sick express themselves. Ideas or thoughts are matter or opinions. These opinions are in the world of matter and our senses or life are attached to our belief or opinion. As opinions are something believed and admitted they become matter according to the wisdom of the world. Thus the priests invent creeds with penalties attached to their disobedience and the doctors invent diseases with other penalties. The teachers of the young are instructed to establish the sayings of the priests and doctors in the children's minds. Now everyone knows if he will stop and think that if a child when it is first born is given to the savages it will grow up one and with all the peculiarities of one, or nearly so. This proves that the life of the child is attached to the belief of the savage and the child has become subject to its teachers. In the same way religion or belief in another world is binding on the child and the penalties of the doctor's belief are also binding. Suppose you bring the same child into our country at the age of a man, will anyone say or believe that he is bound in his conscience to obey the laws of our priests and doctors? I think not. This then shows that the child's mind or wisdom can be molded into a savage, and if this can be done it will not require a great stretch of imagination to make a disease. Just admit this child's mind as matter. According to common belief, every form of matter can make a shadow according to its identity or description. For instance, consumption is a belief, this belief is matter and throws off a shadow. As life is in the senses and the senses are in the mind or matter, they are all associated together. Here is where the mistake lies. I will make an illustration to show where the mind affects the senses or life, and yet you will see they are different. Suppose you are ignorant of the effect of a charcoal fire. You sit down in a room, the heat affects the mind or matter. All this contains no intelligence. At last the life is disturbed, just as the cold would be and would wish to rid itself of the sensation of heat. The senses being attached to life become disturbed. Opinions enter which are like more coal and increase the heat or excitement. Reason, which is another element of fire, fans the flames till life and the senses are so affected that they will not remain. This is disease. Suppose I come in. The instant the heat affects my mind, my wisdom communicates to my senses, consciousness, the cause and the remedy. My senses become composed, my wisdom directs my senses, and they act on the body. The door is opened, the trouble is explained, the patient is saved from his torment, his mind or opinion is destroyed, but his life is saved and his trouble is at an end. Opinions are the elements used to torment life or the senses. They contain no wisdom above the brute, but are matter and can be destroyed. All the opinions of the priests are condensed into a solid according to their belief, and although they cannot be seen by the natural eye, the eye of opinion can see them and lead the senses that are attached to the opinion to the locality where the beliefs are. For instance, the priests tell their hearers that there is another world separate from this. They give such a glowing account of it that their opinions like fuel set fire to the audience and a chemical change takes place. Their minds are disturbed like mortar and their senses are affected by the opinions of the priests, and an expedition is fitted out to go to this world, which is actually created by the priests' opinions. The minds are so disturbed that the life, losing its relish for this world, is persuaded to embark for the world of the priests' opinions, to which their thoughts are attached. Their senses are held between two opinions, not knowing what to do. This is called by the doctors, disease of the mind. They, not knowing the cause of the trouble, take the story of the patient, who also being ignorant, is ready to be deceived by the ignorance of the doctor. So the doctor, like the priest, gets up a false idea of disease and engrafts into the patient's belief a new idea of some disease which affects the body. Then he reasons till it takes root in the mind and comes forth in the image of its father. The life or senses are then attached and the thing is brought to the doctor to receive a name. So after he examines it he gives it the name of cancer. The patient now wants to know what is to be done. The doctor gives the punishment of such a disease. This troubles the life or senses so that life wants to leave the opinions of the doctor or cancer and escape to the priest's world, where they are told that diseases never come. Here they are halting between two opinions. This last stand is called a real disease of the body. Now these two blind guides quarrel with each other. The doctor accuses the priest of frightening the patient and the priest accuses the doctor of the same. Between the two a war is made and the whole world is affected by their opinions. Parties spring up, reason is brought to inflame the minds, and the weakest portion of the people are disturbed till the whole world of man's mind is overrun with false theories. 5. In the darkness of this superstition, when all are either sleeping or ignorant of the danger that awaits them, and the sentinels on the watch-tower of those minds that see the craft of these two classes are warning the multitude of the danger. When the enemies of science and progress are mustering the thoughts of the scientific world and casting every one into prison for their belief, I enter this land of darkness with the light of liberty. Search out the dungeons where the lives of sick are bound, enter them and set the prisoners free. These prisons, like the prisons of this world, can be detected by the atmosphere or description. I have said all diseases were opinions condensed into an idea of matter that can be seen by the eye of wisdom. In like manner all ideas of the priests can be seen, each throws off its shadow or spiritual matter, and each has its particular odor. So that it can be detected as easily by the eye of wisdom as an apple or an orange can be detected by the eye of opinion. To be in a state to become a teacher of this unknown God is what never has been acknowledged by the opinions of man's wisdom. Thousands of persons have undertaken to penetrate this land of mystery and have returned with the idea that they have made the discovery and thus have deceived many people, broken up families, led the weak and timid, stimulated the strong. Till the people, like the children of Israel, have left their happy land or state of mind to follow these blind guides, and they have wandered so far from health or home that they have lost their way and fallen among strangers or doctors, who pretending to be their friends have robbed them of their happiness and left them like the prodigal son sick and disheartened in this land of superstition. Like Moses, I enter this land and lead them out. And as I pass through the sea of blood or beliefs of those blind guides I feed them with the bread of wisdom and smite the rock of truth and the water or wisdom gushes out and cools the parched tongues. I go before them in this wilderness, holding up the priests, serpent or creed, and all that listen to my explanation are healed from the bite of these creeds. The people murmur and complain, some call me humbug and quack. Others want to return to their old ideas of religion, but I stand up and entreat them, stimulating them to press forward and not to give up till I have restored them once more to the happy land of health whence they have been decoyed away. So I am hated by some, laughed at by others, spit upon by the doctors, and sneered at by the priest, but received into the arms of the sick who know me. 6. Perhaps by this time it would be well to sum up all this journey, describing how I entered this land and how I passed through it. I will do so in a few words. After I found that mind was spiritual matter, I found that ideas were matter, condensed into a solid called disease, and that this, like a book, contained all the wisdom of its author. Seeing the book, for sight with wisdom embraces all senses, hearing, tasting, etc. I open it and see through it. To the patient it is a sealed book, but to wisdom there is nothing hid which cannot be revealed or seen, nor so far off that it cannot be reached. So I read the contents of the book to the patient and show that it is false, then as the truth changes his mind, light takes the place of darkness, till he sees through the error of disease. The light of wisdom dissipates the matter, or disease, the patient once more finds himself freed of opinions and happiness is restored. What I have said is produced on me by the patient, by lighting up the mind and making the patient clairvoyant, so that he sees through the priest's and doctor's opinion. This dissipates the opinion, for it is nothing but a shadow taken for a substance, and the misery comes from mistaking the opinion for a truth. Here is the trouble that arises from opinions. Now let men cease from giving opinions, or let the people understand that there is no wisdom in one, then you shut the mouths of these barking dogs, howling night and day, which keep the people in constant excitement. How often you hear this expression used, such a person murders the king's English. This I admit may be the case, if language is applied to the things of this natural world, but if it is to be applied to the spiritual world, or to ideas that cannot be seen by the natural man, then I beg leave to differ from the knowledge of this world, for I know that in such a case the world cannot judge of the correctness of language. In the first place, a healthy person is not a judge of a sick person's feelings. Therefore, if anyone gives a name to a feeling which a sick person has, he names a sensation that he knows nothing of except as described by the sick. In this there is no standard of right or wrong that the people can agree upon. So every one sets up his own standard of right and wrong, and if a person is ever so sensitive to another's feelings, he must use such terms as the world admits, or he is ignorant of the king's English. So the invisible things must be judged by the visible. Here is a great mistake, for if the learned had to prove to the unlearned everything they said, it would be as hard as for those who are sensitive to feelings of the sick to prove them to the learned. Who is to say what God is? Webster, Worcester, or any author, unless he can give some evidence that comes within a person's feeling or senses. Here is where the trouble commences, with the idea of God. What is God? This is the question, and let man come forward and show who and what God is. The word God is the name of something material or immaterial. If he is material, then God can be seen by the material eyes, and if he is immaterial, the natural man cannot see him. So that if his name sprang from the natural man, he gives a name of something that he knows nothing of. Therefore one man's opinion is as good as another's, till someone can give the substance or impression that caused the word to be applied. Now suppose that man calls wisdom the first cause, and that from this wisdom there issues forth an essence that fills all space, like the odor of a rose. This essence, like the odor, contains the character or wisdom of its father, or author, and man's wisdom wants a name given to it, so man calls this essence God. Then you have wisdom manifest in God or the essence, then this essence would be called the Son of Wisdom. Then wisdom said, Let us create matter or mind or man in our image, or in the likeness of this essence or God. So they formed man out of the odor called matter or dust, that rises from the grosser matter, and breathed into him the living essence, or God, and the matter took the form of man. On wisdom. Perfect wisdom embraces every idea in existence, and therefore every idea that comes to light through the senses existed before to wisdom. Every person who was or ever will be existed as much before he ever came to our senses as afterwards, the same as any mathematical truth. Man's intelligence is a truth that existed before he took form or was seen by the natural eye. Man's body is only a machine and its senses are its medium to wisdom. The real man is never seen by the natural senses, but the real man makes himself known through science to his natural senses, as a person who knows a fact can teach it to another. Wisdom or knowledge he teaches through science, and he uses his senses to explain this science, for his senses are all the medium the natural man knows. The real man is God, or the first cause. Every idea that man embraces comes through his natural senses, but this real man is not seen, but is truth or wisdom. The natural man may be compared to a checkerboard, and science and opinion the players. Public opinion or common sense stands looking on and represents spectators. The wisdom that is superior is that which sees and knows the principle of the game. Now opinion makes a move, and the natural man or common sense says it cannot be bettered. But science sees the working of opinion, and makes him move in such a way as to compel his opponent to destroy himself, for he knows that opinion knows nothing as he should know it. Every move of opinion suggests his opponent's move. So if one knows his game and the other does not, the ignorant one is beaten every time. But if both are ignorant, they think they play a very scientific game. Now there are certain games or arguments which men play called theories, that have no foundation or basis, and there is no way to test them, because one is not the least above his neighbor and neither can prove anything. The Christian's God. I will now sum up by introducing the gods of the two foregoing theories, and as one of them is only man's opinion, I will introduce a priest, a doctor, and the law as the God, head, for the three are equal in power. Religion is the Father, medicine is the Son, and law is the Holy Ghost, or explanation. All these make up the Godhead of our superstitious belief. These two first give the people their beliefs, which are sanctioned by an appearance of divine wisdom, and according to their belief acknowledged by the wisdom of the Father of all. Strange as this may seem, it is the foundation of all the misery that man suffers. Although we are taught to love and respect this man's God, as the giver of everything we receive, yet if one half of what we attribute to him were true, he would be of all tyrants the worst. If we should look upon a parent as we are taught to look upon God, we should hate our very parents. Let us see what kind of God he is and how he compares with a parent. In the first place, he is represented as knowing all our acts and having a watchful care over us like a good father. Now if any parent could have half the power that they say God has over his children would curse him to his face and look upon him as a tyrant. Now all this talk about a God who reasons and makes bargains accompanied by rewards and punishments is so much like the natural man's wisdom that no one can help seeing that our Christian God is the embodiment of man's belief when man was far behind. The present generation. 75 No attribute of their God shows any wisdom, but a sweeping idea of everything when his wisdom or acts are spoken of. It is like a military officer, or some grand monarch, or king. He is King of Kings, the great High Priest. Once it was the height of honor to be a military officer, for that was the greatest of all professions, therefore God must be a military character, for the Bible says he had war in heaven. The devil was the first secessionist we find, and he was driven out of heaven. You never hear God compared to a statesman or any learned man. It is true that when he came to earth some 1800 years ago in the person of Jesus, he was not represented as a military character but was far superior to the wise. He was called a very simple man, uneducated, full of sympathy, so he must have come down since the writers of the Old Testament. How natural it is for man to court the company of the great, especially the military. Aristocracy would not have anything to do with Jesus because he had none of the military turn of mind. Their superstition could not account for his cures, so they had no claim on him. The wise of this world who base their theory on opinions steal all they can from their neighbors, and when Jesus was crucified they stole his ideas and engrafted them into their aristocratic creeds. This kept them aloof from the masses, and God was not permitted to associate with the people but could only communicate through the priest what information they got from heaven. We all really believe more of this than we are willing to acknowledge, and it keeps the people in bondage under the priests. The burden of false ideas makes men nervous and superstitious. This gets their systems in a condition for another swarm of hungry dogs called doctors who invent diseases, make the people admit their opinions. And after their opinions are admitted, then they are ready to bring about any disease that can be introduced to them. As people cannot see how disease is made, this false theory has always led the people and always will till the true idea is explained how disease is made. According to my theory, all errors can be explained on scientific truths, so that man can be his own doctor and priest, and he shall not say to his neighbor, "Know you the Lord?" but all shall know him from the least to the greatest. This theory will explain all the phenomenon. If you read the first article in Volume 1 you will see that according to that theory mind can be changed and any kind of an idea produced. So apply this truth to the mind, and you can cure or correct the error and establish the truth. Point 76. Man. What truth did Jesus come to bring to the world? One simple fact, that man is a progressive being, that his happiness and misery are of his own make, that his belief is his wisdom, and if founded on an opinion it is liable to make him unhappy. To separate the truth from the error is a science, the knowledge of which teaches how to correct an error or disease, and in this knowledge is eternal life. Jesus never intended to teach the people a belief in another world. His words and acts showed them that their beliefs were false, and that they were the cause of their misery, but this they could not understand, and being in their belief became part of their identity. As they were taught to believe in spirits, their misery was attributed to them, and as error begets error, the people were tormented by their own beliefs. It never entered into the minds of these blind leaders that as a man sows so shall he reap. That action and reaction are equal. Knowledge of science was not general, and the possibility that the belief of man had anything to do with his health was not dreamed of. All that was believed was something that could not be seen, so the prophets prophesied of some one coming from heaven. Now if heaven had not been something that people believed in a way and apart from this earth, it would not have been in the prophecies. So this heaven was an established fact, and all their controversies were in regard to it. They introduced all sorts of mediums who purported to come from and have communication with that place. There was the dwelling of God, and all religious theories were based upon the belief that there was another world where God dwelt and where he ordered all things according to his own will. Absurd as this is, a man is made of this composition, for man is only a mass of ideas combined together by a wisdom superior to the matter of which the ideas are formed. Science is not recognized in this belief, for it belongs to that class of minds which have never risen to a state where they can discern that man perceives anything independently of his natural senses. To this class of minds whatever is not established is a mystery. If a lead ball is thrown into the water it sinks to the bottom, that is a fact. If a wooden ball is also thrown into the water it floats, and then comes the mystery. A medium from the other world is required to explain the phenomenon. Argument is of no force, the explanation must come from God, and thus it is with every mysterious phenomenon, supernatural power only can explain it. Thus man is kept constantly excited to understand every little thing that happens. He never has thought that heaven and hell were part of his belief and consequently part of himself, but he believes that these two places are independent of himself and he is liable to go to one or the other after he is dead. So he lives in hell all his life trying to get to heaven, but he never gets there, for it is always at a distance, and he is looking for a savior to save him from hell. How often we hear very good people say that they are weary of this wicked world and long to be with Christ, showing that they are not with him now but hope to be. Their faith contains a belief, not a substance. The faith that is of man is merely a belief in something not obtained, for when the substance is obtained their faith or belief is lost in the substance, and they have what they hope for. Jesus' faith was the substance of our belief, and that substance was Christ. The Christ or faith is intended to be applied to man, and Jesus put this in practice for our happiness. The question arises, has the Christ an identity? I answer, it has. It is all that ever had an unchangeable identity, it is wisdom itself. But the Christian's faith is an opinion about this wisdom. I have said that the faith of Jesus had an identity, and to this his senses were attached. Then Jesus could say to his faith, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. What did this Christ strive to do? It strove to enter the heart of man and teach him to break away from his errors and learn the truth. Jesus taught Christ and put it in practice by his words. Do the Christians the same? No, they preach about it. So their faith is not of works but a belief. The world is no wiser or better for it. To prove your faith in music is to play a tune on an instrument by your faith or science, not to talk about music, telling how beautiful it is. The science of health which Jesus taught was practiced by his faith or wisdom, and his instrument was man. He took man after he had been beaten, bruised and deceived by the priests and doctors, and applied his science or Christ to put man in tune so that he could sing psalms to the one loving and true science, and appreciate Jesus. For, he hath opened the seventh seal, that which can correct the errors of man who shall be saved from disease and misery. How does Jesus stand by the side of his pretended followers? He talked and taught his Christ to the people, priests and doctors talk about it. Here is a vast difference. Jesus put intelligence in the Christ or science. The Christians put no intelligence in Christ or science, but apply all the intelligence to Jesus, calling the Christ a power. This difference has always been kept up. The natural man cannot see intelligence in anything he cannot understand, therefore Christ or the intelligence of Jesus is to him a mystery, and he wants to know whence it came. This ignorance on the part of the priests and the people originated all this speculation about Jesus. The Christ or higher intelligence to them was shrouded in darkness, for they could not see why he, merely a man, should be more than a man. Every one knows that a clairvoyant state is different from the natural state. Let me illustrate what all will admit. Persons in a clairvoyant state can talk, using the same organs as when awake. They also have every faculty which they possess in the waking state, independent of the natural body, and space and time may or may not be annihilated. They act independently of any one, independently of the natural body or identity of flesh and blood. Now where is the identity when the natural man is acting, for both cannot be acting at the same time? Every one will perceive that if a man could retain his reason and natural senses, and at the same time be conscious of the other state, he would be a man beside himself. Thus making two living intelligences in one identity acting through one organism. Thus the clairvoyant man could correct the errors of the man of the flesh and blood and keep him in subjection to his wisdom. This wisdom or Christ was the mystery to mankind, this was the Christ that should reign till all error should be subject to it. Disease being the offspring of error, it deceives the people, making them nervous, sick, and liable to death. But it is the design of wisdom that matter should be the servant of this clairvoyant man or science, therefore when Jesus received this wisdom he received God and man. When the man spoke it was like any one else, but when the Christ spoke it spoke not as man, for that is of God or wisdom from above. Jesus taught the people to distinguish by their works the true Christ from the false. It must have proved its source by works, for he says, "Not every man who says, I am Christ, is so himself, but he who doeth the will of the Father, wisdom, that sent me." Let us see if a test can be found such as Jesus laid down. When he called his disciples together, he gave them power over all unclean spirits and sent them forth to heal the sick. Here is the test of the Christ power or wisdom. How did he apply it when he cured disease? Of course, if he was in this state all the time, all things were present to him so that not a sparrow could fall to the ground unnoticed by him, not Jesus, for although Christ was made known through Jesus, it was only made known according to the necessity of the time when he, Jesus, lived. I will take one of his miracles to show that Jesus and Christ acted together. When the centurion came to Jesus to tell him that his servant was sick, Jesus was not aware of the fact, but immediately became subject to his clairvoyant, or intuitive, state, saw the servant and administered unto him. Then he said to the centurion, "Go thy way, and according to thy faith be it unto thee." So the centurion left and the servant was healed in the selfsame hour. This is as plain to me as any cure I ever performed. This was not a power, but a higher wisdom that the world knows not of. I will now introduce myself, showing that I cure the same way. Every one knows that there is a difference in clairvoyance. Subjects differ in the direction of their minds. I do not practice clairvoyance except with the sick, and I will show others how to be clairvoyant like myself. To make a good clairvoyant one must, beginning on earth, rid himself of all beliefs and every theory of man. And as he sees the absurdity of his own opinions, he becomes lighted up in another atmosphere, on a higher plane, where he feels the discords of this world. He then becomes sensitive to the errors and opinions of man. They affect him, and his spiritual senses act independently of his natural will or senses. Then he is two persons. This is my state as far as regards the sick. When I sit by the sick and take a patient by the hand, I feel a sensation. This affects me, and the sensation is produced by something coming within my senses as a man of flesh and blood. This excites the spiritual or scientific man, and the senses being freed from matter or opinions see the natural man or opinion that causes the trouble. As I retain two identities 77, I see the error and explain it to the natural senses. These are set at rest and harmony is restored. I cannot find language to explain this so that you will understand it. Love. What is the element that receives all sensation? Love for ourselves. This is the groundwork or foundation of all our acts. It is the mortar or dough in which all sensation is made. Of itself it contains no knowledge, it is perfect harmony, its elements or language is its perfection. It embraces all the senses. It is not wisdom, but the power wisdom uses to bring all things into harmony with itself. To this world of ignorance it is not known but admitted, and the matter or ideas of this world is put into this element. Like the ocean, it can hold all sorts of ideas, be disturbed to its lowest depths and then calmed by wisdom so that not a ripple on the surface can be seen. But in the depth of this ocean of love lie all sorts of evil spirits that are gnawing the life of the soul and are identified with it. This is the disease in the mind. When the storm of ignorance and superstition was raging and all the ships or minds were tossing to and fro, even Jesus' disciples were in danger of being swamped by the errors of the age, when their bark or belief was just going down into heathen idolatry and their enemies disturbed their water or belief, in the darkness of the night of error. When there was no eye to see nor heart to feel, no arm to reach out nor voice to be heard, Christ or truth was seen walking upon their waters or belief, saying to the waves, "Be still." And the wind and waves obeyed him, and there was a great calm. This was the state of their minds in the days of Jesus. The people's belief was the disease, and to embrace their error was taking their disease. Their misery was what followed their belief, and their happiness was the unlearning of their errors. The ships were their theories, the water was their mind, and their ideas were the danger. Their wisdom was of this world of matter, but the wisdom of God could say to their wisdom, "Be thou still," and their ideas or mind and matter would obey. The introduction of Jesus' ideas was a new heaven or wisdom and a new earth or belief. The new heaven under the wisdom of God or science could create a new belief wherein could be peace and happiness that the old heaven or wisdom knew nothing of, where there should be peace and joy in the Holy Ghost or explanation of this new world. Where no error, selfishness or jealousy dwells, so that all ignorance and superstition shall be cast out into outer darkness, never to return. Now, as Jesus was walking by the seaside, seeing the leaders' ideas, he saw two men, Andrew and Peter, fishing in the old Mosaic laws or sea, and said to them, "Follow me and I will make you teachers of this truth to men." So they abandoned their nets or old belief and followed him. They went on and saw others mending their creeds or nets, for their nets like the priesthood were worn out and were like a garment ready to drop to pieces. So they left their father, or old belief, in their ships or error, and followed Jesus. He traveled all through the land curing all sorts of diseases, preaching the kingdom of science, and his fame went everywhere. Great multitudes followed him, and he went up into a higher state or science and opened his mouth to them in truth or parables. The laws of Moses laid a tax on the people for paying the priests to forgive their sins, and the doctors exacted a fee for forgiving or curing the sins that affected the body. So all persons who were not of their belief were strangers and needed teaching to have their eyes opened to the truth. Their ideas or opinions were like fish in a great sea, so they asked tribute money or an answer to all questions to pay for teaching strangers. When Jesus came into Capernaum, those who received tribute money, or gave information in regard to the truth, asked Peter if his master paid tribute money or sought information concerning their religion, and Peter said, "Yes." Then as he went into the house, Jesus said to Peter, "Who pays tribute money, the children or the believers, skeptics or strangers?" He answered, "Strangers." Then he said, "Lest they be offended, let us ask a question for them to answer. Go to the priest, or sea, and cast in a hook, or put a question, catch an idea or fish, and open it, and in it you will find an answer, or a piece of money. Go and give it for you and me." Now this sea, or belief, was the ocean which contained all the wisdom of the world, for the preachers, or spooters, fished in it, and the ships were the little societies or churches where the people congregated to catch spiritual food. When Peter and Andrew left their father or belief, their nets or society or ships and followed him, then they left all for his sake. When the young man came to Jesus and asked him what he should do to inherit eternal life or his, Jesus, wisdom, he said, "Keep the commandments." The young man replied, "This have I done from my youth upwards, what lack I?" Then Jesus said, "If you wish to be perfect, go and give your religious ideas away and follow the science or me." As he could not understand, he went away sorrowful, for he had much wisdom of this world. When his disciples heard this, they thought it a hard saying, so they said to him, "We have forsaken our old ships and nets and even our father and mother for your sake, what shall we have?" Jesus said, if they could understand his truth so that they could teach the people, they would sit on 12 thrones judging or teaching the 12 tribes of Israel. This they could not understand, so when called upon to stand up and defend the science, they all forsook him, and there never has been a person since Jesus who has ever thrown a particle of light on his science. As soon as Jesus was crucified, the disciples were driven away or killed. So all the writings fell into the hands of men who knew nothing of Jesus' science. They took the records and put such a construction on them as they pleased. And all we have is the opinions of men who lived hundreds of years after the crucifixion of Jesus. They could not cure any persons, so of course the teachings of Jesus must be explained in some other way which did not require proof. So right in the face and eyes of Jesus' teaching, where he gave his disciples power or wisdom and told what would follow, that they should cure all diseases as he did and perform greater works than his, the priest had to get over this by saying that the days of miracles are past. The people have crucified Christ in every way error could invent by believing in these fake guides. Now, Jesus stood alone in the world of flesh and blood, weeping over their sins or errors that bound them down, and well might he say as he did, "O Jerusalem, thou that stoneth the wisdom of God and hateth those that teach it to you, how oft would I gather you together in love for each other as a hen gathers her chickens under her wings of sympathy, and run the risk of her life for her young." To them this was all nothing, they could not see any sympathy outside of dollars and cents, or feel another's woes. So he said to them, "You have eyes but see not, ears but cannot hear the voice of misery, and no heart to feel another's woes." Now they did not want to understand, for it would make them break off from their sins, turn to the truth and become honest and good. Jesus' love for the sake of the world's happiness he laid down for the sins or belief of man, and was received into the bosom of this love or sympathy, which was pure, not a selfish idea independent of all, but a love for the sake of all. Jesus, as a man of flesh and blood as we all are, purified his own life, received this eternal life in the name of Christ and took all of our opinions that would have killed him if he had been ignorant of the truth. And rose again pure and clear from all priestcraft. He then denounced the priests and doctors as enemies to the happiness of man. Now to be a follower of Christ is to do things that he did, but to be a believer in Christ only embraces what you know nothing of only as a belief. There is a vast difference between a belief and knowledge. Knowledge is wisdom, and contains no belief, a belief is error, or the wisdom of this world, and the only way to detect them is by their works or fruits. I will give you the key of heaven or science, as far as correcting the errors in regard to your health is concerned, so you cannot be deceived by the errors of the world. I will give you a sign so you can tell the difference between my theory as a teacher of Christ or science and my opinion as a man, so you need not be deceived by false teachers who will come and say to you, "I understand this science and can treat disease as Dr. Quimby does." Then if you understand me you will answer, "By your fruits I shall know you." Then if he tells you how you feel, locates a disease and offers any opinion in regard to your health, giving you a glimpse of a long train of suffering which you are liable to have, to such you can say, "Your fruits show you to be ignorant." My theory teaches me to look upon you as an intelligent creature. I take upon myself all your feeling and see all your troubles. These feelings are my knowledge of your troubles as they are yours, but to me they contain the true answer, and when my explanations satisfy you, then your difficulty is gone and you are happy. Jesus knew that the misery of mankind arose from their ignorance of immortality, and Christ revealed to the people that man was spiritual and his unhappiness lay in wrong belief. Their belief amounted to this, that the natural world is all there is. And as man required something higher to satisfy him, the spiritual world was admitted and made to contain all sorts of witches and frightful things to keep the people in submission. So this spiritual world, as it is called, has never been investigated as a science, and all revelations from and allusions to it are steeped in mystery and superstition. Thus the most of our identity is in this mystic land, we know only our bodies, and further than that we are in the dark. Christ is that revelation or science of the spiritual world which is the knowledge and cure of all the ills flesh is heir to. The people are divided into two classes, followers of Christ and followers of Jesus. To illustrate the difference between Jesus and Christ I will take myself. There are many persons who believe in my power of healing, as they call it, but they know nothing of the truth of it. So they make me as a man responsible for my acts or my belief in all things. Thus my private character as a man is brought into my belief, just as though I could not be a teacher of truth unless my character as a man were in harmony with the errors of the world. Now, I stand before the people judged according to my outward acts, by one class, and by my science by another. So if I should put on the cloak of hypocrisy, attend church and be very strict in all things pertaining to the wisdom of the world, I should be received by the wisdom of this world, but the scientific would look upon me as a hypocrite. Jesus' private character as a man had just as much to do with Christ as P. Quimby has to do with his cures. Jesus as a man knew nothing of Christ, neither does P. Quimby as a man know anything of this wisdom or truth, but when he feels it he speaks not as Q but as the patient's troubles reveal it to him. This science of Q takes the sins or troubles, and the answer is accompanied by the feelings. Thus Q is the medium of the truth to correct the errors of the world, just as Jesus was the medium of God or science to convince man of his errors and lead him to Christ, health, or truth. 78. I will take myself as a figure. Suppose music had never been reduced to a science and I had discovered that it could be taught to others, and I undertook to teach it, and I called the science, Christ. Then it would be P. Quimby's Christ or theory. Suppose you should try to learn it so as to teach it. Would my Christ or theory have anything to do with my character as a man? All will say, no. If I am a very good man, that has nothing to do with my science, only to make it more admired, or it might make persons give more heed to what I say. Now suppose I am as bad a man as I can be, does that prevent me from teaching my Christ or science? Now suppose the wisdom of the world sits in judgment on me, they all admit that I play very well, but that I do not know any more about it than they do. So they say he has a power which is of God, but he knows nothing of it himself. So they put all the power on me as a man and call my music Q's music. Now suppose I am a very good man and a pattern of society, kind in my manners and the possessor of every quality which is necessary to a very good man of this world. Here are two classes who profess to be believers in me, one the scientific and the other the aristocratic or ignorant, but as they cannot agree it is left for me to decide. So I decide in this way. All you who believe in me as a scientific musician of Christ, and understand the science, shall teach as I do, and all you who do not understand but believe that I, the man, P. Quimby, have a power that you acknowledge, shall be called followers of me, so you undertake to follow me by acting as I do and try to imitate my character. Of course we should prefer a person who is amiable and pleasant, if he is a teacher of any science, but it is not absolutely necessary that he should be a good or a bad man. So far as Jesus stands I do not pretend to be or not to be a disciple of Jesus, for I let my life and acts as a man speak for themselves. I do not pin my belief on Jesus' character, nor do I care anything about it any more than he did himself. Like all men who are willing to be judged by their acts, he let his character speak for itself. It was the Christ that Jesus was proud of, and so all men ought to be proud of any science that would make the world wiser and better. I profess to be a disciple of Christ, not of Jesus or the man. I let my man speak for himself, but I believe in Christ, which I put in practice on all those who live in this world of misery without this science. So all my prayers are offered to Christ, not Jesus. The world prays to Jesus, but Jesus prayed to God to forgive or teach them, for they knew not what they prayed to. Now this Christ is in this element of love or sympathy that contains no error, but is an element of pure love that will wash away all error that chances to get into it. It knows no evil, it sees no wrong in itself, it is perfect harmony and attraction. It contains our higher senses. So it is as it were our life, and all that is good and harmonious. It seeks the wisdom of this world of error, as a person seeks gold to purify the gold from the dross. Its happiness is the developing of God's love or science, it analyzes all misery and trouble to liberate the soul that is bound in this world of error. 79, July, 1860. 18. Religious questions. Defense against an accusation of making myself equal to Christ. I am often accused of making myself equal with Christ. When I ask what Christ is I am told that Jesus Christ is one and the same. If I ask if Jesus the man was God, the answer is, no, but God manifest in the flesh. Then can flesh and blood be God? No. Then what was that being of flesh and blood crucified 1800 years ago? Jesus Christ. Is Christ God? Yes. Is God flesh and blood? No. Will you give some idea of what that being was called Jesus Christ? Why, that God took upon himself flesh and blood. Then what took upon itself flesh and blood? God. Is God a substance? No. Then can that which is not matter take matter upon itself? You ask too many questions. Well, if you cannot answer my questions, must I believe what you say without any proof? No, but we have the Bible and that says Christ is God. Well, suppose it does and you are asked to explain Christ, and I receive this answer, God manifest in the flesh. When I ask to have this explained I get no correct answer. Some think words are all that is necessary, so they quibble about the name, Christ, said to mean, anointed. Well, anointed is the name of something, and this is what I want explained. To call it Christ or Messiah, the Prince of Peace or God, is only hopping from one name to another. I want to know what made Jesus different from other men. His birth I care nothing about, nor is it of consequence why he was called Jesus Christ. If different from other men, how was the world benefited by that difference? Jesus was a man of flesh and blood like anyone else. The difference between him and other men was called Christ. Now what did the difference consist in? In his life. What had his life to do with the healing of the sick? Has your life anything to do with healing a palsied limb? No. Then your good life cannot cure diseases. Did Jesus' life cure? Yes. Then you must not claim to be a disciple of Jesus, for if you claim to be a good man and we see no proof of your goodness on others, your goodness is of this world and not of Christ. You say he had a power. Now what do you mean by a power? We call steam a power and electricity a power, but no one ever associates wisdom with it. Do you mean that Jesus' power was like the above, or was it what he said and did? It was in what he said and did. Well, what did he do? Did he not cure the sick? Yes. Well, how did he do it? Was it his power? Yes, it came from God. Did you not say that Jesus was God? Yes. Then how could God come from one place when you and I believe that God fills all space? Well, there is a mystery in the Godhead or Trinity that man cannot find out or understand. Was not the Bible written for our understanding? Yes, but mystery cannot be found out, so we have no right to penetrate the ways of God, for there is enough in the Bible to learn and make us happy without searching into the mysteries of another world. If the Bible was not for man's belief, what was it for? If we are to take it for the Word of God, who is to explain it? It explains itself. Do you understand it? In a measure. What do I understand by your answer? Can you give me any more light in regard to what Christ is than you have? No. Then I am as ignorant as I was when I began. Give me your opinion of Jesus Christ. Well, if you will listen, I will tell you what I know of Christ and what I believe of the man Jesus. Religion in disease. The question is often asked why I talk about religion and quote scripture while I cure the sick. My answer is that sickness being what follows a belief, the belief contains the evil which I must correct. As I do this, a chemical change takes place. Disease is an error, the only remedy for which is the truth. The fear of what will come after death is the beginning of man's troubles, for he tries to get evidence that he will be happy, and the fear that he will never arrive at happiness makes him miserable. We are taught to believe that if we pray we shall receive an answer to our prayer. A superstitious person believing this is ready to believe that he may be punished, for someone may pray that God may remove him. Each army prays that God will direct the weapons that will slay their enemies. In biblical times, did not God answer the prayer of those who wished to destroy their enemies, and did they not die? The facts prove that what we believe may follow. We really believe in disease, hence it is the result of our belief. People never seem to have thought that they are responsible for their belief. To analyze their beliefs is to know themselves, which is the greatest study of man. All theories for the happiness of man contain more misery than happiness, either directly or indirectly. To destroy the beliefs of man is to leave him where God left him, to work out happiness by his own wisdom. One half of the diseases arise from a false belief in the Bible. It may seem strange that the belief in the Bible affects us, yet every belief affects us more or less, directly or indirectly. I will relate a case where the religious belief affected the patient and caused the disease. The lady was aged. She was so lame and bound down that she could hardly rise from her chair, and could take only a step by the aid of her crutches, feeling so heavy that she dare not step. In this condition she had lived some years, and all the happiness she had was in reading and thinking on the Bible. She was a Calvinist Baptist, and by her belief she had imprisoned her senses, consciousness, in a creed so small and contracted that she could not stand upright or move ahead. Here in this tomb of Calvin her senses were laid, wrapped in her creed. Yet in this tomb was Christ or science, trying to burst the bars and break through the bands and rise from the dead. She labored to be free from the bands and no one came to her relief. When she would ask for an explanation of some passage the answer would be a stone, and then she would hunger for the bread of life. At last in her misery she called upon me and I found her as I have stated. I knew not what caused her trouble. She thought it was from a fall. After explaining how she felt, I told her trouble was caused by a series of excitements from studying upon what she could not reconcile. She thought upon religious subjects and not seeing the scriptures clearly her mind became cloudy and stagnated. This showed itself on the body by her heavy and sluggish feeling which would terminate in paralysis. She said she could not understand how her belief could make her so numb. I said to her, "You will admit I have described your feelings." "Certainly," she replied. "Then," said I, "what do you suppose Jesus meant by these words, 'A little while I am with you, then I go my way, and ye shall seek for me and where I go ye cannot come'? Do you believe that Jesus went to heaven?" "Yes," she replied. Now let me tell you what I think he meant by these words. I had told her before that in order to cure her I must make a change in the fluids and produce a healthy circulation, for she by her belief had produced stagnation. "You have admitted that I have told you your feelings. Then I was with you as Christ was with his disciples in sympathy. And when I go my way I go into health and am not in sympathy with your feelings. Therefore where I go you cannot come, for you are in Calvin's belief, and I am in health." This explanation produced an instantaneous sensation, and a change came over her mind. This mortal put on immortality or health, and she exclaimed in joy, "This is a true answer to my thoughts." I continued explaining scripture and a complete change took place. She walked without her crutches. Her case is so singular an example of my practice, that I will give the substance of my reasoning. It seemed as though all her feelings were in her belief, and if I wished to give her an idea of them I would make a comparison from the Bible. She was as it were dead in sin or error, and to bring her to life or truth was to raise her from the dead. I quoted the resurrection of Christ and applied it to her own Christ or health, and produced a powerful effect on her. I commenced in this way. Your belief is the sepulchre in which your wisdom is confined. The world is your enemy. Your opinions and ideas are your garments, and the truth is the Holy Ghost or angel which will roll away the stone and heal your grief. The God in you will burst the bands of your creed and you will rise from the dead or your belief into the truth. You will then walk into the sitting room, and the friends will start as though you were a spirit, and you will say, "Hath a spirit flesh and bones as ye see me have? Give me a chair." Then the friends will inquire where the Christ is. The truth will say, "She has risen from her old religious body of sin and death and gone to meet her friends in heaven." Then will come false ideas, and as they cannot see the truth, the body being changed to them will seem to be gone, and they will report it stolen. You will leave the body of belief and take that of science and rise into health. This is the resurrection of the dead. This with the explanation produced such an effect on the lady that she could rise from her chair as quickly as any person of her age. The natural world is full of figures that may illustrate man's belief. The silkworm spins out his life and wrapping himself in his labor dies. The infidel and brutal man reason that they do the same. The caterpillar is a good illustration of the natural man groping in the dark, guided by a superior wisdom that prompts his acts. When his days are numbered, wrapped in the mantle of this earth he lies down to sleep the sleep of death. But the wisdom that brings forth the butterfly, also develops its science. In order that truth may come forth, error must be destroyed, and science groping in darkness bursts into light and rises from the dead as the butterfly, not the caterpillar. All men have sinned or embraced beliefs, so all must die to their belief. Disease is a belief, health is in wisdom. So as man dies to his belief he lives in wisdom. My theory is to destroy death or belief and bring life and wisdom into the world, therefore I come to the sick, not to save their beliefs or life in disease, but to destroy it. And he that lesseth his belief for wisdom will find his health or life. I will now give what I believe to be the ideas of Jesus on the resurrection. I address my words to the sick, for I cannot make illustrations for the well, they are not affected, in the same way, by their belief. According to the Scriptures, sin is a transgression of the law. What law? It must be of God, for it says, "The soul that sinneth shall surely die." So sin is death, and the law to which man is liable whose penalty is death is God's law. Therefore God is supposed to make laws to punish man for his thought, for every idle word is to be accounted for. This law heads countless evils, and it is the part of wisdom to correct it. But to believe that God is the author of our evils is as absurd as to believe that he made the remedies and laws before he made man. How often do you hear this remark, "There is a remedy for every disease"? When we ask what it is, we are referred to some root or herb. But no hint is ever given that disease can be cured by the power of truth. Did Jesus employ such remedies? On the contrary, had not the sick whom he cured tried them? He said, "My words are life eternal, and by my words I cure all manner of diseases." If the palsied limb was the thing to be cured, why did he say to the man, "Stretch forth thy hand," and immediately it was made whole? Why did he not apply remedies to the arm? The fact was, Jesus knew that the arm was not the cause but the effect, and he addressed himself to the intelligence, and applied his wisdom to the cause. He spake as never man spake, for he spoke to the cause. But when man speaks he gives an opinion. All the acts of Jesus were based on truth, while man acts from an opinion and chooses darkness rather than light. The light of truth will show man his error. He shrinks from investigating his belief since he knows it cannot stand the test of science. It is folly to apply an inanimate something to cure an inanimate disease, for neither contains any intelligence. If a man's face is dirty and he is satisfied, there is no disease, but if it troubles him, the trouble is in him, not in the dirt. To cure him would be to tell him to wash. If the person believes he is cured, the water proves that what was told him was true. The war between my patients and myself is here, they make disease the dirt. I make the dirt the cause. They put intelligence in the dirt. I put intelligence in the person. To cure him I must convince him that the dirt is nothing that need trouble him, and that water will remove it. By knowing the truth they are able to remove the cause. The doctors put the trouble in the dirt as though the trouble and the dirt were one and the same. They never address the intelligence, but the opinions, while the cause, being unintelligent, like the dirt, affects the intelligence and is reflected on the body. Jesus' healing and his mission. Why should there be such a controversy in regard to the way in which Jesus cured disease, also what was the real object of his mission in this world? These questions naturally arise in the minds of men and bring up doubts. By some it is believed that Jesus came to save man from being lost in another world, and it is thought that he intended to reform the world. All admit he had a gift superior to other men, but what it was has never been ascertained. The same controversy was going on in the days of Jesus, and in fact it has always been a mystery to the natural man. Phenomena are taking place everywhere proving this power or gift, and all admit it, but as yet it has not been reduced to a science so that it can be taught and learned. Its opponents speak as though it were governed by natural laws, but when asked to put these laws into practice they get off by saying, "Why, it is nothing but mesmerism." When asked to explain mesmerism they say it is psychology. Ask what psychology is, the answer is mesmerism. So the world is as wise as before. Mesmer tried to explain this power on the ground of electricity. Those who believe it is governed by some law attribute it to galvanism. The religious classes vary. The spiritualists ascribe it to the spirits of the dead, Christians to the power of God when speaking of Jesus, but when they speak of this power in man they attribute it to natural causes. Some say it is the power of the devil. When Herod the king was told Jesus was performing cures he said it was John the Baptist, that is, John's spirit came and took possession of Jesus and cured disease. When the Pharisees asked Jesus where it came from, Jesus said if they would tell him where John's power came from then he would tell them how he performed his cures. This they could not do. So it has never been explained. Settle this point and you establish a basis for investigation. As it stands, it puts Jesus on a level with all the spiritualists of his day. If it is a gift or power, why should he be called God or anything else above his followers? And if he knew how he wrought miracles, it is knowledge and not a gift, and to call it a gift or power is depriving Jesus of any knowledge superior to his followers. When it is admitted as a science that Jesus taught for the happiness of man, man will try to learn it. Then the inquiry will be made, how can it be proved a science? I answer, never till the people admit that matter and mind are under direction of intelligence superior to matter. Then man will take a higher standard and be governed by science, not mind. When matter becomes subject to science and is the medium or power to be put in motion, this medium or matter can be changed into any form or state and be destroyed but not lost. The identity of a thing can be put out of this world, as it is called, and only remains as a thing that once was but now is not. I will give an illustration. Suppose a person believes he has a tumor in his left side. His error believes in the idea of tumors independent of his mind. He then admits an error to begin with. His mind gives direction to matter and the idea is formed. This seems to be proof that there is such a thing as a tumor. No one will deny that one is a phenomenon brought about by false knowledge. And that true knowledge or science can destroy that tumor or idea and establish a knowledge of the truth that will prevent the person from being deceived into that error again. Our bodies, in relation to mind, are nothing but an idea of matter that is either under the control of error or false knowledge or under the control of science or true knowledge. If truth or science reigns, all goes well. If error reigns, the wage is death, for all acts of error lead to death. Death is an idea or matter. 80 In all the acts of science destroy death and lead to life and happiness. Religion. What does Jesus mean by the kingdom of heaven? We all know the common opinion was that heaven was a place. Some suppose it to be a state of mind. Had Jesus either of these ideas? I say he did not, and will show what his ideas were. God is represented as all wisdom and love. Now love is not wisdom, but a desire for wisdom, and a desire to get wisdom for the sake of happiness that follows is the highest love. This is heaven, and to be deprived of this love is to be out of heaven. The sick are strangers to this heaven. It is true they have a sort of love, but it is governed by the light or wisdom of man. This leads to death. The sick, being strangers, are deceived into a false belief that lulls them to sleep. To cure them it is necessary to arouse them from their lethargy and show them their errors. I will now give the true conversion of a sick man of this world converted to the religion of Christ or cured intelligently, and also one converted from one disease or error to another. I call all error disease that leads to death. The remedy is religion or a knowledge of the truth that will save us from the evils that flow from our sins. To illustrate the different forms of religion is to show the different modes of restoring the lost child of disease to health and happiness. To show how Jesus differed from all others is to show each religion separately and how the belief affects mankind. All will admit that Jesus opposed the religion by which medical men and priests used to save the people from sins or evils called diseases. For to be diseased was an evil and the sick were dealt with accordingly, and the false idea that the sins or diseases of the parents are visited upon the children is handed down to this generation. 81 To save them from their sins was to cure them of their disease. Now what was the idea the world had of heaven? People never had such an idea as Christians have now. They never seriously believed in any other world. But their suffering was their evil and to be cured was their heaven or happiness. For this object they employed every means in their power according to their belief. The people were taught that there were certain rivers and pools the angels would disturb and all who visited them were healed. Certain diseases were held so sinful that the victims were kept aloof from the people till the priest cured them. So their religion was all for their health or happiness. It is true there was a small class who believed that at the end of the world the dead would rise. Jesus called the people to him and said, "Beware of the doctrines of the scribes and Pharisees, for their doctrines bind burdens on you. It made them superstitious, made them believe in ghosts, spirits, and all sorts of juggling. This kept the people under the rule of the priests, who invented all sorts of craft to deceive, pretending to take away sins so that God would not torment them with evil spirits and disease. Jesus knew it all in their belief, and if he could introduce a higher principle or better mode of reasoning that could take away their sins or errors so that they would be more enlightened, he would be doing them a great favor. And would establish universal truth that would work out a more excellent law. To do this it was necessary to bring proof of his superior wisdom. He was talking about this great truth called God that governs every true and scientific mind. He made two worlds, one the natural or superstitious man that all were in, the other the scientific man, which he called a resurrection from the dead. Not that the dead rose, for if you cannot get a man out of his error there is no resurrection. As Paul says, 1 Cor 15:12, if Christ, or this science, be preached that it rose from the dead, or error, how say some among you that there is no higher truth than man's opinion? As science is spiritual it must be explained by literal things. So Jesus used parables to explain how this truth grows in the minds, and he takes for example a little child, before its mind is filled with errors of the priest as a figure of heaven. Not that the mind contains any wisdom, but like the soil of the earth it is pure from foul seeds or error, ready to receive the true seed of wisdom. He says, of such is the kingdom of heaven. This truth could live and grow in the child. Not that heaven or kingdom was happiness, but happiness was in the one who entered into it. But as the kingdom grew, false ideas would creep in. For it is not to be supposed that Jesus ever intended to make his kingdom perfect till every enemy or error should be destroyed. So he likens it unto a great many things, to a sower in a field, and an enemy sowing in the same field. Here you have good seed and bad seed, truth and error, good and evil. But the good was good, and the bad was bad, and they never mingled. I will take a person as he would come to Jesus, and show how he preached the kingdom of heaven. Take the little child. Jesus asked how long this child had been in this way, Mark 9:21. When told, he said, do you believe all things possible with God? They said, yes. So then he cured the child, not by a power, but by his wisdom, for he knew what he was about. So their faith in him kept the child from having any more fits. All his cures went to prove his theory of the Christ, which he preached and illustrated by parables, and proved by showing himself to the multitude after they believed him dead. The identity of it was a body, and the doctrine of it was its blood. So he says, if you eat not my flesh and drink not my blood, you have no life in you. I will give an illustration. Suppose a person comes to me to learn navigation. I say, you must be born again, for your ideas of navigation are all false. He says, how can I learn or be born again when I am so old? I answer, you must be born in the science of navigation. This he cannot understand, but still he wishes to learn. So I begin to explain. As he begins to learn, this is called the love that is spoken of with which God so loved the world. Now, love for wisdom prompts him to learn, and as he learns his happiness is full. This is entering into heaven. This is the heaven God has prepared for every one who will try to learn, and if every one will search for God or wisdom God will not cast him off. I will apply this to disease. I take upon myself your infirmities that I may lead you to health, for health to you is heaven. The love for health prompts you to come. My love for you prompts me to lead you to health. This I do by teaching you the errors of your belief and showing you where you have been deceived. The truth like love leads you to see your error, and the happiness of your recovery is heaven. People believe that religion is one thing and health another. This is a false idea, and if you look at it you will see that to be happy is the chief end of man. Happiness is what we think we have obtained. Take the religion of our day, that is a poor illustration of happiness, for the misery it occasions is twice the happiness. We are taught our belief is one thing, and our health another. But it is not so. Man's belief is his heaven or his hell. You may not be aware of the effect of your belief. Disease is one of the evils that follow our belief. For instance, take a young lady, begin to tell her that her happiness depends upon her having religion. She has no idea of what you mean. So to convince her you give an account of what religion is and show that she must get it or be eternally lost. This makes her nervous. So you tell her to come to Christ. This to her is blind. You say Christ is standing with his arms extended to embrace her. Now to fall into the arms of a stranger is more than she can do. She weeps, not knowing what to do. This you tell her is the conversion of her soul. At last she is made to believe she is not worthy to be a Christian. Then comes the soothing words of the priest and his words soothe her aching head and she quiets down. Then you tell her this is a change of heart. Now she is in a state to get religion. What has been brought to pass? The young lady has been deceived into a belief that has cost her all the happiness she had. It will be said her religion had nothing to do with her health, but this cannot be the case, for every person is responsible to God or wisdom for his belief, and he must take the consequences of his belief. Now, as I said, religion is a belief and disease or happiness is what follows. So as all men have sinned or got a belief, the sentence of death has been passed upon them, for all have come short of the truth. So this truth came into the world of opinions to open the eyes of the blind, or appeal to a higher intelligence to lead them to the truth that would cure them of their sins or errors. Now a religion or theory was to explain to the masses to keep them out of their trouble. We suppose that Jesus wanted to convey the idea that man was in danger of being destroyed after death, but if he would believe in Jesus he should be saved. So our belief depends upon our beliefs. Now what was Jesus' idea? Jesus had no words or ceremonies but a love for a higher development of the human soul. This was Jesus' religion and he put it in practice by his acts upon the sick. Not by giving an opinion of what he knew nothing, but by showing that their sickness was the effect of their belief. How often have you heard persons say they are not nervous and they never change their mind? That is as much as to say they have no wisdom, for wisdom changes the mind. Make a person believe a thing. The belief being matter or mind, it is an obstacle to wisdom. This obstacle must be removed before the truth can shine. If there is not wisdom enough to remove the obstruction, we say such a man has a strong mind. It is true he has a strong error to be overcome, but his mind embraces just as much intelligence as a stumbling block in the way of a train of cars. The dissensions among the passengers represent the contrast between the strong-minded and the intellectual man. One sees no way to remove the obstacle and concludes that it cannot be overcome, and settles down in the strength of his own mind, while wisdom investigates the chances and sets himself to work to remove the burden. As the intellectual man works, his mind changes, while the strong man sits and contends that he knows, and when he makes up his mind nothing can change it. The other is fickle and therefore has no mind or stability. This is the case with disease. The belief is the burden to be overcome. In any disease, the strong mind means a man deficient in mechanical wisdom who can't see whether the world develops him, or he develops the world. The strong-minded man is a man whom the world develops, his foundation is on what has been handed down from one generation to another. The effect of religion on health. I will give my opinion of the inconsistency of our religious beliefs and their effect upon health. I was visiting a patient whose state differed very much from what is called rheumatism and general disability of the nervous system. 82 The doctors had tried their best to relieve her but to no effect. Their efforts only made her worse, and at last she sent for me. I found her very nervous, complaining of aches and pains all over. When I told her that it was her mind that was disturbed, she replied, "Oh, no, my mind is at rest. I know I am in the hands of a merciful God who will deal with me according to his will. I have full faith in him." "Do you suppose he knows your troubles?" I asked. "Yes, he knows all things." "Suppose Jesus were here as he was 1800 years ago, do you think he could cure you?" "Oh, yes. I know he knows all my suffering." "Then why does he not cure you?" "Because it is his will that I should go through all this suffering to fit me for the kingdom of heaven." Now suppose your daughter should be taken sick away from home in a strange land among strangers, and suppose some kind friend should call on her and say, "You seem very low-spirited," and she should reply, "Oh, no, I know that it is all right." Suppose your mother were here, would you not get well? Yes, she knows all my sufferings, but she knows it is all right to make me better prepared to enjoy her company when I get home. Do you believe that if she had a mind to cure you she could do so? Certainly. Can you say you love your mother when you admit your life is in her hands and she permits you to suffer so much? Oh, she is my mother, and I feel that she knows what is for the best. It gives me comfort to know that I am in the hands of a merciful being. Despite this reasoning the patient fails to admit a point, and so Dr. Quimby, once more addressing her, says, "Would you like to have me cure you?" "Yes, if you can, but not if I must give up my belief in my religion. I should rather go down to the grave with my religion than be cured and lose my belief. If you can cure me of my lameness and not talk to me about my religion I should like to get well, but if you cannot cure me without that I do not know as I will be cured, for I don't think my religion has anything to do with my disease." Do you not think your belief has something to do with your happiness? Oh, yes, but it has nothing to do with my disease. What is your disease? Why, it is rheumatism, the doctors say, and a general prostration of the nervous system. What is that? Neuralgia, I suppose. What is that? I do not know. Suppose I should try to explain how you came to be in this condition, would you listen? Yes, if you do not talk religion. I have no religion to talk. I know you have not. Have you? I hope I have. Well, I do not want it if it makes me as sick and unhappy as you. All the comfort I take while lying here all these long nights is to think that I am in the hands of a merciful God who will do all things right. Would you like to get well? If it is the will of God, I should be very glad to get well. Do you think I can cure you? I do not know, but I hope you can. If you can't I shall give up all hopes of ever being well. Then you think your health depends on my science? Yes. If I should cure you would you give me credit? Oh, yes. But would it be right to upset the will of God who is keeping you in this misery for his own pleasure? Oh, if God sees fit to have it I believe it is all right. I know I feel badly and I should like to feel better, but if it is the will of God that I must suffer I will submit for I know it is for the best. God suffered in the flesh to teach us to be better prepared for heaven. Then you think if you should die you would go to heaven? I hope so, for I cannot suffer these pains always. Where is heaven? Do you believe it is a place? Oh, no. Then what is it? It is a state of mind. Then you are not very near it, I should judge by your own mind. Well, I do not know as that has anything to do with my pains. What is pain? I don't know what it is, but I know how it feels. How do you know it? I know it through my senses. Are your senses affected by your mind? I suppose so. Then if your mind is disturbed and you put a false construction on the disturbance, won't it produce an unpleasant effect upon the senses? I suppose so. Suppose this unpleasant effect should be pain, is it not the effect produced on the mind? I don't know what that has to do with my lameness. I want to get well. Who wants to get well? I. That is, you, Mrs. H. Yes. Is not that all there is of you that has any mind or knowledge? Yes. You do not expect this flesh and blood to go to heaven? No. Why not? Because the Bible says flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of heaven. I thought you just said heaven was a state of mind. So I did. Well, do you mean that flesh and blood are in the mind? Oh, you make me so nervous, you will kill me. Why? Because I don't like to hear you talk so. My mind is all made up and I do not want to be disturbed in this way. Do you mean your flesh and blood are disturbed? Oh, you disturb my mind and body. Then your mind is one thing and your body another. You believe in the soul? Yes. You believe it goes to heaven when you die? Yes. I thought you said heaven was a state of mind. Oh, yes, but we must die. What dies? This flesh and blood. Well, has it life? Yes. Has it feeling? You would think so if you suffered as much as I. Then this that suffers is the flesh and blood? Yes. Then it is conscious of all these bad feelings? Yes. Are the feelings its consciousness, or has it another consciousness independent of itself? No. Then at death you mean that all of these aches and pains leave you and you will be happy? Yes. Then these aches and pains are the body's identity and belong to the flesh and blood? Yes. Are you happy when you feel so badly? No. Then you are not in heaven. I don't expect to be happy until I get to heaven. Can you get there and have these pains? No. Then when the pains leave you it will be heaven on earth? Yes, if that ever takes place. Now, let us see where you stand. You have admitted enough to show that your mind is in a confused state like a person in trouble. You have not one particle of true knowledge. Your supposed knowledge is the effect of an impression on the senses, due to the opinion of someone who explains someone's ideas according to his own view of truth. This opinion taken for truth makes you nervous and brings about all your suffering. You are afraid of your enemies and you pray to the God whom you admit keeps you in misery. You are taught to believe that God is watching all your actions, that He has laid down certain laws and regulations for you to follow, and if you disobey you will be punished. This keeps you in bondage and all your life subject to disease. But to suppose God selects you to be punished above your companions is to believe God is partial. This you cannot believe. Now look at those who worship God. They have a false idea of the God they worship. God is not in any kind of worship that man has established. God is not an identity as man is. If he were he would be in matter. The ignorance of man cannot see intelligence out of matter, so all prayers are in matter, and all that people are afraid of contains matter. This false idea keeps man in the dark. You never see a man praying to the fire that warms him, nor does he pray to the elements. How is it with steam? Is not the person who knows the most about steam the best one to control it, and does not everyone have more confidence in such a person than in one who is ignorant of it? So it is with the elements. Man differs in one respect from living matter. He has undertaken to control the elements so as to make them subservient to his will. We often hear persons talking about the laws of nature, as though they were the laws of God, and they say if we did not disobey them all would go right. Now, here is the mistake. The laws of nature are very simple of themselves and they never trouble man if he does not trouble them. The beasts conform to these laws, for when they are thirsty they find the laws that quench their thirst, if left to themselves, and when hungry the same intelligence dictates the remedy. But man in his eagerness to be lord over the brutes and elements has developed faculties called senses. These are under a superior wisdom which can control the elements and use them for the benefit of the human race. Now, it is not to be expected that every person who happens to think of flying can make a flying machine that will be successful. Nor is it certain that any invention to control the elements will always work so that accidents as they are called will not take place and lives lost and much trouble made before science is established. So it is with life. Life is a science that is little understood. The brutes have no desire to investigate science. Man is the only one who has undertaken it. Let us see how far he has progressed. It is a fact that man's life is shortened by his own belief, for his belief is his practice and the length of his life is in his theory. Every one has his theory in regard to the lengthening of life, but all admit it must end, that it is set in motion and may run down sometime. Some think life is a perpetual machine that never was set in motion and can never stop. To solve this life and save it from being lost is the great problem. Theories for the benefit of man are invented to save his life. He is given the knowledge of every danger he is liable to pass through and is warned against them. These call out the science and skill of the world, to put man in possession of a science to save his life as though his life were something independent of himself. This makes competition. Our lives are like a journey through a wilderness. We first take the priest's opinion, that is, to trust in God. When we ask an explanation of God, we are answered that He knows all things and not a hair of our head falls to the ground without God knows it. If we look to Him, He will deliver us from all danger, and He takes better care of us than a parent does of his child. This is a brief sketch of God's goodness. Now suppose we should not do quite as well as we expect, then what follows? God has made a devil, a something worse that stands ready to catch us if we don't go according to His will or laws. These things are not defined, but like the laws of the United States, every president can construe them according to his belief. The laws of God made by man are arbitrary, though not acknowledged as such. Jesus said, "Call no man master but one, and that is God." Here you see you have made a God that is full of inconsistencies and cannot stand the test of common reason. Now look at the true scientific answer to all our beliefs, and it shows us that they contain no knowledge of God or life, for God is life eternal, and this life was in His Son, Jesus, which was Christ or science. Now to suppose you lose your life is to be cut off from God, for God is not the God of the dead but of the living, for all live to Him. Now destroy man's belief and introduce God's truth, then we are set free from this world of error and introduced into the world of light or science, where there is no death but the living God. This science will lead us to that happy state where there is no sickness, sorrow, or grief, where all tears are wiped away from our eyes. And there we shall be in the presence of this great truth that will watch us and hold us in the hollow of its hand and will be to us a light that will open our eyes. We shall not then be deceived by blind guides who say peace, peace, when there is no peace. Then we shall call no one master or leader, for there is but one that leads us, and that is God. He puts no restriction upon us, for our lives are in His hands or science. If you can see God in your knowledge, you will admit that everything you do intelligently you do under the direction of a power or intelligence superior to yourself. So when you do anything ignorantly and the effect is bad, giving you trouble, you try to correct your errors, thereby showing that you admit a power superior to yourself. This power is called Christ or God, and if you have not this power or Christ, you are not of Him. To know God is to know ourselves, and to know ourselves is to know the difference between science and error. Error is of man and truth is of God, and as truth is not in the cause of disease, it is not in the effect. Therefore to say we are happy when in disease is to admit we have no disease, for disease is the error and the effect. Now as opinions contain either truth or error, not known, we are affected by the effect when it comes to the light of science, and then the happiness or misery follows. This is called by the doctors disease, and they treat the effect, denying the cause or letting it go as of no account. Here is the difference. I put the disease in the direction of mind, and then I know what will be the effect. Our happiness is the result of correcting our impressions when first made. Our error is the ignorance of these impressions. The opinions of the world and ignorance of ourselves are the causes of our trouble. Suppose you were afraid of some person and you dare not stir lest he should kill you, do you think you would be any worse off to know that he was your friend and he felt unhappy to know that you had such an opinion of him? So it is in every act of our lives, knowledge of ourselves never harmed man. Disease is not in knowledge but in ignorance. For instance, the fear of any trouble is the disease. Go with me back to the time of the persecution of the church and the Salem witchcraft. All the people believed in evil spirits and witches and considered it wrong to have anything to do with them. Here you see was the disease in the people's belief, and their belief was put in practice for the safety of mankind. Therefore every invention of their belief was called out to get rid of an evil that was tormenting man. Here you see the belief was one thing and the evil another, and so it is in everything. The wisdom of this world sees the mind one thing and disease another, and reasons by saying the pain came before I had any thought about it, and I had no mind about it. So it is with rheumatic pains, the state of mind or disease is admitted to have an existence as much as evil spirits, and we are affected by our belief. If anything disturbs our happiness, we fly to someone for protection and in our trouble create a form of something in the mind to locate it in some place in the body. We suffer ourselves to be tormented to get rid of the enemy or disease, as those who believe themselves bewitched would suffer being whipped to drive out the devils. I could name hundreds of cases where persons have called in physicians and between them both they have made an enemy. The patient suffering himself to be poulticed and blistered almost to death to get rid of the bronchitis or spinal disease or white swelling or some other devil supposed to exist independent of the mind. The doctors who use these means show about as much knowledge as the people in Connecticut did who beat the beer barrel if it worked on Sunday. It is the relic of heathen superstition that wisdom will sometime eradicate from the mind by explaining it on scientific principles. Till then the knife, the lance and calomel and such things that are only introduced by a show of truth not much in advance of nailing a horseshoe over the door, or sleeping with the Bible under you to keep off the witches, must govern the people. Jesus knew that all the foregoing belief was founded in ignorance, therefore he was not afraid of these beliefs and said these words, "Greater love hath no man than to lay down his life for his friends." Controversy about the dead. The religious world has always been in a controversy in regard to the dead. Before Jesus taught a resurrection from the dead, the Pharisees believed the dead rose at the end of the world. Others believed spirits came back and entered the living, but there was no idea that was satisfactory to the thinking classes. The Sadducees disbelieved in everything but admitted one living God. This was the state of man's belief at the time Jesus appeared before the people. He spake as never man spake, for he spoke the truth and gave the lie to all the opinions of mankind. I will take the liberty of putting my own construction on Jesus' truth and leave it to the common sense of the people to decide which is consistent with science. You see that at the time Jesus spoke the idea, the persistence, of an identity after death was never taught, and to teach that was to the Jews blasphemy. So Jesus admitted their various beliefs, but attached a spiritual meaning to them. Jesus spoke to the people in parables, for his object was to rid the world of superstition. His words were called out in answer to some question asked by the rulers of the people, and his answer was in accordance with the question, but in it was shown the absurdity of the belief, so they could not catch him. The greatest evil to overcome was the resurrection of the dead. This was a difficult question to solve, for Jesus never believed in the natural body rising, and to deny the resurrection of man was as absurd as to deny the resurrection of the body. So to deny one and prove the other was to admit a resurrection and teach it. But as the people called sin, death, and truth, life, it was easy to adopt these meanings. He could then show that the resurrection from the dead was a resurrection from an error to a truth. But this must be explained by a parable. Here is what Jesus intended to convey, that this power that the people could not account for and which they ascribed to evil spirits or the dead was a science of ourselves, which embraces all we are and our senses. It is life itself, and a knowledge of it is to put it into practice so the world can be benefited. Ignorance of it embraces all phenomena. This makes man superstitious, for he is ignorant of himself. Man thinks his belief is all there is of him, and so it is till he is brought into a higher state which shows that he has two minds. One mind embraces matter and is in it. The other is science and is out of matter, and uses matter as a medium to convince the natural man of a higher knowledge of himself. It was Jesus' mission to convince the natural man of this truth. So when he spoke of Jesus he spoke of the earthly man, but when he spoke of Christ he spoke of the heavenly man or science. This the people could not understand, so when he said he should rise from the earthly man, Jesus, he spoke of this Christ, and the people had no idea what he meant to convey to them. So when they saw him taken and tried they all forsook him and stood afar off, and some denied him. This showed that they expected that Jesus would be crucified. This embraced Jesus Christ and all of his preaching, and when he was crucified that ended the life of Jesus Christ to them. Now, to rise from the dead was what he had promised his followers, and they believed that Jesus intended to prove that his body, or Jesus, which was flesh and blood, should rise. Here was where they misunderstood him. Jesus never intended to convey any such idea. If the people had understood what Jesus meant they would have put a different construction on everything. If they had known the facts they never would have troubled themselves about the man Jesus. but would have let that body remain in the tomb, and when Christ showed himself to his disciples and others they could have seen the flesh and blood in the tomb. Then he, that is Christ, had established the saying, although you destroy this flesh and blood you do not destroy the knowledge of it, and this same knowledge can make to itself another body and show it to the people. To convince them of eternal existence, not after death, but after a progress of our knowledge. Now, I want to be as liberal as I can to the friends of Jesus, but I must say that in their zeal to establish what Jesus told they made a great mistake. For I do believe they did steal or take away the body of Jesus to establish their belief that it rose again. This upset what Jesus intended to prove, that is, that although they should destroy this flesh and blood, Christ would show himself to prove that man can live and have all his faculties and knowledge after the world calls him dead. But as it stands it shows nothing, for no one expects the body to rise. Like all religious fanatics, in their zeal to carry out an idea they left the whole affair in a worse state than before. This gave rise to all sorts of controversies, and as Christ had made himself manifest to the people they of course believed that Jesus' body rose, others saw the absurdity of the idea that flesh and blood rose. So it was not long before the believers were fighting, just as in our days. Paul said to them, I understand there is a dissension among you as touching the resurrection of the dead. Now, if Christ be preached, not Jesus but this truth or science, that he rose from the dead, or from Jesus, how say some among you, there is no resurrection, or science, and all is of no force. You see the people confounded the two ideas, that is, the people called Jesus Christ one, and when Jesus Christ rose he was one, because they had no idea of two identities. Those that differ from them had to contend against the deception of these fanatics who stole the body of Jesus, for those who believed the body rose were more enthusiastic in their belief than those who believed in the science. You see how all those persons that can work themselves up to believe that the time is coming when our bodies will rise again are about as far behind the times as those old persons who believe the time will come when the factories will be abolished and the girls will return to the spinning wheel and loom. When steam will be abolished. If they can get any comfort out of that kind of food, I for one will not disturb their repose. I have commenced climbing Jacob's ladder, whose top round I have never heard of. It is said to reach to heaven so that the angels could descend on it. The Christian ladder has from 1 to 70 or 80 rounds, so when man climbs half his life it takes the other half to get back to where he started. That makes him once a man and twice a child. So I suppose he commences a child and climbs to a man and then steps over and returns back to a child. This is proof that the natural man is a mere bubble. The resurrection. What is the true meaning of another world? It is supposed that man lives in this world and goes to God or a spirit world. This is the general belief, and if this is true, why should it be so strange that some persons should believe their friends return to earth and appear to the people? This was the belief of a large class of mankind in the days of Jesus. All this is called truth. It is founded on an opinion that there is another world, and the Bible is quoted in proof of it. To me this is error based on ignorance of science. Science would never have led man to that belief. It is said men had wandered away from God and become so wicked that they were in danger of eternal punishment. What does this mean? Man is here on the earth as he always was, so it did not mean that he got off the globe. To wander away from God is to suppose that he had some locality, and to be in his presence is to return to his place of residence. This place must be somewhere where God resided, because the belief was that Christ came to lead man back to God. If God is in another world and Jesus came from that place down to the earth to lead man there, or to open a way whereby man could get there himself, then it is to be supposed man had been in heaven in the presence of God but had wandered away and could not get back. All this looks very silly when we think of asking men to believe it, but we embrace it without giving it the least thought. Man is made up of thought and ideas. There is nothing about man unchangeable but his science, for science embraces a principle, and the spirit, and principles are not matter or ideas but a knowledge of them. Life is an evidence of science, so is feeling, taste, etc. All the senses are admitted by science to exist independently of matter, and the senses are all there is of man that cannot be changed. 83 They may be obstructed by error but not destroyed. To separate these two is to explain the true meaning of life and death. All the people believed in death. Jesus did not, therefore his arguments were to prove that death was a false idea. So if we believe in death we are in our belief, if we know it as an error we are in life. Jesus had to prove that what we call death was only a separation of his truth from the people's belief. But the crucifixion of Jesus was death according to their belief. Jesus never intended to allude to the natural body. So when he speaks of a resurrection it is from the dead. Not that the dead rise, for that would go to show that he was still a believer in matter, and if he believed in matter, in that way, he must have believed it dies and then rises again. But if he believed it is nothing but a medium for the senses to use and control, then all that he meant was that his senses should rise from the dead, or the error of the people who believe that the senses are a part of the idea called body. To prove his truth was to show himself to the disciples, after they had seen him as they supposed dead, alive again. To them this was a resurrection of the dead, or the same idea. But if Jesus' same idea or body rose it would have been a resurrection of the dead, not Christ's or Jesus' ideas. Jesus' teachings were to show that Christ was a truth of God, a higher knowledge that separated science from ignorance, and this Christ was in Jesus. When the people saw their idea of form destroyed their hope was cut off. But when in the clouds of their ignorance they saw this same Christ or truth take form again they were afraid, and as it became dense enough to be identified it was recognized as Jesus' body. But it was not the body or idea that they had believed in some days before. This is where the trouble was. The people's mind was changing but not scientifically, and they were left in a more nervous state than before. For now they thought Jesus' body rose, and if Jesus' body rose it went to show that his ideas were not changed from the common belief. It amounted to nothing at all, for no man has ever risen since, and there was no proof of Jesus' soul being separated from his body. So man has to get up a belief in opposition to the Bible's belief. He must believe Jesus went to heaven with a body of flesh and blood. So the common explanation of the resurrection leaves it worse than before. But to take the man Jesus as a man of flesh and blood like all other men and give him the knowledge that matter is under the control of a higher power that can act independently of matter, and that he, Jesus, could be in two places at the same time and be outside of the body called Jesus, then it would not be hard to believe that this knowledge called Christ which Jesus had should say, though you destroy the idea of Jesus, Christ will rise or make himself known to the people. For this Christ or truth had the power to assume any form it pleased. But as the people knew it only as it came within their senses as the natural man, they could not believe till it took the form of Jesus as a man. This form the people called Jesus, therefore the report went out that Jesus rose from the dead, and it has always been believed by those who call themselves disciples of Jesus. Now, here is my belief, I believe in Christ or the truth. Christ knew that they knew not what they did, therefore the Christ said, Father forgive them, for they know not what they do. This same Christ was not in the idea that the people had, but just as far as this power was made known, it could make itself manifest. Now to believe that the idea, or Jesus, or flesh and blood, rose is to believe that the dead rise. This Jesus denied when he said that what rises from the dead never marries or is given in marriage. As touching the dead that they rise, he says, God is not the God of the dead but of the living, for all live unto him. Another world. Did Paul teach another world as it is taught by Christians? I answer, no, and shall prove that Paul preached this very science I am trying to preach and that he put it into practice as far as he was able. But he taught it more than he put it into practice from the fact that it was necessary that the theory should be acknowledged. The world believed in religion and religion taught another world. This was Paul's belief before he was converted to this science, but this science taught him that the wisdom or religion of this world was foolishness with the wisdom of God. Paul admitted Jesus as his teacher and Christ as God or science. Therefore when he spoke of Christ he meant something more than the natural man or Jesus. When Paul tried to make the Corinthians understand the difference, he said that he came not to teach the wisdom of this world, so that their faith should stand on the wisdom of God. But he spake of the wisdom of God in a hidden mystery that was with God before the world or man was formed, which none of the princes of this world knew, for if they had known this science they would not have crucified the man who taught it. Even to this day it is not admitted by the Christian churches except as a mystery. Still they stand as they always have, looking for it to come, when it is in their mouth and they know it not, but eat and drink with the wisdom of this world as they did in the old world till the floods came and swept them all away. So it will be. The world will all oppose it, it will be crucified by the church, hated by the doctors, despised by the proud, laughed at by fools and received by the foolish of this world. So to teach science is to put it in practice so that the world shall be put in possession of a truth that shall be acknowledged above the natural man. If you will read all Paul's writings you will see that this science was what he was trying to make the people understand, for if they could understand it it would change their motives of action. I have been 20 years trying to learn and teach it and I am at times nearly worn out, but when I think of Moses teaching it for 40 years and then only seeing for other generations what he could never enjoy it makes me almost sink to the earth. Even Jesus as a man thought it would become a science in his generation, but he was not sure for he says, "No man knoweth, not the angels in heaven, or the men wise in God's wisdom, but God alone." He knew that it would be established on earth as in heaven. So 1800 years have passed and the same angel is sounding with a loud trumpet saying, "How long shall it be till the wisdom of the world shall become reduced to science so that it can be taught for the healing of the nations? And man shall cease from teaching lies and learn to speak the truth. Then an opinion will be looked upon as an opinion and science will judge of the correctness of it. Then all kinds of opinions will be weighed in the balance and the wisdom of this world will come to naught. Then will arise a new heaven and a new earth to free man from disease or error. For this old world or belief shall be burned up with the fire of science and the new heaven shall arise wherein shall not be found these old superstitions of bigotry and disease. But there will be no more death or sighing from an ache or pain which arises from the superstitions of the old world. Eternal life was taught to man by Jesus and called Christ instead of science, and to know this Christ is to know eternal progress. This science teaches man how to break off from all error or bad habits that lead to disease, for as disease is in his belief to be good is to be wise. But health does not always show itself in science, for the fool in his heart says there is no science of God, therefore the fool is happy in his knowledge. So are a great many persons happy, according to Paul's idea, who are wise in their own conceit and puffed up by the flattery of the world. They come up like the flower of the field and flourish as a politician in some other way for a time. But the dew or wisdom of science passes over them and they wither for the want of something to sustain them. And seeing themselves behind the times as scientific men and all their wisdom taken from them and turned out with the ox to eat this world's food or grass, they then see themselves as a man sees himself in a glass and then turns round, walks off and forgets what manner of man he was. Then his place that once knew him shall know him no more, for his wisdom is numbered with the dead ideas that never had any life except of the wisdom of this world. So here ends the life of the small and the great, the earthly prince and the ignorant beggar find their level in the grave of their belief. What is religion? This question is more easily asked than answered, for when you ask to have it defined it vanishes as a thing and only remains as a belief. All persons have a right to a belief, so all persons can have religion if they have any desire to get up a belief. I have tried to find if there is any such thing defined in the dictionary, and I find the definition of religion to be a system of faith and worship or pious practice. Then pious means religious or godly, and so you get right back where you started from, as you do in thousands of errors founded on error. For instance, ask a physician what causes pains on the shoulders or side. The answer is, rheumatism. What is that? Neuralgia. What is that? Nervous affection. So he will go on from one thing to another till you get him angry and drive him back where he started. Is it so in science? No. The chemist tells the truth, and if you do not believe he shows you the fact so you have no doubt. In all the above theories there are phenomena which cannot be accounted for by the natural man, for he reasons in matter and he never can understand the things of the spirit. For all these are governed or created in the heavens or spiritual world, and this spiritual world is science. When science comes, wisdom takes the place of religion, and this world of opinions gives way to the scientific world. Then is established Christ's kingdom or religion in this world as it is in heaven. The other world. I will take the man Jesus as I find him and see if I can gather from what he has said and done what his ideas of another world were. No one doubts that he was a very good man, independent of what he taught, but so far as this world's goods went he had nowhere to lay his head, so his goodness must spring from another source than dollars and cents, as he had none of these. His food or wisdom was not of man, it was above the common opinion of the world. As far this world's goodness went he did not make much account of it, for when they were boasting about the Christian goodness, he asked, If you love and help them that love you, what reward have ye? Do not sinners the same? His goodness was not in anything that man could do as man, for when called to pay his tribute money he sent Peter to catch a fish and get the money out of it. Here he showed some wisdom to know that the very fish that would bite the hook contained the money. Perhaps the opinions of the wise may explain whether Jesus caused the fish to come round and bite or how it was. I shall not try to explain now but leave it to those who believe it a literal truth. Now I think I can give an explanation of Jesus' belief. At the time of the birth of Jesus the people were superstitious and ready to catch at any marvelous thing they could not explain. Jesus had been studying into the laws of the mind till he came to the conclusion that the priests were a set of blind guides, talking about what they knew nothing of, except as an opinion. And that they were deceiving the people by pretending to have power from another world. Jesus knew all their theories and pretenses were based on ignorance of opinion, but he could see there must be something in all the phenomena. Hearing of John's preaching he went to hear him, and then saw how the truth might be reduced to a science. Here was his temptation: if he used this wisdom for money-making business he could not meet with the same results, it must make him selfish. So he concluded he would risk all the sneers and opposition of the religious world and stand up and defend a science that struck at the roots of all religious superstition and public opinion and tested all things by one living and true principle. The Old Testament being their Bible, he had to explain its meaning and show that the writers taught this great truth, so he had to speak in parables. His wisdom being based on science that he could prove, he commenced to put it in practice toward disease. All the world's wisdom was based on an opinion, and to meet it was to spiritualize every idea. They believed in a literal heaven. To this he gave a spiritual meaning, saying his heaven was not of this world of opinions but of science, and he would bring it down to man's understanding. This they could not understand, for their belief located his kingdom in space and attached their senses to it as a place. But the priests had condensed these phenomena into an identity called God, had given him power over everything they could not understand, and robbed him of wisdom that explained their ignorance. They created a God after their own wisdom and set him in the heaven of their own belief. Thus the priests have placed misconstruction on every passage in the Bible which condemns superstition and taken all the wisdom to themselves. While the very science that the Bible contains is their worst enemy. This has made the man spoken of in Revelation, which seemed to be written by an insane man. If anyone will look at it, it will be seen it is a book of the progress of science over the opinions of the priest. It will be seen how John labored to show the people that the priest's ideas bound them and kept them in bondage. But his writings fell into the hands of the priests who put their own construction upon them and turned the minds of the people, who might be taught to see through their wisdom. So the book of Revelation, like all the others of the New Testament, has been stolen by the priests, turned and twisted and misconstrued to prove that men were writing to establish the truth of the priests' opinions. Now I know by the cures I make that disease was made by the false construction of priests, and I shall show that not one of the writers of the New Testament ever had an idea of priestcraft. But the priests, knowing that the people fell in with their views, stole the ideas and persecuted the authors, just as they do at this day. The priests claimed to be the teachers of morals and good order. Jesus had to establish a kingdom as the priests had done. Theirs was based on opinions, his on science, so everything that they believed was only an opinion, which his science could tear to pieces. So he begins by saying, "Seek first the kingdom of heaven," that is, seek wisdom, then all their craft could be explained. Then he says, "The kingdom of heaven has come unto you and ye will not receive it," that is, the science is here but you will not try to understand. In the Old Testament David called this science wisdom and exhorted his son to seek it first of all. Jesus called it the kingdom of heaven and calls on all men to seek it. If this wisdom and the kingdom of heaven were not the same, then Jesus and David had different ideas of wisdom. Does the priest call on the people to get understanding? No, that is what he fears. The priests want them to have religion, that is, to believe in the creeds which cramp the intellect and bind burdens upon them so that they can lead them. They fear investigation, for it is death to their craft. Defense against an accusation of putting down religion. I am often accused of putting down religion, and when I ask what is religion I am told the same old story that everyone knows, to be good and to worship God. Now all this sort of cant may do if it is not analyzed, but if you undertake to analyze it, it vanishes like dew before the morning sun. Religion is what it was before Christ, and I think I know what that was. The religion that Christ opposed consisted in forms and ceremonies. Now why did Jesus oppose it if belief had nothing to do with health and happiness? He said, "They that are well need no physician." So if a person were well it made no difference to Jesus what he believed, but he came to those that had been deceived. Well, how did he cure them? By changing their minds, for if he could not change their minds he could not cure them. This was the way with the young man who was rich who came to Jesus to know what he should do to be saved. Now if the young man was really in danger of being doomed to eternal punishment, as we are taught, then all that was wanted was to believe. So if his belief changed him, I ask if it changed his identity or mind. We are taught that man cannot do anything of himself to save himself, but was this the case with this young man? No, for Jesus told him what to do, to keep the commandments, and these were not Jesus but Moses' commandments. The young man said, "This have I done from my youth upward." So according to the young man's story he was a very good man, and Jesus found no fault with him but said, "If you will be perfect, go sell all you have and follow me." Now here was a young man who had done everything to be saved, and Jesus would not save him unless he would give all that he had to the poor and follow him. As absurd as this looks, you cannot find anyone who will comply with it, but people get over it by saying we must give up all sinful acts. Well, be as honest to that young man who went away sorrowful, for he could not understand. This is a fair specimen of the parables. Jesus never hinted that he or the young man had the slightest idea of another world. But it shows on the face of it that a man like Jesus could not be so little or narrow-minded as to send a person to endless misery because he would not give all his riches to the poor. Now I will give my construction, and if I do not make Jesus more of a man than the other I will never explain the Bible again. The Jews thought they were the chosen people of God and were the best and knew the most. So riches were wisdom, and they were rich in the laws of Moses. This young man came to Jesus to ask him what he should do to obtain this belief that Jesus taught. Jesus said, "Keep the commandments." This he had done. Well, go and give away your ideas and try to learn mine. This he could not do, for he could not see into it. So he went away sorrowful. Jesus' own disciples were in the same way, for they said, "We have forsaken all, what lack we more?" He then goes on to tell what they must do, but they did it not, for they all forsook him. Now if it requires such a sacrifice to go to heaven, he never found one that went, for they asked him, "If these things are so, how a man can be saved?" My religion, like Jesus, is in my acts, not in my belief. The sick are in their belief and not in their acts, for if it were in their acts they would be better. For to be wise is to be good, and to be good is to show your goodness by your acts. So if a man is sick he is not good, and if he is not good he is not happy, and if he is not good his evil must be something else than good. His goodness is science or Christ, his badness must be an opinion or religion. Now to be born again is to separate the true religion from the dross, and I know of no better rule than Jesus laid down when he said, "By their fruits ye shall know them." I am willing to be judged by my works, and if they bear me out I do not know as the wisdom of this world of opinions has any right to pass judgment on me. When I sit by a person, if I find no opinion I find no disease, but if I find a disease I find an opinion, so that the misery that is in the opinion or belief is the disease. I have to make war with the disease or opinion, and as there are a great many that make their disease out of the world's religion, it is my duty to change the belief to make the cure. And it is astonishing to see persons cling to their opinions as though they contain the substance, when if they knew the substance of their belief they would laugh at their folly. Now to me it is as plain as twice two makes four. I can sum up the religion of Jesus in one simple parable, and that is the parable of the child when the people were disputing about the kingdom of heaven. Jesus took up a little child from their midst and said, "Of such is the kingdom of heaven." Every one knows it is harder to unlearn an error than to learn a truth, so Jesus, knowing that a child was free from both, took him as a parable. So the Christian world must get rid or give away all errors and become as a little child to receive the Holy Ghost or science. This was the new birth, therefore to enter into science or the kingdom of heaven was not a very easy thing. So if any one says he is born of God or science, let him show it, for many shall come saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many, but by their fruits ye shall know them. So you see that Jesus' religion had nothing to do with the opinions of the world. 84. 19. Science, Life, Death. By the term science Dr. Quimby meant that wisdom which, superior to all opinions or wisdom of the world, and all knowledge founded on externals, mere facts or speculation, is divine in origin. Is beyond all doubt, and capable of verification by all. It is divine, not in the sense of a revelation given on authority, but because it is wisdom reduced to self-evident propositions, reduced to practice for the benefit of man. Therefore the basis of sciences such as chemistry or mathematics, in which unchangeable principles are implied. Science is aggressive, it is the truth which shall set men free, the Christ which Jesus came to declare. It is discoverable in the Bible, if we have spiritual eyes to see the meaning beneath the symbols. It is within the reach of all who, led by intuition and aware of man's true nature, distinguish between shadows and realities, the mind which is always changing in the spirit which never changes. Man then may learn to identify his true self with science as the scientific man, the man with spiritual senses and an immortal identity. Dr. Quimby did not undertake to found a new religion on this great truth or science, but believed that spiritual science is altogether superior to religion as ordinarily understood. His writings as a whole show what he means by the term. The first selection is from an article written in July, 1860, in which he defines his meaning, in part. Science. The word science is frequently used, but so loosely defined that its true meaning cannot be understood. Ask a man what science is, he answers, it is knowledge, a collection of general principles. This leaves the question just where we find it. So every one sets up his standard of a collection of general principles. Let us see if the word can be explained so that every one may know what science is. Science embraces something spiritual or a revelation from a higher state of being. Science is the name of that wisdom that accounts for all phenomena that the natural man or beast cannot understand. To illustrate. You throw a ball into the air, every child will soon learn that the ball will return. This is not science. But to know understandingly that it will return with just as much energy as it received, is science. Science is in the act, although the person knows it not, and God is in the world and the world knows him not. This principle Jesus tried to teach to man. The acts of man were sometimes according to this law, but the actors knew it not. So they being ignorant of science were a science unto themselves. As they did not know the motive, they could not teach it to others. Paul, speaking of this science, says some have not even heard of it, and how shall they believe in what they have not heard of as a science? How shall they hear without a preacher, and how shall they preach a science unless they be sent? So he says, how beautiful are the feet of those who preach the gospel of peace, or the words of that person who can teach science. He uses the word charity for the same wisdom, and goes on to tell that although we give all our money to the poor, and suffer our bodies to be burned, and do not understand science or charity, it is of no use. To understand wisdom or charity so as to put it into practice, so that it becomes a science, is not an easy task. Well might the disciples say this is a hard saying, and how can a man believe or understand? Therefore, if they cannot understand, must the wisdom of God be of no effect? Wisdom says, no. Let God, science, be true, but every man a liar. This science was in the minds of the people, but the priests and doctors led the people and explained it according to their own notions, so when Jesus came to establish this truth as a science, to them it was a stumbling block. The wisdom of this world never had put science into goodness, but thought goodness was a dispensation. This wisdom or charity was known by some to have an identity, but was never admitted as anything independent of the natural man. So goodness was considered by the priests as a sort of subjection to the rulers. A good person was like a good dog, ready to obey his master. Then his master would pat him and call him a good dog, although he had just torn another dog in pieces, or had done something else to please his master. This was the way with the Christian Church. To be good was to persecute all who would not bow the knee to the leaders. All who had the boldness to speak their opinions were heretics or infidels. The priests patted the heads of their dogs and set them on the swine or those who opposed them, so that to steal from or rob one of these skeptics was a virtue rather than a wrong. I have seen this effect in my own practice. There are people who are honest according to their religion who will come and tell me a lie, as I call it, to deceive me into a belief that they mean just what they say. I have just the same confidence in their honesty that I have in a bull-dog who looks as innocent as a lamb when you have something that he wants, and when he gets it will bite you as soon as your back is turned. This all arises from smothering the science or charity, or revelation from God. And this is done by the priest. The priests make their goodness a matter of self-interest, and charge people a fee to pardon their sins, which the honest part of the community would look upon as a wrong. The priest flatters them with the idea that they are doing just right. So they worship the priest as the masses worship the leaders, and every person knows that a leading demagogue will uphold any crime his party is guilty of, and applaud the actor for his honesty or goodness. Charity has no friend with any of these leaders. It finds no foothold. Therefore, like the dove of the ark, after trying to find a place to rest it returns to its house and is gone to the world. This was the case in the days of Jesus. He came to establish this science or charity. This word science not being used to explain this truth, it was called by Jesus, Christ, and by Paul it was called charity. By the wise who admitted it, it was called a power or gift, but it was never admitted to have an identity with the teaching to which the senses were attached. This was Jesus' religion, so that he talked his religion, instead of talking about it. To talk wisdom is wisdom, whereas to talk about wisdom is to talk an unknown God. Jesus tells just where the people stood in regard to this truth. There were none who understood it, but many who acted according to their principles. These he called persons who being ignorant of the law were a law to themselves, because they did right and did not know why they wanted to do it. He describes their minds as half wise and half foolish. But the wise were ignorant of the cause of their own wisdom, so that in trying to make people understand this truth, which he called the greatest of sciences or the kingdom of God, he spoke in parables. He commences by a parable of the foundation of this science, or the ground in which it is sown, and then shows the growth by parables. So when he was asked for an explanation of this science or power, or kingdom, he took a little child in his arms and said, "Of such is the foundation or kingdom of heaven." Now, every one knows that a child is a blank as far as virtue or vice is concerned, and with it, might is right. The growth of this child's wisdom depends entirely upon the direction given to its mind. Then he asks, "What shall I compare its little wisdom to?" I will compare it to a grain of mustard seed that a man sowed in his garden. So God sowed in this little child's mind wisdom, and this wisdom if properly developed would teach him that his body, like the earth, is the casket or loom for this wisdom to develop itself in. As it developed itself, it would leave its mother earth and derive its life from a higher and more perfect mother that had no matter, but which lifts one above all the fog or atmosphere of earth, and the decomposition of matter or ideas that contain all sorts of evil. The growth of this wisdom was likely to be destroyed, for Herod sought to kill it. But its mother hid it in the ignorance or bushes, in the sea of superstition, till it could grow in the hearts of the people. So when its branches began to put forth, and the fowls or theories began to build nests or attack it, then came the devil and made war against it. Then the priests and doctors joined in and stirred up the multitude to search out where the true wisdom was, that they might take counsel together how they should destroy it. When Jesus appeared at the common age of man, ready to defend himself, John sent to him to know if he was this science or Christ, or must we look for another. As Jesus began to preach this truth or science, it struck at the root of all the old superstitions. This was the very thing the people had looked for. The prophets had prophesied that the time would come when man should act from a higher motive than dollars and cents, when goodness would be a virtue and would be appreciated. The priests had looked upon all virtue as passion, and had treated it as such. Thus sympathy or love was misrepresented by these blind guides, so that people acknowledged and thought that they were born dishonest, and all kinds of vice and passion were elements of our nature. When Jesus began to separate vice from virtue, the war began. This separation was his religion. Vice and passions were the inventions of man. I will not say brutish, for that is a stain on God or goodness. For the brutes act as they were intended to, and to compare them to man who debases himself below the brute is a stain on the whole character of the horse. For instance, I have seen a thing driving a horse who looked more out of place than he would if he were in the thills and the horse had the reins. This sort of intellect, which is made up of the lowest passions of man, is as much beneath the brute as the hawk is beneath the dove. These two characters make up man. One is ignorance, superstition and all kinds of passion, to gratify the lusts of a low, contemptible mind which cannot see honesty in anything except as a restraint upon the appetites, so lie looks upon all restraints as burdens and oppressions. This is the wisdom of this world. This wisdom has always been in the ascendancy. It has been the enemy of truth or science. So when any new development of truth comes up, this brutal intellect catches the seed or idea and puts a low construction on its acts. This causes the war of error, to see which shall get the mastery. Science comes as a natural result of the quarrel. For the truth never makes war for anything. All the fighting is done by ignorance and superstition. Now, as I have already said, the beasts were made perfect as they were intended to be. No change is visible in each succeeding generation. The combination of the natural brute is perfect. But it does not contain science or wisdom. Man, being what is called the noblest work of God, has a higher development, and shows that there is something outside of matter which can control matter. This something is what the world has always been looking for. It is not in the beasts, for it is not life, and that the beasts have, nor is it reason, for the beasts have that, nor is it passion, nor is it love, for all of these the beasts have. Then what is it that makes man above the beast? Science or a revelation from a spiritual world, higher than the natural world. And this wisdom or science is progression. For it is in the beastly man, although in such it has never been developed. Wisdom or science makes the distinction in man by this figure: man is of the earth earthly, yet in him was this science in the form of a rib, or this higher power, and the science called it woman. And this woman or wisdom is to lead man or ignorance to truth and happiness. Now, neither the man nor the woman had any science, and man like the beast was willing to live under restriction, as all other animals did. For God placed all other animals under the law of might. But it was not so with the rib. The rib saw farther ahead than the beast. It had more sagacity, and like the serpent, said to itself, "Here is a tree or knowledge of good and evil, or judge of right and wrong, and if you eat it or investigate you shall be like the father of it, more than the brute." Here you see the true character of wisdom. It shrinks not from investigating, although it is unpopular and has the whole world to contend with. It fights its way regardless of danger. So it ate or investigated whatever it saw. Now I will suppose the tree. Theories are something called trees. The tree that bears not good fruit, and is to be hewn down, is anything man wants to investigate. You must go back to Adam and Eve, or to a little child, as Jesus said when he undertook to explain the same idea. So of course it had no reference to man and woman as we see them, but to the development of knowledge above the brute. So he takes man and woman as figures of truth and error, and shows that the mind of woman is better calculated to receive seed or investigate. Women have more endurance and more patience to investigate any new science than man. And their wisdom is not of this world, but of that higher power called science. When they give their idea to man, he then eats or understands, and then goes to work to form the idea that has been given to him by the woman. It has always been the case that all spiritual wisdom has been received through the female. The Oracle of Delphi was a woman. As men's minds are more brutal and less scientific or spiritual, they never believe till they can see with the natural man's eyes. Science to them is a shadow. Now as, the natural, man is of matter and his thoughts are a part of himself, he lives on his ideas and forms all his plans in matter and carries them out in matter, thus the natural man knows nothing about matter. The spiritual man or the woman is out of matter, and sees all the changes of matter. These two characters are in every man, and to distinguish them is what is taught by this science. Science suffers long before it becomes a fact. It envieth not other science. It vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave unseemly, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoices in the truth. Science never faileth, but prophecies do. The knowledge of this world fails, but science never fails. Christian Science. In most of his articles Dr. Quimby used the expressions, Christ or truth, Christ or science, and so the term science came to stand for, the science of the Christ, or, science of health and happiness. In an article on Aristocracy and Democracy, written, February, 1863, he uses the term, Christian Science, for the first time. The paragraph in which the term occurs is as follows. The leaders of the medical schools, through the hypocrisy of their profession, deceive the people into submission to their opinions. While democracy forges the fetters which are to bind them to disease. Science, which would destroy this bondage, is looked upon as blasphemy when it dares oppose the faculty, and religion has no place in medical science. So in the Church the religion of Jesus science is never heard. For it would drive aristocracy out of the pulpit, and scatter seeds of freedom among the people. Nevertheless, the religion of Christ is shown in the progress of Christian Science, while the religion of society decays as the liberal principles are developed. Man's religion labors to keep science down in all churches north and south, by suppressing free discussion, for aristocracy will not have anything tending to freedom. In lengthy articles devoted to biblical interpretation, Dr. Quimby endeavored to show that there is a spiritual science in the Bible underneath the letter of the Word, and in all these studies he contrasts the two forces, at work within man, for example, Cain and Abel, law and gospel, Saul and Paul. He believed that the Bible was never intended as a religious book in the common acceptance of the term, it has nothing to do with theology, but contains a scientific explanation of cause and effect, showing how man must act and think for his happiness. Thus the account of creation pertains to man's spiritual development, not to the production of a literal earth. Dr. Quimby also expounded many passages in the New Testament so as to free his patients from a literal view and show that Jesus' sayings implied the Christ within, or true healing principle. Thus he set the example followed by all his adherents who have found a key to the Scriptures in spiritual interpretation. It will be noticed that statements appear from time to time in the foregoing selections from which it would be easy to make the inferences on which Christian Science, ordinarily so-called, was based. For example, in Questions and Answers, we read, there is no wisdom in matter, and that the truth or understanding on which Quimby bases his teaching, is God, for in that there is no matter, and so to understand is wisdom, not matter. Matter is said to be merely an idea or shadow. Combine these statements with the proposition that matter contains no life or intelligence, and that life or intelligence is to be attributed to God only, and it is only a step to infer that all is mind, there is no matter, that is, no matter in God. Matter comes into view when it is a question of opinions or errors which take shape according to our allegiance to them, our bondage to the mind of opinions, called by Mrs. Eddy mortal mind. Dar. Quimby did not deny the existence of matter as an expression of mind. But he did say that there is no matter in God. Hence it is legitimate to say in that connection, all is mind, there is no matter. Again, we find Quimby saying, the science of health which I teach was practiced by Jesus. His science or Christ put man in tune. This knowledge which I put in practice is the science of health. He also refers to the principle that never moves, the foundation of all things. God to Quimby was this principle, which Jesus taught as the Christ. Here we have the origin of the term science and health, and the other terms on which the later Christian Science was founded. This science was to Quimby the clue to the spiritual interpretation of Scripture. He also speaks of it as revelation. It is noticeable that in Questions and Answers there is no clear idea of the human self, and that other points obscure in that manuscript are obscure in Christian Science, also. On the whole, Questions and Answers is very obscure. Nor is there to be found anywhere in the earlier writings a clear idea concerning the nature and origin of evil. Hence it would have been easy to make the inference, all is good, there is no evil, since Quimby attributes all evil to human opinion or error, and finds no reality in an ultimate sense in human opinions and errors. Later, he is more explicit, and plainly says that goodness is to be attributed to God only, goodness is due to science, and should be taught to young and old as a science. It is therefore right to infer that evil is due to our ignorance, to opinion. Had we been taught science from the beginning, we would have grown up without diseases, without evil, and we would never have mistaken appearances or shadows for reality. Dr. Quimby never uses the language of denial. He never explicitly says, there is no matter, or, there is no evil. This is a legitimate backhanded way of declaring what to him was the greatest truth, there is no reality save that which exists in God or science. His realization of this truth was so strong that he did not need denials. Furthermore, as the foregoing selections make plain, he believed it necessary to explain as well as cure or heal. And to explain was to show precisely in what way shadows had been misinterpreted as substances. His realization for Mrs. Patterson-Eddy gave her the impetus which started her on the way we find her following as indicated by her letters, 1862–64, while she is gradually gaining strength and learning to apply the new science. Her later statements, like those of Rev. Mr. Evans and the other followers of Quimby, are conditioned by her understanding of what Quimby meant. Whether her inferences were right or not, or whether Evans in his Mental Cure and The Divine Law of Cure was a clearer reasoner, must be left for the reader to determine. Life. When we speak of life we speak of it as, though it were a thing. But there are as many kinds of life as there are birds or fishes or anything which grows, and the life of a plant is not the same as that of a tree, neither is the life of man the same as that of a beast. All life is the result of the chemical action of some idea, so that life is matter, and it lives on life or matter, therefore the material man is made up of life and death. This life is continually changing, so that we live on life which we receive from others. Ideas are spiritual, matter, and of course they contain life. We eat or receive life in the wrong sense. For instance, the Jews when they ate pork thought they ate life, for their belief was that it would produce a disease, although the pork was dead it would rise again in the form of scrofula. So to avoid having that life in them they would not eat pork. Now, as absurd as this idea is, it is the basis of our knowledge about disease. How often are we reminded not to eat such and such things? We all admit that animal food has life in it. So we eat it as life, for when we say that it is so far decayed that it is not good we look on it as poison. So also we receive life into our stomach as though it really added to our life or strength. How often we talk about fat making us warmer. All these ideas are the result of error and their fruits are disease. Does the dog eat meat as though it had life? No, he eats it as dead and expects no bad effects from it. So it is with all living beings but man. Man has reasoned himself into a belief that all he eats and drinks contains life, and this life or food is his enemy or friend according to his belief. Thus he is kept continually on the watch what kind of food he receives. Although the life or food that he receives contains the idea of death, yet his belief is that he lives, and he is affected by his belief. Now when I eat or drink, the life that was in the substance eaten is dead to me, and has no life in it. So I am not afraid in eating pork of any bad effects. Neither am I afraid if I listen and take a person's feelings arising from scrofula or any other disease that I shall have the disease, for the life of the disease is in the person who believes it. What is the weapon that destroys this life or disease? Science. This is eternal, and that destroys all other life. This is to the animal life, death. So science to the natural man is nothing that contains life. But this science is a principle. This is the only living and eternal life. This science is what rose from the dead or natural life. Man in his natural state was no more liable to disease than the beast. But as soon as he began to reason he became diseased, for his disease was in his reason. Therefore his reason was his life, and this made him afraid of his reason. This the doctors called nervousness, and to prevent this nervous life they introduced disease in certain things we eat or drink. Let man rid himself of these blind guides and follow the command of God, and take no thought of what he shall eat or drink as having anything to do with his health, and he will then be much better off. Seek first science at the appearance of every phenomenon, and pay no attention to your food any more than the rest of God's creatures do. If man were as wise in regard to what goes into his stomach as the beast he would be much better off. Let the health alone. Seek to enlighten man in science, and as science is developed man will become wise and happy. This life is in his wisdom and his wisdom is a science. To put his science into practice for his own happiness is to correct some error that he has embraced. To prove the science to others is to take something that man is troubled about in the form of a disease which creates unhappiness, and correct the opinion so that health is established. Underscore 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 underscore. I have shown that there is no matter independent of mind or life. It is proved by geologists that matter is going through a process of change which is called life. Then life is in the atmosphere or space. And if life is in a state invisible to matter it may fill all space. In this space there must be diversity of matter or life, namely, the life of minerals, the life of vegetables, and the life of animals. And all these are in the atmosphere like the mist that went up from the earth at creation. Thus matter or life is in an invisible state to the visible matter, but governed by the same God. This makes the material earth or natural world. God made matter and condensed it into certain forms and elements that were necessary for man. And to be a combination of these it was necessary that there should be a chemical union of all matter dissolved into space before man could be formed. For man's body is made of the dust of this living matter. As man contains all the elements of this material world or life, he is a miniature world in himself. This matter or life under the wisdom of God forms the identity of what is called the natural man, so that man, spoken into being, was made up of all the elements of the material world. The natural man commences his life in a higher state of matter. The field or garden in which he is placed is with all the creation of animal forms, and he is liable to all the evils which his life is capable of knowing. It is not strange that phenomena should appear while man is so ignorant of what he is composed of which can be traced to the animal kingdom. All phenomena are the effect of what man receives from this animal life. And as his life is in his belief he reasons his life out of existence. Being a progressive process, his life has to contend with all the grosser life or matter of the animal. But as he is the rib or purest part of animal life, he contains the elements of knowledge, and this the lower life does not contain. Man and woman. Man, like the earth, is throwing off a vapor, and that contains his knowledge. Out of this vapor comes a more perfect identity of living matter, more rarefied than the former, and consequently in danger of being devoured by it. The latter life is less gross, therefore more spiritual, so that what it loses in physical strength it receives from a higher power approaching God or science. This science is the wisdom of God that controls the higher intellect. As the earth is composed of different kinds of soil, so man varies from the lowest grade of animal intelligence to that higher state of consciousness which can receive science. The spiritual rib that rises from man is more perfect matter or soil, called woman. I do not mean that woman means every female. Nor do I pretend to say that man means everything of the animal. But that the mind of the female contains more of that superior substance required to receive the higher development of God's wisdom. For this element is pure love that has been purified by the change life has gone through. Phenomena have always occurred in the form of science, as though man had once been advanced far beyond his present condition. The male creation feeds on the lower order of life. It makes the higher order a sort of pet for a while, the natural man sports and plays with the female. While the purer part of his nature is sympathizing with its own love in a higher soil or life, the animal life is prowling around to devour the little pleasure that is striving to grow in this barren soil. This keeps science down, for it is not known to the natural man. But put this science into the life or soul of the female, and then she is safe from the animal life, and it puts her in possession of a science that the natural man knows nothing of. It separates her from matter and brings her into that spiritual state that rises from all animal life with a knowledge of its character. Like a chemist she then stands among all kinds of matter, which are under her control, and which she has the power of changing. Then she becomes a teacher of that science which puts man in possession of a wisdom that can subject all animal life to his own control, and separate the wisdom of this world from the wisdom of God. Then woman becomes a teacher of the young, and man stands to woman as a servant to his Lord, ready to investigate all phenomena by science. The woman is the one who gives all the impressions to the child. But man from some cause, probably from having more physical strength, and looking upon all things as inferior to his own wisdom, is not content to subject all the brute creation to his will, but must subject the very creature that his best life or nature adores, and in this way woman is deprived of carrying out the science that God intended. By this physical force woman is kept down, and does not take the place in the world which God intended. But I maintain that wherever in the world matter or life becomes pure enough for science to reign over ignorance, then science will become the master and ignorance the servant. Mind is only another state called life that is purifying itself to receive a higher life that will never end, that is science. Man lives on such active life as his appetite craves, and as he separates the animal from the spiritual, his appetite or passions change till he is completely carried away by the spiritual life. Science teaches man that although he is not of this world he is a teacher in it, and being a teacher he is a soldier in the hands of science. To fight the life of error like a soldier and contend for the truth or science requires more courage than it does to fight for your own bread. As the soil of California is rich enough to produce gold, so the soul or life of the female is rich enough to produce the wisdom of God. It does not follow that the life of woman is the only soil capable of producing science, but it contains more spiritual wisdom than is found in man. This is as should be, and if it could be admitted by man, so that woman could have her place in the life of man, the world would in a short time be rid of the scourges, the medical faculty and priests that now infest the land. Women are religious from science naturally, and had not man instructed them the world would have been free now from superstition and evils that follow our belief. Woman is not so superstitious as man. Her sympathy is inexhaustible. While men would get out of patience and would leave the sick, woman will cling to them as much as to say, "Death, you shall not have this life." Now, where is woman placed? Just where man puts her to satisfy himself. She has nothing to do with her situation, but she must be content with what man chooses to assign her. In wisdom he of course is to be the great center of attraction, and although he has no light, only as it is thrown from the sun or higher power of his wisdom, woman thinks his light is derived from a power superior to himself. But a female coming forward in public to advocate man's ideas is as much below the male as a male who personifies a brute for the gratification of an audience is below the brute itself. Where is woman's true position? As a teacher of the science of health and happiness. This is what man does not want to do. It is too much like labor to toil over little children, and sit by the sick and take their sufferings upon oneself. Men will not do this. But they are very willing to bind burdens upon their neighbors, which they will not lift one finger to remove, by teaching false doctrines, whose effect on the people they do not know. Which keep the people in bondage and all their lives subject to death. Man is the life of all life before him. He becomes a sort of living matter, subject to all the laws of life or matter. At last he becomes more refined, and becomes the medium of the life of science or everlasting life, where there is no death, but where all things are tried by science. Light. Every man is a part of God, just so far as he is wisdom. So I will tell what I know, not what I believe. I worship no God except my own, and I will tell you what he teaches me. In the first place he puts no restrictions on me, in fact he is in me, and just as I know myself I know him. So that God and I are one, just as my children and I are one. To please myself I please God, and to injure myself is to injure my God. So all I have to do is to please myself. As God and I are one, so you and I are one, and to please myself is to please you, and to injure myself is to injure you, so just as I measure out to you I measure out to myself. As you and I are one, you and your neighbor are one, and to love your neighbor as yourself is more than all the prayers made by all the priests in the world. I know that if I do by another as I would be done by in like circumstances I feel right, so I judge no man. I do not judge of myself, for my knowledge of this wisdom is as plain to me as my senses. To the world this is a belief, but to me it is wisdom that the religious world knows not of. If they did they would never crucify me as they do in their ignorance. So my religion is my wisdom which is not of this world, but of that wisdom that will break in pieces the wisdom of men. Man's wisdom is the superstition of heathen idolatry, all science is at variance with it. I stand alone, not believing in anything independent of science, so you can put me down as having no sympathy with any belief or religion concerning another world, or in anything belonging to the Christian death. Neither have I any belief in the resurrection of the body. My death is this, ignorance, life is wisdom, death is darkness or matter. All men have wandered from light and believed in darkness. To destroy matter you introduce light or life. I will illustrate. Suppose you are sitting in the dark, call that this world. Now as the light springs up, where is the darkness? The light is the resurrection of this body or darkness. What becomes of it when the light rises? So it is with man. Man is an idea of matter or darkness, and as his mind becomes lit up or clairvoyant the darkness of the idea of matter is gone, and he is in light that the wisdom of this world or darkness has not. So light came into darkness and the darkness comprehended it not. When I sit down by a patient I come out of this matter or darkness and stand by the patient's senses, which are attached to some idea of the wisdom of this world which troubles him. I retain my former man and senses. I also have another identity independent of matter, and as I, knowing what is the cause of his misery, stand by the matter or belief of my patient and destroy his belief or the effect it has on his senses. Then as the darkness or belief is lit up by the wisdom of science, his darkness disappears and he rejoices in the light. The light leads him back to his health, from whence he had been decoyed by the blind guides spoken of in Scripture. Here you have what I believe and what I disbelieve, the two are my law and gospel. By the law no one can be saved, but by the gospel of truth, science will have all saved, not from the Christian world, but from this world of superstition and ignorance. Saved for the greater truth that was prepared from the beginning of the world for all those who search and try to find it. You cannot go into the clouds to call it down, nor into the sea to call it up, but it is in you, in your very thoughts. It is not of this world, but of a higher state, that can penetrate this earthly matter as light through darkness. As the senses are the body of truth, they travel through the light, as a man with a lamp travels through the dark. So it is not everyone who has a lamp with oil, nor is everyone wise who says he is so. But he is wise who can come up to the one in the dark, and lead him through this wilderness of disease into the light of reason and health. Like the good man who had the 100 sheep and one wandered away in the dark, he left the 99 that were in the light and went and found the lost one and restored him to the fold. Now let those who pretend to be shepherds of the sheep, or of poor sick persons starving to death like the prodigal son for spiritual food, eating the husks of science, not the priest's food, go and guide them along to the Father of health where they can eat and be glad and have music and dancing. This was Christ's truth. He was the good shepherd, the people were his sheep, and all who looked at him and listened to the true wisdom, were saved from the errors of the priests and doctors. As Moses lifted up the serpent of the old Egyptian theology or creed, and explained them, and all those who looked on his explanation were healed of their errors that made disease, so Christ was lifted up. And all who understood were healed from the doctrine of the scribes and Pharisees. So in our day, November, 1860, I hold up the serpent of creeds and doctors' theories, and show the absurdity of their beliefs, and all who understand are healed of their diseases. Death. What is death? Man from ignorance has associated truth with error till error has got to be as true as life itself. Life cannot be seen except as it is made manifest in some idea. This idea is called matter, and it has become so identified with life that life cannot exist without it. This is the way man reasons. To destroy life is to destroy the idea that contains it. Therefore when we see our idea without life we say our life is dead. This would be true if death were life. But this is not so, according to the words of Jesus. He says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. He came to destroy death, and him who had the power of death, that is, the devil. Now if the devil has the power of death, death cannot mean what the people think it does. If death means what we are taught to believe it does, then Jesus knew not what he said. It either means an idea can be changed or it means the destruction of life, and in the latter case what Jesus said amounts to nothing. I am certain that I know what Jesus meant to convey to the people, for I have seen death myself and the eternal life he spoke of, and can testify that I have passed from death unto life, as he taught the disciples. And knowing this life that is in Christ I teach it to you, not by opinions but by words of wisdom that will destroy death and put you in possession of that true life that will make death only an idea. Like all other ideas man must be rid of to be happy. At the time Jesus taught this eternal world the world was in darkness in regard to one thing, that was life independent of a belief. But as the lamp of science was lit up it dispelled the shadow of opinions and embraced life. Matter is with science nothing but a shadow. As its belief is changed death is destroyed and life takes its place. We have all been made to believe that we were flesh and blood. I believed as all the world did that this body would die, and that I might be raised and reunited with my friends in another world, either happy or miserable. Now, all this is under the law, but by the law no flesh can be saved. In the darkness of this era the light sprang up and I rose from the dead or unbelief to the light of science, and am now out of my old belief. I will illustrate. You were once ignorant of mathematics. If someone had given you a mathematical book it would have been darkness to you. But the principle or spiritual wisdom was in the book. As you began to understand you would have life, and the life would be in your understanding. You would still have a body of flesh and blood in your belief. Losing your ignorance, you would rise from the dead into the scientific world, where those in the law or ignorance would not see you, for the dead know nothing of mathematics. Instead of being in the book, therefore, you are out of it, and to prove this you say to those who are struggling with the world that you will show yourself by your resurrection. So you do a mathematical problem without the book, and then show people that they are to be judged by their own books, and if they are not found in the book of science they are dead in their own sins or ignorance. You have a body of flesh and blood in both worlds. So it is with all other error. Death is ignorance, and unless you are made to destroy it by your own belief, effort, you cannot get rid of it. The world has made an end of life, but Jesus was the end of the world's life, so the world's life to him was death and his life was the destruction of their belief. So I believe in flesh and blood but not in death, for I have passed from that belief into a life that is eternal. I have flesh and blood, as you all see, I shall never be without it, never without a body. But you from belief may destroy my life to yourself, while to me it is the same today and forever. Here you have the belief of one who has seen the idea death swallowed up in science, therefore to me the change is not a thing of belief but a truth. You may ask me if I do not believe in what is called death. I answer, yes, if I did not I should not try to destroy it in others. To know that my friends are separated from me on account of their unbelief makes me more earnest that they should believe the truth. If your father or mother were carried out of your sight and you thought they were dead, if they knew it would they not weep for your unbelief? They know they are alive with flesh and blood. But your belief makes a wall so dense that you cannot penetrate your own belief. Underscore 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 underscore. I will now say a few words in regard to the state called death. As this error is so well established that it is folly to deny it, I must explain my grounds for denying what everyone believes. Let us see what man loses by the change called death. If you make a man admit that his happiness is in this state of error or opinions, then to get out of it would be death. But convince every person that he might sit down and fall into a state in which he might go where he pleased, and enjoy the society of those he did in his waking state, and be responsible for his acts the same as though awake. And if his ability and genius and good character earn for him the sympathy of some friend that would like to have him accompany him to a foreign country, and he should go and enjoy all the privileges of a guest, then wake up. Don't you suppose he would like to take another trip? Now destroy all ideas of death and that would destroy disease. Then man would labor for wisdom, and when he grew rich he would say to himself, I am rich enough, so I will now lie down and rest and enjoy my friends, and listen to the world's talk. So he gives up his cares and lies down, and rides around and enjoys himself. One is a figure of the other, but one is real, and the other is a shadow. The man who is rich in this world's goods to the exclusion of some scientific capital cannot travel in the world of science with his money. To have money and no wisdom is to be like the rich man in the Bible spoken of by Jesus. He had been at work and got rich, and his crops were so large that he said to himself, I will tear down my old house and barn, and build me a more expensive establishment. Or I will dress up and go into more educated society, among the literary world and enjoy myself. But science says to him, this night shalt thou be satisfied that all thy riches will not make thee a man of science. So you must lose all that foolish pride that impels the rules of the world, for where science comes riches take to themselves wings and fly away into the wilderness of darkness. When these two characters lie down together, they are received into society according to their worth or talent. For money is not wisdom. So the rich man of this world may be the beggar of the scientific, while this beggar or man of small means with scientific riches will be as far removed from his neighbor as Dives from Lazarus. One must die to become the other. See the man that is made of money and knows nothing but his money when he is past making it. He is feverish and all he thinks of is his money. This is his happiness and someone is all the time getting it away. So he is in trouble, while the man of science is investigating all the improvements of the age and becoming acquainted with scientific secrets. Now they both lie down to enjoy their riches. The miser is all the time nervous and frightened about his money, while the scientific man is traveling on the interest of his capital. And if an expedition is fitted out for some great discovery, where his science is wanted, he receives an invitation and goes and enjoys himself, while the miser is prowling around to buy some second-hand lock to put on his door to keep out robbers. These two characters may go on for hundreds of years, for time is nothing in eternity. So we see everyday figures of change. How many persons are there in this city who get up in the morning and pass the day without gaining enough wisdom to last them till 9 o'clock? But you will see them up in the morning before day looking around to find some hole to creep into to get a drop of water or a substance to moisten their tongue, for they are tormented by an appetite for this world's goods. So their life is one continual state of excitement, always opposing everything that enlightens men's minds and elevates character. Such a man is dead to the world of science, whether he is on top of the ground or underneath, while the man of science is alive whether on the earth or in it. They both lie down in their own sepulchre. If one is made of opinions, he must take it. If the other is science, he will be in it. So while one is progressing, the other is looking on. They are both rewarded for their acts. Underscore 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 underscore. What is the true definition of death? Death is the name of an idea. An idea is matter, so that the destruction of an idea is death. Every opinion has its center, and its center is the idea. Now if a person believes in anything that is founded on an opinion, the idea is in the opinion, and the senses being also in the opinion are attached to the idea. This imprisons the senses in the opinion. Now the idea is of itself nothing but an opinion condensed into a solid and called matter, and every word goes to make the idea. So to make an idea, men reason about something they have no proof of only as an opinion. So they build their building, and in the center is the idea, and if they succeed in establishing their opinion they imprison their opponent, and the misery is what flows from the idea. I will illustrate. Take the word, consumption. This word is of itself nothing to the person who never heard of it. To make it is to create the opinion or building and then reduce it to an idea. So matter in the form of words is so arranged as to make the idea in the opinion. While the opinion is forming in the mind, a chemical change is going on, and the matter is held in solution till it is condensed into a form according to the pattern given by the direction of mind. And after the opinion is fairly established in the mind and the person in the idea which is in the center, the senses are attached to the idea and become part of it. Now to separate the senses from the idea is death to the idea, but life to the senses. This separation called death is only death to the one idea. Man is always dying and living in progression, for error or opinion must always be in the mind, and mind must always exist till time is no more. Man is made of science and ignorance, or life and death. Man, seen by the senses, is the center of our belief, and the senses are attached to the idea called man, so the idea, man, varies as much as one star differs from another. The animal is content to be just as he is, and seeks no wisdom above his kind. He lives the animal, and when his identity is destroyed he is forgotten by his race, but this is only my opinion. But the animal that is dead to the living is as much alive in the higher state of matter or mind as the man who loses his idea. Each retains his own identity, but man is progressive and the beast is the same forever. The beast has but one rotation of life and death, but man lives all his life subject to death. So although he destroys one idea called death, he is liable to die again and again to the end of time unless his wisdom destroys death by the science of life. The last enemy is death, so the scientific man or idea shall reign till all error is destroyed. All identities called man are not the same. There is the well identity of man, the lame, the sick, the deaf, the dumb, and so on. All men are liable to have a combination of all these identities. For instance, a well man or child is an identity. Now it changes to a sick identity, so the well identity is destroyed, and the child's senses are attached to the identity of a disease. The science of life is to know how to keep man from getting into death or error. This is my theory. To put man in possession of a science that will destroy the ideas of the sick and teach man one living progression, development, of his own identity, with life free from error and disease. Now as man passes through these combinations, they differ one from another. So it will be in the resurrection, of the dead, to life, freed from false ideas and in truth. Suppose a man could be so wise as to know every sensation that affects his senses. He could never change, so he would be always the same. Now take another who believes in all the opinions of man, and he is dying and living all the time, dying to error and living to truth, till he dies the death of all his opinions or beliefs. Therefore to be free from death is to be alive in truth, for sin or error is death and science is eternal life, and this life is in Christ. Underscore 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 underscore. I said that every opinion had a center, and this center was an idea. I will try to make this more plain, for it is the center or foundation on which all error rests. Destroy this and disease is out of the mind, for this central idea is the fortress error erects to keep the subject in submission. As wisdom is its enemy, it keeps up a constant cannonading to frighten wisdom into subjection. This idea is built by public opinion, got up by demagogues or doctors and priests, its father or founder was a liar, its foundation is ignorance and superstition, its reign is tyranny and slavery to wisdom, its victims are ignorance. This kingdom of darkness is the error of man, every man's mind is subject to this prince of darkness, its power is in its popularity, its laws are arbitrary and binding on all, it knows no mercy, its chief end is the destruction of man's happiness. For that purpose it holds out large rewards, as it did to Jesus, to those who will enter its service. Its honesty is hypocrisy, and in fact its whole aim is slavery and power. What classes does it embrace? It embraces every opinion of man. Ignorance is the foundation, destruction to freedom or science is its chief end, so its leaders invent all sorts of falsehoods and bind them on the people, or matter, which is liable to be changed or molded into their belief. Every inducement is held out to persuade the senses to become interested in their idea or opinion. Now an opinion is like a city or town that has its center or laws. So as man's senses are traveling, like the man going down to Jericho, who fell among thieves, he listens to these false leaders and hears of some idea like a place. It is described to him by some doctor or priest in an earnest manner. This excites the mind, curiosity is aroused, the senses leave their home or father's house like the prodigal son, and wander away into this place or state. Here he is accused of being a stranger and is cast into the belief. The belief is a prison, the idea is the laws, and if he chances to hear of diphtheria, he believes it is as much a place as Boston. So if he chances to go near the place and happens to feel a soreness in the throat, he is accused, and if he acknowledges that he has it, his acknowledgement becomes a belief, this places him in the prison and the sentence being passed. Punishment commences. The prison or belief embraces all persons who have transgressed the laws of diphtheria. So every opinion is a prison or place, to hold the person that believes it, and man's senses may have as many indictments against him as he has opinions. So science or Christ enters the cities or towns, and pleads the case of the senses that are imprisoned, and if he gets the case, the prisoner is set at liberty, or the senses detached from the idea, and the error in the mind explained. Then the prisoner or senses rises from the place of torment into the kingdom of health. Its boundaries are opinions, its subjects are superstitions, and its laws are for the destruction of science. To destroy this kingdom is to introduce science, is that the warfare is endless, for neither party will yield, no compromise is entered into by science, but as the kingdom is divided against itself it cannot stand. Now as these two parties are in one man, it may be necessary to define their tactics and show how the senses may keep clear of both. One party assumes an idea and uses all their cunning to make it admitted by the senses, so when that is established, then commences the argument. The opposite side being more ignorant, but more honest, admits the idea but tries to destroy it. Here is an illustration. The children of the kingdom assert that sin is of divine origin, so the opposite acknowledge it and then try to reason it out of existence. They say that Adam's sin was the cause of all sin. Admitting it, then they try to show how inconsistent it is. They say sin is death. When admitted it becomes a law, so they go on assuming anything, and the other side admit, then argue about it, so that the kingdom of science is not known in all their reason. Science has battled down the walls of error and established liberty or truth in much of their kingdom. It has hewn down the trees of superstition and established the science of mathematics. It has struck at the science of health. This is an unbroken wilderness never entered by man. Ever since the days of Moses there have been adventurers, but none has as yet planted the standard of life with such an inscription: the science of life is in the wilderness. Jesus tried to do it but was crucified. Paul and all of his disciples also tried, but no one has ever yet been able to penetrate this dark wilderness and raise the standard and sustain it. As I explained but one side of the question, I will now give the other, which is life. I showed that death is opposed to life. I did not use that term, but you will see that is what I mean. Now death is life to the natural man as much as error is. Truth and error have their kingdom, and our senses are in one or the other according to our acts. I gave an explanation of the natural man or error, which is matter, and showed that all our misery is in our ignorance of the other kingdom called life or science. This kingdom is that spoken of in the scriptures, which was hewn out and came down to earth, or the natural man, and became embedded in the hearts of the people. This was the stone or science that the builders of error rejected, which has been the head or foundation of the new science of life, and on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder. This child was the one without father or mother. It had no beginning of days nor ending of years, but it is from everlasting to everlasting. It was the rock that followed Moses in the wilderness of superstition. It is progress, it knows no evil. It is a consuming fire, that will rage till it burns up every selfish idea. It is never found boasting of its wisdom, it is not puffed up, it sits and sees itself swell in the hearts of the people, but they see it not. Their minds are now seeing the light that is going before them, they are afraid, so that even the kingdom of darkness is in rebellion against itself. The leaders begin to tremble, for they see that the angel of science has sounded his trumpet, the earth or matter is moved out of its place, the stars or parties are falling, and the powers of the kingdom are shaken. The spears of superstition have been beaten into plowshares, science has plowed up all the stubble and burnt up the rubbish, the fields of life are bringing forth flowers of happiness, the streams of blood have turned into living waters. The birds of wisdom are sounding their notes of peace, and all the people rejoice. The old beliefs are passed away, and a new belief or heaven is established in the hearts of men, where all beliefs shall be tested by science and the wicked or error shall be destroyed. Wisdom aims at opinions, its march is progress. It knows no fear, its qualities are love. It neither turns to the right nor to the left. It is death to error. When error undertakes to retard its progress, it seeks not its own kingdom or happiness but works on earth or in man for his happiness. Its aim is to establish wisdom in man, and as it is a science, its identity is eternal life or progress. For this cause it leaves father and mother or error and ignorance, goes into the kingdom of darkness, and seeks out the sick ideas which are prisons, wherein are the children of science who have been deceived by blind guides. It enters the prison or belief, unknown to the keeper, for wisdom cannot be seen by error, and error or matter is no obstacle to wisdom. It pleads in the prison with the captive, reasons and teaches the science of happiness, and protects the prisoner from its enemies in the wilderness of darkness. Thoughts. If these principles are true, there is no good in dying, for that does not change us at all. We are just what we were before. If we have any ideas which make us unhappy, we still have them. Our influences are changed, it is true, for our friends believe us to be dead and away from all communication with them. So we stand a chance to be changed. But that we get rid of all sickness and sorrow when we shuffle off this mortal coil is a mistaken idea. If mind is spiritual matter, and all effects in the natural world have their cause in the spiritual world, it is evident that heat and cold, food, in short all those things which are addressed to the outward senses, as we call them, must first gain access to us through other means than are apparent. The first mistake is in locating the senses in the body, when they really exist entirely independent of it. But, according as a man thinketh, so is he, and if we believe that taste is in the tongue, hearing in the ear, sight in the eye, and feeling in the nerves of the surface, etc., we must be affected according to our belief. Our spiritual senses are often more acute and sensitive than the natural ones. Is experience wisdom? Certainly not. Experience is the construction which we put upon any event which occurs in our life. For instance, the death of a friend, one person may draw one experience from it, and another. When science proves that there is no such thing as death, all the various experiences which are the result of belief in the idea are annihilated. Jesus, when he appeared after the crucifixion, had condensed his spiritual self so that it could be seen by the natural eyes, and he did it scientifically. I use words merely for convenience which I say are wrong. For example, death. The time will come when such words will be obsolete. They will not be used when there is knowledge. If we become acquainted with each other spiritually, where is the need of the natural senses, and how can we ever be separated? Our next world is here where we are and always must be. This teaches us to do to others as we would have others do to us, because we are all a part of each other. When we injure one part, the whole feels it. Destroy the man of opinions and Christ lives in the flesh. Man is just as large as he is wise in science. Man is a complete image of the God he ought to worship. This which I put in practice I call Christ acting through the man Quimby. As science is of light, it makes no shadow, but like the rising sun burns up the darkness or error. God, not being matter, has no matter only as an idea. So matter to God or science is a medium of communication with the natural man in his own language or semblance. Every man is a part of God just so far as he is wisdom. To cure an error intelligently is to know how to produce it. The idea that matter and mind make the man prevents man from understanding himself. Jesus had no religious opinions, his works were in his life, and his life was his Christ or theory. His natural man had become subject to his scientific man or wisdom. Death is the name of something error wants to destroy, and this something is life. So the warfare is between life and death. Life cannot be destroyed but death can. Man is the battlefield of these two, life and death. There never was a man who could translate the original language of God, for he never spoke at all. So we must listen to the sound of God's voice, not in the language of any person, for God speaks in that still small voice of sympathy which says to the poor sick, "Be of good cheer, your sins or errors will be explained, and your soul set at liberty." If God spoke to Moses, it must have been in the common language of the day. So man must have invented language before God could communicate with him. This God keeps up with the times, and every now and then man finds out that God was mistaken about certain passages in the Bible. The beast has 5 senses, and a great many human beings have not half so many. We are affected according to the fear we associate with our senses. Death and disease are matter, and when the senses are attached to the body we become subject to the laws of matter. Here is the theory of my religion: my God is wisdom, and all wisdom is of God. Where there is no wisdom there is no God. God is not matter, and matter is only an idea that fills no space in wisdom, and as wisdom fills all space, all ideas are in wisdom. To make creation larger than the Creator is absurd to me. The Christian God is in everything. My God is in nothing, but everything is in him. Attach all sight, smell, and all the senses to wisdom, then they fill all space, everything to which we attach wisdom, and all inanimate substances are in this wisdom. There is no such thing as reality with God except himself. He is all wisdom and nothing else. All other things having form are things of his creation. His life is attached to all that we call life. God is the embodiment of light or clairvoyance, and to his light all is a mere nothing. When he spoke man into existence his wisdom breathed into the shadow and it received life. So the shadowed life is in God, for in this light it moves and has its being, and it becomes the Son of God. As Jesus became clairvoyant he became the Son of God, and a part of God. He said, "Although you destroy this temple," or thought, "I, that is, this clairvoyant self, can speak into existence another like the one you believe you have destroyed." Jesus attached his senses as a man to this light or wisdom, and the rest of the world attached theirs to the thought of darkness or the natural man. Every man is a representative of the natural and spiritual worlds as taught in the religion of Jesus and illustrated in his life and death. The natural world spoken of by Jesus is man's belief, and the knowledge of the truth is the spiritual world. And as opinions and error die, truth and science rise from the dead. Like other men, Jesus bore the image of opinions, but he also bore the image of God or science. When Jesus cured the sick, he saved them from the other world, into which the priests were forcing them. Christ is that unseen principle in man of which man is conscious, but which he has never considered as intelligence. It is God in us, and when man comes to recognize it as intelligence transcending belief and learns its principles, then death will be swallowed up in wisdom. A river has its bed into which little streams flow to supply it. So man has an intellect which is sustained by various streams from the fountain of wisdom. The banks take the name of the river as a man's name is affixed to his bodily form, but both man and river existed before they were named. Man's wisdom exists, and when it is discovered it is named, and the name is of man. The water of the river is like the mind, both are continually changing, and the mind seeks the heights of wisdom that it may draw others to it. Suppose every particle of water to have an identity of intelligence, its continual motion does not destroy its identity, it is water alike in the stream, the lake, the river, and the sea. And when it is taken into the earth and replenished it is water still. So man's intellect has its identity whether in one condition or another, and the body is to the intellect what the banks of the river are to the water, an identity to signify that water can be condensed into a form. Wisdom outside of matter is not recognized, but when it is reduced so that its effects can be seen it is acknowledged, though not separated from matter. The banks are generally admitted to be the river, and when there is no water in the bed we say it is dead. Now the water is as much alive as ever, and it retains its identity, but man's name is destroyed. In the same way God in man is not recognized except in the body, and when man sees the wisdom depart, to him the man is dead. Intellect, like water, is always flowing and cutting new channels, and each new channel is like the birth of a child, it receives a name but retains that of its father. Man in his wisdom gives life to his own name, and when his idea is destroyed the life seems to be dead. Man puts wisdom in the water and not in the principle, so when matter is destroyed the principle appears to be dead. But man's wisdom is not of God. God's wisdom is not in matter but outside of it and through it, as the identity of water is distinct from a particular valley. It may be said that this is what all men believe, but actions show that our wisdom is placed in the natural man or matter. Man has no idea of wisdom identified with anything but his own belief. But if God or wisdom is the first, cause everything that is seen is only a representation of wisdom developed into form. Therefore all identities of man and beast exist with the Father. When a form is seen the world says it is in existence, but it existed before wisdom brought it to man to name. Thus everything exists with God and man names it. But wisdom has already given it a name which man does not recognize, and by that name it will always exist and recognize itself. My body sits and writes, and all that can be seen is myself and it is my opinion. But the wisdom that knows what I say as a man is not an opinion. There cannot be an identity without intelligence, therefore man's identity is not in what we see, but in the wisdom which cannot be seen, and only shows itself through some medium of expression. Look beyond the body for the created being which is prior to intelligence. We speak of an intelligent, scientific or patriotic man as if all intelligence, science or patriotism died with him. What are all these when he dies? Do they emanate from his material organism, and die with it? In short, are wisdom and progress the developments of matter? Man lives and acts in an element different from matter, the universal nature of man can be traced to a different principle than that which would have him, a transitory being. What element is that which is not matter yet in which man lives and acts? It is impossible to describe it in one word or in a few words, but it may be illustrated by facts that are known by all. A child knows its mother, not by looks or voice, but by something not included within these two senses. It is that something that makes her different in her relation to the child from any other woman. Suppose it be called love, or a desire for the child's happiness identified with her own. According as she directs the child in the pure intelligence of that love or yields her feelings to knowledge derived from a source which does not contain that love, so shall the fruits be. This love contains an intelligence which if followed in spirit and truth might destroy every obstacle in the way of the child's happiness, and develop it into a self-governing responsible being. Then why is it not so? Because from our religious and social education no woman can carry out the high principle of her affection. She is taught by established morality to put restrictions on the child that would make her miserable in the child's place. All feelings and thoughts have an origin and can be referred to their causes as certainly as actions can be proved the result of a certain state of mind. The spiritual man has a knowledge of these causes and knows what every sensation is good for, where it springs from, what its effect would be if not corrected before it condenses into a belief. It seems strange to the well why I do not cure every one who comes to me as easily as I do some. The reasons are plain to me and I can explain them to the sick, but to the well it is a mystery from the fact that they are under an influence that is adverse to the sick. The well have no sympathy with the sick, and every dollar they pay comes as hard as though they had contributed to some charitable object which they took no interest in, but from fear of being called mean they would subscribe a small sum. When a sick person is brought to me, the real person is not known in the controversy, but the error or person that brings him. So I have to address myself to that character called by the world our natural man, but the victim is not known and has nothing to say. Every case is a variation of these feelings, and I know the difficulty I have to contend with, while the well do not understand. I divide man into two characters. One governs by selfishness and the other by sympathy, and man's senses are attached to one or the other of these elements. Every combination that leads to disease is like the little streams that run into the ocean of death. As all men live and move in their belief is like a house or bark either in the ocean of death or the rivers that enter into it. Men find it hard to stem the current when the tide of public opinion is running so fast that they are in danger of being driven on the rocks. The pilots who are waiting to get a call are found to be under the pay of the master of the seas, the devil. So the streams and rivers are filled up with false lights to deceive the mariners while sailing on a voyage of discovery. This may seem strange to the well, but I can make it plain to the sick. Fashion and pride cover a multitude of sins. I do not like to blame the well, but we are so constituted as to look upon disease as an evil and the sick as afflicted that we cannot help being affected by these opinions. The Christian has no sympathy with his neighbor's children if they do not walk up to the mark, while his own children are provided with a seat in heaven because he is a pious man. People do not stand in relation to each other as they should, owing in a great measure to our religion. Money, it is said, is the root of all evil, but this is not the case. Pride and selfishness and love of power are the evils. This creates the desire for money. Spiritual wisdom is always shadowed forth by some earthly or literal figure. Thus the Bible is spiritual truth illustrated by literal things, but religious people follow the shadow or literal explanation and know nothing of the true meaning. When God said, "Let us create man in our own image," it means wisdom created man in the image of truth. When he formed man or matter, that was the medium for this image to have and control, like all other living things that he made out of matter. What is there that all will admit as existing independently of matter? Take the senses of man and see if there is any matter in them. All will admit that God is not matter. No one will say that sight is matter, for God sees all things, his sight penetrates the darkest places, and not a thing can be hidden from his sight. So it is with all the spiritual senses of man, and there is no matter in them. A knowledge of these senses condensed into an idea, spoken into existence called man and the senses attached to it, this is man in the image of his maker. Sympathy annihilates space. Discord makes it. Man is in one and Christ in the other. To be with Christ is to be in harmony with his wisdom, and this wisdom will keep us from the evils of man's opinion. When our senses are attached to truth we are heirs of Christ, and when attached to error we are heirs of this world. The Christ is to separate the error from the truth, for truth is harmony in error discord. Man reasons in this was about the body, a child commences to grow, and man calls the growth of the child life. When the child has reached a certain maturity the body begins to decompose and die, like the tree, then the dust returns to the dust and the life of the body departs. No such ideas as these come from wisdom, for wisdom puts life in the spiritual senses. If we attach these to wisdom, our life is in wisdom, and as that never dies our life never dies. Happiness is contentment, not life or death. Misery is discord, not wisdom but error. If then you attach your life to an error, like distributing life to the body, then your life is unhappy according to the loss or disturbance. If our happiness is from wisdom it becomes a part of ourselves, but if it is from a belief it is adopted and we may lose it. We often hear people say that their religion makes them happy. But if religion is anything outside of ourselves it contains neither happiness nor misery. Can any person define what he gets except that it is a belief? A belief that will make one person happy will make another miserable. Look at any religious society and you will find that the individuals cannot agree in belief. So those who cannot agree are slaves to those whose authority they admit as their rulers. The poor soldier who fights for the leaders sinks under the burden bound upon him. To keep up his courage the officers hold out the idea that he is fighting for a great and good cause, and a crown of glory in heaven awaits those who die upon the battlefield. This is all the happiness the privates get. So they fight to keep society from ruin while their reward is the satisfaction of fighting the devil and supporting the officers. Reverse the tables, making the priest the soldier, and tax him to pay the former soldier for his instructions, then it would be shown how well their principle of action, which they preach to others, applies to themselves. The minds of individuals mingle like atmospheres, and every person's identity exists in this atmosphere. The odor ascends and contains all the passions and feelings of the natural man. Jesus contended that he understood what he said and did. But that the prejudices of the people were so strongly in favor of his having a power, that they could not understand when he tried to teach them that his acts and words proceeded from a wisdom superior to their belief, and that it could be taught. To question their belief was to make himself equal with God. In the same way when I say that I know how I cure, people say I blaspheme and make myself equal with Christ. They do not know how I cure and dislike to admit that anyone else does. Consequently they strive to make my explanation as objectionable as possible. According to my experience, mind in solution is a thing in common, which all admit contains life. Each person has his senses in this life or mind, as a globule of water in the ocean. So if a sensation is made on the water each particle is affected, and each person may locate the trouble in himself. For instance, when the idea, consumption, is called up man's senses see the image in this mind. Fear comes and the reflection is thrown on the idea body. When sitting by a patient I feel the sensation in my mind, and immediately a figure or spirit is made which is reflected as an impression on my body. Now, if I were not aware of the cause I might think I was the author or originator of this horrid belief. But knowing that it is only the reflection from my patient's mind, the idea dies. The wisdom that puts me in possession of this truth is Christ, the wisdom above my patient. By this wisdom I explain the fears away and destroy the torments, and this process is a science. Is it a sin to know this and teach it for the happiness of mankind, and do I make myself equal with Christ? If I do then I will submit to the odium willingly. Ideas are as separate as seeds. An apple seed will not produce a pear, neither will the seed or idea of consumption produce liver complaint. To know that you exist is a truth, but to prove that you always will exist is a science. The matter which is seen is the condensation of the matter not seen, and the unseen matter is mind, and in that are all our beliefs, opinions, emotions, etc. When the mind is disturbed by some opinion, or unknown fear, it must take a form before it can affect the body. So when the mind is disturbed the disturbance is shown in the body. The Christ or truth can walk on the water of opinions and know that it is no part of itself. I fitted out my bark some 20 years ago and started without chart or compass, trusting to the wisdom of my experience, determined to be guided by the inhabitants of the land where I journeyed, and make my way to the passage that led to the other world, or to a new world on this globe. Sometimes I was nearly exhausted and on the point of returning, when a light would spring up, or a solitary bird would sing its beautiful notes from the clear sky, while from this light came a mild breath of pure air that would revive my very soul. In this warmth it seemed as though I heard a voice say, "Come up hither." The earth is round and man is ambitious to explain the outside and also the inside of it. So exploring parties are fitted out to discover hidden truths. But there is a different class of minds who believe there is another world called the spiritual or scientific world, which is as much a world as the natural world and which contains the latter. So the people are all inside the spiritual world together. The scientific contains strata of scientific wisdom whence all science springs. When this came to light that all I had been doing was to burn up my error by progressing in wisdom, and as the light of science sprang up in my mind I could see men walking on their belief as I was walking on my science, I asked, how can I make the natural man understand this? The answer came, the natural man is not of the world of science, but the child of science is in the world of error striving to escape, and this is disease. Then came an illustration of all I saw. Man as we see him is a representation of the earth. His internal structure is the attraction for the natural man to explore, the surface of his body is where he looks to see how he is affected by outward sensations, his wisdom sits in the upper chamber, called his brain. And in the majesty of his knowledge he gives his opinion, and all lesser lights bow their heads in subjection to his will. This kingdom being all over the world, it rules its subjects. So when the son of science encounters it, a decree goes forth to put everyone to death. Science is light and the wisdom of this world is in darkness, hence it does not see the light. Therefore wisdom governs the natural man, although to him it is unknown. It suggests to the natural man, and he being vain and dishonest assumes to be the author of his own wisdom. Like all demagogues, error pretends to be kind to the poor, especially when its life depends on holding wisdom in slavery. So the error in the sick brings the patient to me. The science which is confined in bondage knows the language of wisdom and secretly tells me its misery, but the natural man or error knows it not. When I tell error how the sick feel, to him it is a mystery. For error is matter and has no feeling, while sympathy is the language of the sick. While I sit by the sick I feel their pain, which is the grief of their wisdom. This is outside of their opinions or body, and my wisdom being outside of my opinions, I, in my wisdom, see their belief, but their errors do not see me, therefore to them I am a mystery. Suppose a patient sits by my side who has the idea of heart disease. If he believes it, to him it is a reality. His belief contains the substance or identity of a man with heart disease. From this substance goes an atmosphere, and in it is the person. His body is to his mind a sort of mirror which reflects the shadow of the idea. By the doctors this is called disease. I see the original idea and also the shadow, and to cure the disease I destroy the matter by explaining the error, and the shadow on the body disappears. Language is used in two senses. The natural man uses it to express whatever can be demonstrated. This embraces what is called truth by the learned. But the feelings of the sick and wretched cannot be described by one who cannot feel them, and the sick are at the mercy of those who cannot understand their feelings, and who attempt to relieve them of something they have no sympathy with. Now the Bible is written to convey to such the cause of their trouble, and the New Testament applies more particularly to the sick. The language which Jesus used was not used to describe anything that could be seen, or understood by the wisest men of the day. For if what he wished to explain could be seen, then language could have described it. Sympathy is not matter but is what is troubled by matter. A patient has feelings which cannot be felt by another in his natural state, and which cannot be described by the natural man. But the latter without any knowledge of himself names a feeling and undertakes to account for it. To understand how I cure is to see yourself outside of the natural man or your opinions, with all your senses and reason. Then instead of the essence being in matter, you will see that matter is in the essence. It is often said that God is in everything. This makes God less than the thing he is in. Now make God the essence with all the senses attached to it, then you have an eternal and everlasting essence without matter or, visible, form, a point without magnitude but eternal. Call this eternal wisdom the Father of all that is out of matter. See this wisdom by its will speak the idea matter into existence, and every shape and form that ever was or will be, and everything that man calls life. All these things are in the knowledge of this wisdom, not the wisdom in the things that are spoken. It is the same with man. His wisdom is the living man. To put his wisdom into his body or natural man is to make an opinion greater than a scientific truth. Disease is an opinion. To put man's wisdom into it is to make the disease larger than the real man. It is a common remark that after we shake off this mortal coil the spirit will be set free. This is to acknowledge that the body is larger than the spirit or wisdom. No wonder with such a belief men pray to be delivered from the body of sin and death. Thanks to this wisdom my wisdom, can see myself outside this earthly belief and afloat in the ocean of space, where opinions are like stones and pebbles that men throw at each other, while to me they have no weight at all. All these are in me, that is, in my wisdom, and not wisdom in them. I stand in my wisdom to the sick who are in their opinions trying to get me out, and the harder they try the deeper they go into the mire. So wisdom pleads their case, and if I get their case then opinion is destroyed and health resumes its sway. If you understand this you can cure. All that is seen by the natural man is mind reduced to a state called matter. Man's happiness is in knowing that he is no part of what can be seen by the eye of opinion. This world is the shadow of wisdom's amusements. Editor's summary. It is noticeable that Dr. Quimby holds very steadily to a few great ideas, those that yield a vision of the spiritual life in contrast with worldly matters. Thus we find him contrasting science with opinion, the spiritual with the natural man, and the spiritual senses with bodily sensibility. He dwells without limit upon the superstitions to which the race has been subjected by priests and the bondages which are traceable to medical opinion. With endless repetition he classifies disease as an error of mind or invention of man, showing how sensations or pains of minor import have been misinterpreted so as to generate such maladies as cancer and consumption. He is always tracing a patient's trouble to the particular beliefs, religious, social, medical, which have been accepted in place of realities. Thus his main interest seems to be to disclose the power of adverse suggestion, fear, error, ill-founded belief. His thought therefore seems to lack scope. He seldom takes his readers into the larger world of social problems. He draws few illustrations from history. Even when describing the inner life he passes by such subjects as poise, composure, serenity, spontaneity, and interior self-control. He does not analyze faith, inward guidance, or receptivity. Yet amidst this apparent narrowness he emphasizes certain characteristics which he believes to be universally verifiable, and it is for the reader to see their scope. Having learned, for example, the power of words or names, when associated with painful sensations and supported by medical authority, he passes to a study of the nature and origin of language. And in lengthy articles which we have not had space for he contrasts truth and error so as to show the difference between language as a human invention and that tongue which the Spirit speaks. The language of sympathy understood by those who know the meaning of the still, small voice. Having seen that the sick are slaves to those who pretend to heal them, he turns to African slavery and discourses at length on the Civil War, then in full progress, taking Lincoln and Jefferson Davis as types of men prominent in the struggle. So too he writes at length concerning aristocracy and democracy, and discovers in all human society the same typical forces which he finds in the inner life. Again, his knowledge of the inner life leads him to write on government, the standard of law, the origin of political parties, and the nature of patriotism. History is to him an enlargement of the conflict taking place within. Society becomes intelligible when we understand the forces operating upon man. There are but few references to nature as the subject of study of the special sciences, although chemistry and mechanics sometimes figure by way of illustration. Physical substances are usually referred to from the point of view of the effects which people produce upon themselves through adverse suggestion, as in the case of medicines and poisons, or food associated with troublemaking opinion. But this is for the sake of acquainting man with the fact, never adequately recognized till Quimby's time, that because of the dominance of beliefs man is often more influenced by suggestion than by the actual qualities of foods, drugs and poisons. Quimby aims to show that through acceptance of prevalent beliefs man often lives in realms of shadows, subject to his own fancies, literally creating what he believes in. Before we can see things as they are, as God meant them to be, we must learn what it is we think we see. The natural world is beset by appearances. The natural man knows nothing as he ought to know. What we need is a wholly different point of view. Then, in possession of true science, we should be able to found the special sciences on divine wisdom. Matter is a term which Quimby uses in so many ways that some of his statements are scarcely intelligible. Matter is what appears before us in the physical world, without intelligence, inanimate. It can be condensed into a solid by mind action, undergoes changes as the result of mental changes and responses in the fluids of the system. It is the natural man's mind, the stuff which ideas are made of, an idea used like language to convey some wisdom to another, the shadow of our wisdom, in which are all our beliefs, opinions, emotions. And so as spiritual matter, or substance it is, an idea seen or not, just as it is called out, and is compared to a belief or casket. Matter which is seen is the condensation of the matter not seen, and the unseen matter is mind. God, not being matter, has matter only as an idea. God is not matter, and matter is only an idea that fills no space in wisdom. What is meant by this apparent confusion is that we should disengage our thought from matter altogether at times, in order to look upon life with the spiritual eye. If by the term mind you mean a vague, airy something without influence on the body, then Quimby shows that it is indeed substantial, that thoughts are things which take shape or condense and come forth in bodily manifestation. If by the word spirit you mean anything as indefinite as spiritists believe in, he points out that spirit too is substantial, is alive, not dead. But when you realize what he means by substance, your thought has traveled far from material things to the thought of God, in whom is no matter at all, who manifests himself through matter as a mere vehicle or language. There is no such thing as reality with God except himself. He is all wisdom and nothing else. All will admit that God is not matter, for God sees all things. His sight penetrates the darkest places, and not a thing can be hidden from his sight. You must see the true substance or invisible wisdom that can never be seen by the eye of opinion, before you can look forth upon the panorama of the world, beholding forms taking shape, coming and going at the behest of spiritual powers. The mind is the medium in which ideas are sown. Ideas, as distinct from one another as different kinds of seeds, grow like seeds, take to themselves character, and become known by their fruits. When the mind is disturbed, the disturbance is shown in the body as a result of subconscious processes and chemical changes. Mind in relation to body is spiritual matter, because it can be changed, is excited through fears, is always in process even when we sleep, is not intelligence but subject to it. And because it receives thought seeds as the earth receives plant seeds. Sensation contains no intelligence in itself, but is a mere disturbance of the spiritual matter called agitation, ready to respond to any direction given it by our suggestion. So pain is, in the mind, not in the hip, for example, not in any organ. It contains no intelligence, but might be wisely interpreted. Disease is due to the misconstruing of sensation or pain, it is due to a wrong direction of mind. Hence it is not an evil but an error. It is not inflicted on us by God. God created man to be well, happy, free. The reflection or shadow on the body is what the doctors call disease. Our senses or life become imprisoned in the false direction of mind, as a result of false reasoning. Dar. Quimby says that he sees both the reflection on the body, the symptoms diagnosed, and the original which casts the shadow, that is, the inward disturbance which might have been wisely interpreted. To cure disease is to, 1. See its mental causes, 2. Understand the false directions of mind or reasonings, 3. See the truth concerning health as a divine ideal, 4. Realize the great truth that the spirit is not sick. Hence, 5. To separate the true or scientific man from the man of opinion or error. This means undoing the false reasoning and learning what would have been the right interpretation of the first sensation or pain. The senses give us a knowledge of sensation, with or without science. They have their spiritual counterparts, the true or real senses, not in and of matter. These are light, life, and are, in light, in contrast with the wisdom of this world, in darkness. The true senses constitute the real man or spirit, the child of God. They are larger than the natural man or body. Hence they are not in the body. They include our higher consciousness, clairvoyance or intuition, with the inner impressions coming to us independently of the brain. Thus we have discernment of objects at a distance, we behold spiritual events, conditions, states, we detect odors or mental atmospheres at a distance. Through these senses we have immediate access to divine wisdom and love. They include the feminine side of our nature, the receptivity or higher love. In brief, they yield science or the Christ within. Through this priceless possession man is able to make divine wisdom manifest in spiritual healing. Science or truth is fundamental knowledge of this our real nature, with its inner states and possibilities. It is light in contrast with the wisdom of the world. It is harmony in contrast with disease or discord. It corrects all errors, holds no doubts, proves all things, explains causes and effects. It is divine wisdom, reduced to self-evident propositions. It is the basis of all special branches of knowledge, when those other sciences are rightly founded. It is Christ, the wisdom of Jesus. It is in all, accessible to all. We all become parts of it in so far as we discern real truth. In fact, Quimby often says the real man is science. In contrast with it, the body is only a tenement for man to occupy when he pleases. Jesus was the man who brought the true light or Christ to light. Christ was his religion, the God in him. It is the sympathy which annihilates space. It separates truth from error, wisdom from opinion. Christ is that unseen principle in man of which he is conscious, but which he has never considered as intelligence. It is in reality the basis of all true intelligence. It is wisdom reduced to practice so that it is made tangible or visible in the concrete things of life. More than that, it is the real man in us all, the spiritual self or ego. To be a disciple of Jesus is not only to realize the Christ within as an individual possession, but to put this wisdom into practice in daily life. The New Testament, rightly understood, is the great book of life. We might read the Bible, as indeed we might read the human heart, if we began with the Christ, if we had overcome bondage to the wisdom of the world. To overcome this servitude is to become spiritually free. God is an eternal and everlasting essence without matter or visible form. This eternal wisdom spoke the idea, matter, into existence and everything else that man calls life. The original language was not then the invention of man but was God, sympathy, going forth into expression in the human heart and the world. Man invented language to some extent, but because he had lost the original and was not content to live by divine guidance, he invented language to explain his own wisdom. But language might be used to undeceive. Even now the language of sympathy is the language of the sick. What we need is intuition to read that language according to divine guidance. Quimby is a great believer in the guidance of the moment, the inward light which shows where a patient stands, what the needs are, what wisdom is needed to clear away the errors. He emphasizes guidance as wisdom, rather than power. He claims no special power and maintains that anyone can learn to read the original language. This language discloses man's true identity or inner consciousness. Man, to be sure, has as many identities as he has directions of mind. But these are transitory. We attach our senses to that which we take to be real for the time being. We are imprisoned in certain directions of mind through our false constructions or errors. The great point is to observe the central contrast within the self, between 1. The mind of opinions, man's natural mind, subject to suggestion, changeable like plastic substance, amenable to falsities, the mind of the flesh. And 2. The mind of the scientific man, accessible to divine truth, possessing an intelligence which does not change, the Christ within. There is need of the most clear-cut distinction between the two. Divine truth can accomplish great results in us, far more than the mere power of thought. A fundamental change can be wrought by making this incisive distinction, through intuition or clairvoyance, by direct openness to divine wisdom. Then error or darkness will be dispelled. Again, there is a great contrast between the natural and spiritual worlds. For the moment, in some of Quimby's critiques on religion, the other world seems to have disappeared, and there is apparently nothing left but a collection of beliefs. But this is because Quimby is chiefly concerned with man's religious belief in a supposed other world as a place of punishment or mere beatitude. Because he is convinced that Jesus did not refer to the same sort of world which the Jews believed in. Man must first see that his theological heaven or hell is an artificial region created for him by his religious creed, peopled by his own fancies or made vivid by his own fears. The two worlds thus far are in man's mind and nowhere else. Jesus came to destroy both the world of opinion and the other world of theology, that he might reveal the Christ within. But once aware that our other world is non-existent, we are ready for the profound truth that all phenomena appearing in the natural world are manifestations of the spiritual world, or world of causes. To attain this vision is no small accomplishment, for it means total victory over all conventional ideas of death, with all its terrors, its supposed decisiveness for salvation and everything else which theology has invented. The Bible, strange as it may seem, has nothing to do with theology. It is a scientific explanation of cause and effect, showing how man must act and think for his happiness. It is a study of contrasted elements, such as Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, Moses and Aaron, Saul and Paul, law and gospel, tares and wheat. It was never intended as a religious book according to the opinion of the world. As a book it contains no intelligence of itself, but intelligence is in it. That is to say, it contains what Swedenborg called the Word. Had Quimby been acquainted with Swedenborg's Arcana Coelestia, he would have found a completely worked-out science of spiritual correspondences which he would have been inclined to accept at once in principle. Although his teachings concerning Jesus are not those of Swedenborg concerning the Lord. His writings contain long articles based on his endeavors to interpret the scriptures spiritually to his patients. Further than that his exegesis did not go. But he went far enough to set the example followed by Christian scientists and New Thought devotees to the present time. He had at least the ideal of a spiritual science which should be its own evidence, which any one might verify by seeking out the Word. Religion in the true sense was to Quimby a science which can be applied for the happiness and health of man here and now. To be religious is to be more than the natural man. It yields that wisdom which can say to the sick and palsied man, "Stretch forth thine hand, and I will apply the Christ or science and restore it." Naturally enough, Quimby is not interested in the question of sin, and he hardly ever uses the word evil. For him it is all a question of ignorance or error. There is neither ignorance nor error in science, hence no sin or evil. The problem of evil differs in no way from that of disease. Therefore Quimby says nothing about repentance and regeneration. Man already is good in reality. He is science. He becomes a part of God by accepting divine wisdom as his guide. Quimby does not mean this in the sense of pantheistic submergence of individuality, but in the sense of intimate relationship with that invisible wisdom which never can be seen by the eye of opinion. If, however, Quimby's spiritual exegesis might have been fulfilled in Swedenborg's science of correspondences, we find nothing in his writings pertaining to the realms of evil spirits and angels. And nothing that tells us what for him was the content of the spiritual world. He is not at all interested in psychical experiences except so far as they imply belief in the spiritism of the day, and he opposes this because he finds it fundamentally misleading. He does not raise the question whether there is anything real behind the phenomena, for his interest is to direct attention to the world of science or the Christ within. He is clairvoyant in high degree, but not as mediums are, not through self-surrender, but through openness to divine guidance and intuition. In one of his critiques of spiritualism, for example, Quimby puts to the typical spiritist the direct questions: when I speak, is it I or my spirit? If it is I, do I think also, and if I think, when do I cease thinking? If I lose my organs of speech, etc. belonging to the body, where am I? Am I anything? If I am a spirit, when was I not one? How came I to be flesh and blood and then a spirit? I am either a spirit all the time or I am not, and if I am one, what is the change called death, and what dies? He goes on to say that if the spirit is not dead, it cannot give an account of what is supposed to have happened, and if it does not die, there is apparently no way to account for communications purporting to come from the dead. He protests, therefore, against the whole notion that the spirit is the mere thing a séance would make it out to be. Our real existence or selfhood does not change. True memory persists, for it is eternal, while memory attached to this existence belongs to the idea, matter. Our real life is composed of light and wisdom, while matter is employed to work out our problems. We are spirits now even while in the flesh. In the spirit we do our real thinking, real living. Hence our real, future life will have continuity with this life according to the persistence of our most interior identity. To realize what the spirit is now, we should lift our thoughts into spiritual light, bringing together the various items of inner experience to make vivid our conception of the self with all its real or spiritual senses. We do not need to die to apprehend these apart from matter, for there never was any matter in them. They are from God or wisdom. They are what give us visions of objects at a distance, disclosing the inner states of the sick, acquainting us with interior thoughts, revealing odors or atmospheres, in short, the whole sphere of the inner life. A mesmerizer or spiritist medium has, in Quimby's description, but one identity, while he, Quimby, when clairvoyant has two. To have but one is to yield one's selfhood to a mysterious power or spirit, without awareness of what is taking place. But if one has learned, as Quimby knew from long experience, that the real identity, self or spirit possesses these inner powers as a completely equipped being of intelligence, made in the divine image and likeness, endowed with divine wisdom as guidance, then one also has a secondary consciousness or identity which is aware of what is going on in the natural world and in man's natural mind. So acute was Quimby's own intuition that in two of his descriptive articles he tells what he saw as if beholding reality itself, when sitting by patients who thought they were dying, and who visualized death by peopling the supposed future world according to their own belief. So vivid was his experience in one instance that he refers to evil spirits almost as if he were afraid of them, though speaking of them as mere creations in the world of opinion. That is, he saw the alleged future life with the eyes of his patient, knew that it was an alleged world simply, and that the patient's real world was still an unknown quantity to the patient himself. So he was in the habit of entering the thought world of all his patients, to see how the situation appeared to the patient. He was able to do this with remarkable sympathy. But thereupon he would make the sharpest sort of distinction between this world of seeming reality and the true spiritual world of the divine wisdom. A spiritist's world may be as full of error as a theologian's future state. Each world sends off its atmosphere which the intuitive can discern. We are not free until we make the same discrimination, noting the difference between the world we have been taught to create through error or belief and the world we might know through the inner disclosures of wisdom. The spirits most of us believe in are the shadows of our own imagination as surely as the ghosts supposed to haunt graveyards at night. Man should know that he lives in the world of his beliefs. The whole error on which spiritualism is based is a belief in a world separate and apart from the living. We should learn that, belief separates, wisdom unites. We should begin by learning, therefore, what the true basis of union is even here and now while we live with the flesh, when we communicate with the living. For the real world of the living is the same for all, whereas the world of mere belief is purely relative. Not until we have begun to grow in first-hand acquaintance with spiritual truth, not until we enter the world of science do we know the one true spiritual world which exists for all. We might go on generating phenomena to the end of time, each in his particular world of Protestantism or Catholicism, Mormonism, reincarnationism and the like, and never arrive anywhere. The only way to arrive is to put a stop to the whole procedure, right about face and ask ourselves what we actually know, what the facts are, what that truth is which can be demonstrated like mathematics. Dar. Quimby's great conviction is that there is a spiritual science, superior even to the most exact of the natural sciences, which is the basis of all true knowledge and the source of all true wisdom. He is willing to be misunderstood, charged with putting down religion, making himself equal to Christ, classified as a mere mesmerist or in any other way if only he can make it clear that there is a straight pathway to this science. So he frequently speaks of himself as a lawyer pleading the case of the sick in the court of science. In some of his longest articles he introduces the patient first, questioning her to show how little the patient really knows, then he summons the typical doctor, afterwards a typical minister. Till the whole case is perfectly clear so far as the wisdom of the world is concerned. He speaks with entire fearlessness when exposing hypocrisy and sordidness. He proves that the sufferer has been victimized. Then when error has not a vestige of reality to stand upon he bespeaks the Christ within as manifesting real justice, true health and freedom. It is impressively significant that Quimby never judges a case by affirming abstract perfection. The patient would not be free if he did not understand his own case, its causes and illusions. The doctor's verdict or the minister's diagnosis in terms of sin is as real to the victim as a spiritist's world to a believer in spiritism or the political world to a demagogue. We are all victims of some sort of demagogue, and must know this for a fact. Why then should we deny what we must understand in order to overcome our servitude? The patient realizes that he is entering an entirely new world when he finds his great healer so sympathetic that the healer puts himself absolutely in the patient's place, taking upon himself the burdens which doctors and priests have created. This wins the patient's confidence. Then he is astonished to find that the whole burden dissipates when the power of Quimby's science is brought upon it. This is the picture Quimby would have us bear away with our study of his writings. God or wisdom is so very real that external forms are mere semblances put on to objectify his truth. We are not to think of the universe as the home of matter, as that in which God dwells. Instead, all things are in God as intimately as ideas are in the mind, all things are meant for good, all things are guided by wisdom. This wisdom is in us, we live in this wisdom, and when we identify ourselves with his image and likeness the new birth will begin, we shall begin in very truth to live and think from him. This life within us will accomplish the work, as shadows disappear before the morning sun. This wisdom will create the same true world in us all. Appendix. List of articles by Dr. P. P. Quimby. 1859. OCT, What is disease? Mind is spiritual matter, how does the mind produce disease? November, Mind is not intelligence, is disease a belief? December, What is disease? Love, I, love, too, my belief. Truth and error, two sciences, obstacles in establishing a new science, a communication, William. 1860. January, Am I a spiritualist? Clairvoyance, your position in regard to the world, what is my theory? How Dr. Quimby cures, Christ and truth. Difference between my belief and others, true and false Christs, what lives after death? Your true position towards truth and error, my religion. February, Happiness. March, Letter to Mrs. W, of Wayne, to a patient recently helped, prayer, I. Prayer, 2, How I hold my patients, illustration of how I cure the sick, do persons really believe in what they think they do? Jesus and Christ. Wrong use of words, wait. April, Harmony, I, harmony. 2. Differences of opinion about the dead. Resurrection, Jesus, the real object of his mission, another world. May, controversy about the dead, life, senses, matter and life, breathing. 2. Science, effect or religious opinions on health, religion and science. June, consumption, breathing, odors, what is religion? July, love, science, one character of God, taking a disease, consumption, breathing. August, my use of the word mind, the senses, science in the Bible, the parables of Jesus. Why are females more sickly than males? What the parables taught. Did St. Paul teach another world? What is the relation of God to man? Matter is life, answer to an article in the New York Ledger, Revelation, parable. September, right and wrong. Letter to a young physician, letter regarding a patient. October, God, letter to a gentleman, letter to a clergyman, advertisements, hair restorative disease, insanity, language, murdering the King's English. November, Mrs. C, character. The natural man, I, the natural man. 2. Symptoms of a patient, symptoms of a patient. 2. December, substance and shadow, the senses. 1861. January, the senses, doctor and patient, dialogue. February, mind. March, death, I, death. 2. Spiritualism. Where do I differ from a spiritualist and others? Dr. Quimby as reformer, how he cures, how Dr. Quimby cures, spiritualism, death of the natural man, difference from spiritualists, continued, a prophecy concerning the nation, I. April, man and society, how disease is made, letter to a patient, government, a prophecy concerning the nation. 2. May, letter to a patient, the standard of law, what I call my cures. June, opposing doctors and priests, what is disease? Disease, love, courage. July, mind and matter. August, what is disease? How brought about and cured? The Christian's God, language, parable, what is God? 6 parts, is there another world beyond this? Origin of political parties, patriotism, I. Patriotism. 2. Popular definition of the word mind, cancer, proverbs, vaccination, true wisdom. September, what is a clairvoyant person? Conflicting elements in man, to the sick, identity of God or wisdom, ignorance of man in regard to the true God. Man, life, exposition of 1 Corinthians, 8, 1-3, to the old Whigs. October, life and death, belief of man, to those seeking the truth, about a patient, exposition of Dr. Quimby's method, introduction, Dr. Quimby versus spiritualism. Introduction, how Dr. Quimby treats disease. November, truth based on wisdom, religion analyzed, strength. December, the first symptoms of disease, sickness and effect of belief in disease, popular belief of curing disease. Where do I differ from others in curing? About a patient. 1862. January, disease traced to the early ages, how does Dr. Quimby stand toward his patients? Where do I differ from a spiritualist? The natural man, death. February, what is a belief? The subject of mind, disease, Caspar Hauser. Questions and answers, Chapter 13. March, prayer for the sick, 2 brothers, mind, not wisdom, my position as a man and as a doctor, why do I not cure all alike? Christian explanation of the Bible. April, religion for the well and for the sick, foundations of religious beliefs, true and false science, clairvoyance, a detective in disease, do I know how I cure? Sight, substance and shadow, does imagination cure disease? Music. The 2 Trinities. May, the 2 worlds, bad belief worse than none, what is spiritualism? What is a spirit? June, proof that a person can be in 2 places at the same time and be aware of the fact, unconscious effect of persons on each other. July, what is human life? August, The Phenomena of Spiritualism, What is Man? September, Spiritual Communication Between the Living and the Dead, Are We Governed by Our Belief? Curing Children and Fools Through the Mind, Conversation with Patients. Communications from the Dead, Physical Demonstrations, Outlines of My Theory, The White Man and the Negro Race, Science, Error, Opinions, Wisdom, Spiritualism and Mesmerism, to the Editor, Difference on Philosophy of Mind. October. Experience of a Patient with Dr. Quimby, Works, The Fruit of Our Belief, Is There Any Curative Quality in Medicine? The Religion of Jesus, A Belief or a Truth? The Relation of this Truth to the Sick, Introduction, Words, Concerning the Dying. Life, Its Application. November, Happiness and Misery, Mind, Resurrection, My Ignorance of the English Language, Difficulty in Introducing My Ideas to the World. December, Language, Its Application, Do Words Contain Wisdom? Man Outside of His Body. The Language of Truth, What has my writing and talking to do with curing? What calls out my arguments? 1863. January, May, The Body of Jesus and the Body of Christ, The Kingdom of Heaven, My Conversion to Health, The Issue of the Rebellion. The Poor versus the Rich, Assassination of Lincoln, The Explanation, The Explanation, 2, Defense against an Accusation of Putting Down Religion, What is Death? Disease and Sickness, Man a Progressive Organization, Elements of Progress. My Mode of Treating Disease, Mind, Nothing, Something, Words, The Definition of Words, Introduction, Marriage, Misery, President Lincoln's Death, Aristocracy and Democracy, Christian Science, Lecturers, Their Atmosphere, Dialogue on Immortality. New England, Revolutions and Rebellions, Concerning the Use of Medicine, Nations and Individuals, On the Draft, The Scientific Man, Introduction, Mesmerism and Spiritualism, Supplement to an Article, 2 Patients, to the Reader. Disease, An Example, The Honeymoon, Spirits, Substance and Shadow, Illustrations of Immortality, A View. September, Every Person a Book. November, Defense against an Accusation of Making Myself Equal with Christ. December, Circulation of the Blood. Illustration of the above, Method of Treatment for a Child. 1864. February-June, Ignorance, The Obstacle in Establishing a New Science, The Power of Mind, Imagination, Imagination, 2, Had Jesus a Belief? Objects and Shadows. Spiritualism and Mesmerism, Difference between My Belief and that of Others, Copperheads Caught in Their Own Trap, Truth, Error, Senses, Words, Truth, Its Application, Unconscious Effect of Persons on Each Other, The Effect of Mind on Mind. The Power of Lies, Man's Identities, Truth, How Determined, Disease, Its Causes, The Cause of Man's Troubles, Disease, An Example, Language, Language, 2, Language, 3, Curing Without Medicine, The Higher Intelligence. The Effect of Disbelief in Another World, My Experience in Mesmerism, Is Man's Strength in His Legs? July-September, Understanding My Theory is the Cure of Disease, Death, A Scene, Disease, White Swelling, Does Man Separate Body and Soul in Reasoning? Conservatism, Death, How Can a Person Learn to Cure the Sick? Illustrations of what I claim to have discovered, Disease and Sickness Its Causes, Mind, Not Wisdom, Misery, We Never See That Which We Are Afraid of, Had Jesus a Belief? Nothing Produces Nothing, Man's Senses, Cures Made Outside of the Medical Faculty. 1865. Experiments in Detaching the Soul from the Body, The Immortality of the Soul, Happiness, Concerning Happiness, Why Do I Talk About Religion? Ignorance and Wisdom, How the Senses Are Deceived, The Senses Compared to a Virgin, Why I Am Misrepresented, My System of Reasoning, Preaching, The Reception of This Great Truth, What I Impart to My Patients. False Reports Concerning My Religious Belief, Spiritualism, The Two Principles Acting in Man, Introduction, The Science of Happiness, Right and Wrong, The Evidence of Sight, Dr. Quimby's Last Article, July 15, 1865. The Quimby-Eddy Controversy. After Dr. Quimby's death, Mrs. Eddy continued to teach the new ideas and methods, as one of his followers until the period of her more public work. She lived in Stoughton, Massachusetts. 1868–70, where she left a manuscript known as Extracts from P. Quimby's Writings, on which she based her teachings. A part of the Ms., with a facsimile showing emendations in Mrs. Eddy's hand, was published in the New York Times, July 10, 1904, with a deadly parallel showing Quimby's teachings and those of Mrs. Eddy in Science and Health. In 1872, while teaching in Lynn, Massachusetts, Mrs. Eddy claimed this MS as her own, and in this and other writings she gradually changed the terminology so that it bore less resemblance to Quimby's. After publishing Science and Health, in 1875, she put forward progressive claims as discoverer and founder. In her Metaphysical College, in Boston, Mrs. Eddy began in 1882 to have trouble with her students, who criticized her teaching and disputed her claims. One of these students, Mr. E. J. Ahrens, learned from Mr. J. A. Dresser, October, 1882, that the methods and ideas claimed as hers by right of revelation were derived from Dr. Quimby. Ahrens gave full credit to Quimby and claimed the right to publish the new ideas without giving credit to Christian Science, but was sued by Mrs. Eddy for plagiarism. The suit was won, September 24, 1883, by Mrs. Eddy, because Ahrens could not persuade George Quimby to let him take the Quimby Misses into court. Meanwhile, the controversy in the press was begun, February, 1883, by A.O. In a letter to the editor of the Boston Post, entitled The Founder of the Mental Method of Treating Disease, in which the facts, acquired from Mr. Dresser, were accurately stated. 1883, February 19. E.G., ostensibly a sometime patient of Dr. Quimby's but in reality a publicist for Mrs. Eddy, writes a letter to the Post, representing Quimby as a mere mesmerist and trickster. 1883, February 23. Mr. Dresser refutes these statements and puts Quimby's work in its true light. 1883, March 7. Mrs. Eddy writes to the Post over her own signature, trying to meet Mr. Dresser's reply by introducing irrelevant subjects. 1884, the scene of the controversy is changed to Hartford, Connecticut. In the Hartford Times Mr. Dresser recounts the true history of Quimby's discovery and practice. 1885, Mrs. Eddy collects her facts in Historical Sketch of Metaphysical Healing, Boston, Pub. By the author. Tries to show that Quimby was a mere mesmerist, alleges that she left Mrs. with him in 1862. 1887, by request, Mr. Dresser gives lecture in Boston entitled The True History of Mental Science, quotes from M.S. by Quimby, explains the ideas and methods to show that they involve neither mesmerism nor manipulation, reads Mrs. Eddy's articles, verses and letter showing her loyalty to Quimby during his lifetime. This lecture, published in pamphlet form by the author, Boston, 1887, becomes basis of true history everywhere, revised, with additions, by H. W. Dresser, Boston, 1899. 1887, June. Having no answer to the true history, Mrs. Eddy makes a general denial and adds further fuel to the controversial fires in Mind-Healing History, in the Christian Science Journal. 1888, March. George Quimby writes about his father's life and work, in New England Magazine, showing how Dr. Quimby changed from mesmerism and discovered mental healing. 1888, Mr. A. J. Swartz visits Boston, Portland, and Belfast, learns the facts at first hand from Mr. Dresser and Mr. George Quimby, and publishes his findings in various issues of the Mental Science magazine, Chicago. 1895, in The Philosophy of P. Quimby, Boston, Geo. H. Ellis, Mrs. Annetta G. Dresser, Dr. Quimby's Patient 1862, newspaper excerpts concerning Quimby's work and brief quotations from the Mrs. are published. 1899, Mr. Septimus J. Hanna, publicist, summarizes Mrs. Eddy's side of the case in Christian Science History, Boston, Christian Science Pub Company. 1899, May. H. W. Dresser publishes in the Arena, the facts about Mrs. Eddy's indebtedness to Dr. Quimby, also portions of Mrs. Eddy's letters. Mrs. Woodbury, former student under Mrs. Eddy, puts the latter's statements in Portland Papers, 1862, in deadly parallel with those in Mrs. Eddy's article in the Christian Science Journal, June, 1887. 1902. Another publicist, Alfred Farlow, issues Christian Science, Historical Facts, in which the usual claims are made without any examination of the true history. 1907. Miss Georgine Milmine, after painstaking research, publishes in McClure's magazine Accurate Life of Mrs. Eddy, which appears in book form as The Life of Mary Baker G. Eddy, New York, Doubleday Page & Company, 1909. Miss Milmine carefully traces history of Quimby's Ms. Questions and Answers, showing how it has been modified by Mrs. Eddy in her Science of Man and Science and Health. 1907. Miss Sybil Wilbur, writer, undertakes to prepare an offsetting life, without inquiring into the truth of the facts put at her disposal. The result is seen in Human Life, Boston, April, 1907, which contains a sensational report of an interview with George Quimby, trying to discredit him and doubting the authenticity of the Quimby MSS. These statements somewhat modified in Life of Mary Baker Eddy, New York, The Concord Pub Company, 1908. 1907, the controversy is taken up by various clergymen, including Lyman P. Powell, Christian Science, The Faith and Its Founder, New York, Putnam's Sons, 1907, and James H. Snowden, The Truth About Christian Science, Philadelphia, The Westminster Press, 1920, in which the facts are impartially stated. 1921. The publication of The Quimby Manuscripts and a review in the Springfield Republican called forth a letter from Clifford P. Smith, which appeared in the Springfield Republican of September 29, 1921. After the publication of portions of the Quimby MS. With facsimiles and the deadly parallel, in the New York Times, July 10, 1904, conclusively establishing the original source, Miss Milmine, who had thoroughly investigated the subject, wrote to George Quimby, October 27, 1905, as follows. It is quite true that she, Mrs. Eddy, did use your father's Ms. entitled Questions and Answers to teach from in the beginning. In fact, she used nothing else for many years, and hired a student to make copies of it for the use of each pupil. I have photographs of one of these copies, and have seen several of them belonging to early pupils who have kept them and who showed them to me. With the change of a word here and there, it is exactly your father's MS. This manuscript of your father's was used largely to form a chapter called Recapitulation in Science and Health in later years, but with each new edition it was revised until the present chapter of that title is a long way off from the original. Nevertheless, this is the only chapter in her book from which her students are taught in classes, today. The course in CS consists of a series of talks on this one chapter, which is elucidated and explained to the class. So everybody who is learning CS healing today is learning the essential truth almost directly from your father's old manuscript, as in the beginning. The rest of CS and all the objectionable part is simply frills added by Mrs. Eddy. Of course she has used your father's ideas and many of his phrases all through the book. The Ms. you sent, printed above, chapter 13. Is almost word for word, as you have seen, like the one she used to teach from. Even Miss Wilbur, in her interview with Mrs. Crosby, of Waterville, as reported in Human Life, March, 1907, puts in as fact that Mrs. Patterson spent most of her time reducing to writing the remembered sayings of Quimby, while living with Mrs. Crosby. Turning once more to one who knew the whole history of the production of the Quimby Misses from within. In a letter dated Belfast, Maine, November 11, 1901, to one of his many inquiring correspondents, George Quimby says, as far as the book, Science and Health, is concerned, Mrs. Eddy had no access to father's MSS. Save Questions and Answers, when she wrote it, but that she did have a very full knowledge of his ideas and beliefs is also true. The religion which she teaches certainly is hers, for which I cannot be too thankful. For I should be loath to go down to my grave feeling that my father was in any way connected with Christian Science. That she got her inspiration and idea from father is beyond question. In other words, had there been no Dr. Quimby there would have been no Mrs. Eddy. Father claimed to believe, and taught and practiced his belief, that disease was a mental condition and was an invention of man. While he held strong views, and acknowledged God as first cause, and no one ever believed in God and Jesus more than he differed entirely as to the Bible, and interpreted it in a way entirely original with himself. In curing the sick, conventional religion played no part. There were no prayers, there was no asking assistance from God or any other divinity. He cured by his wisdom. Don't confuse his method of healing with Mrs. Eddy's Christian Science, so far as her religious teachings go. Disease as a mental condition caused by error or beliefs, and capable of being cured mentally without medicine or appliances or applications, these ideas are embodied in Mrs. Eddy's book. She certainly heard father teach years before she wrote her book. While under his care, off and on for several years, she became deeply interested in his theory of disease and its cure. She heard many of his essays read. Wrote many herself which she submitted to him for inspection and correction. But she never left any of hers with him, and never bade any of his, to more than look at. 85 She had the opportunity to copy some, and possibly did. After she left his care, she delivered some lectures on his method of healing. Up to the time of his death, no one could have been more loyal to father than she. She gave him full credit for curing her and teaching her the very ideas she later had revealed to her from heaven. Now a word about that great court decision. One E. J. Arentz, of Boston, made a statement which he could not prove, that Mrs. Eddy got her ideas from father, and that his writings and Mrs. would prove it. He went into court and could not prove what he said, and now Mrs. Eddy and her adherents claim that because he could not prove that there were such MSS. That there are none. I would not allow him to use the Mrs. in court, and consequently he could not prove what he said. 86. Writing to another man, George Quimby said in part, "The basis of the whole misunderstanding has been that everything that has emanated from the Eddy side has been taken for God's truth. And everything that has been stated in opposition to her has been pronounced and believed to be lies. By assuming all she has said as true, on the start, it doesn't leave much for the other side. To begin with, you must understand that I was with my father during the term he was in Portland, and had bad and intimate personal acquaintance extending over 2 or more years with Mrs. Eddy, then Mrs. Patterson. I am not stating hearsay, but personal knowledge. As I was father's clerk, bookkeeper and SECY, and as it was the wish of his life that I take his place and carry on his work, I ought to know what he believed and claimed, and how he treated the sick, and what he wanted me to learn. I have a package of Mrs. Eddy's letters to my father, covering a period from 1862 to 1864. In all her letters she gives him full credit for discovering and reducing mental healing to a science. This Mrs. Patterson knew, and this she learned from him, not as a student receiving a regular course as she taught in her college, but by sitting in his room, talking with him, reading his MSS. Copying some of them, writing some herself and reading them to him for his criticism. In that sense she and many others of his patients were his pupils, in the same way that the disciples were pupils of Jesus. I have heard him talk hours and hours, week in and week out, when she was present, listening and asking questions. After these talks he would put on paper in the shape of an essay or conversation what subject his talk bad covered. These writings we would then copy into blank books. 5 or 6 were written before Mrs. Patterson came to Portland. Now, I have had since the article appeared in the Times several letters from Mr. Wentworth, who claims to have the document from which the Times gave extracts. I wrote him and asked him to give me the questions and answers, of which there purported to be 15, and also the beginning of the answers. He did so. I have in my possession the original of these questions and answers. Mrs. Eddy did live in Stoughton. She did board with those people. And it does not seem possible nor probable to me that they would absolutely lie about this matter, I mean as to where they obtained the paper. If they did not get it from Mrs. Eddy, where did it come from? They never saw father, and father wrote the original article, and I have it before me now, and it is dated Portland, February 1862. If he was a mesmerist or spiritualist, what did he write that for? And why did he say in his circular to the sick, which he issued from 1860 to 1865, I give no medicine and make no outward applications. I tell the patient his feelings, and my explanation is the cure. Why did he do this? Because that was his method and no one knew it better than Mrs. Eddy. In your statement of Mrs. Eddy's offer to print father's writings, if any such existed, and because her offer was not accepted it proved there were no such writings, you did not give her whole offer which was provided she first be allowed to examine them and see if they were not some she left with him. Just think of it. My letting her, or any one else, have Mrs. I knew were father's because I saw him write them, and copied many of them myself, to see if she didn't write them and leave them with him.